humanity in often unknowing servitude. He has crisscrossed the world over and over and written a stream of books that have proved to be extraordinarily accurate in predicting world events and the direction of human society. The man that they said was mad is now at the cutting edge of exposing the human plight, lifting the veil on all that has been kept from us. As David once said, today's mighty oak is just yesterday's nut that held its ground. Prepare for a day you will never forget. Ladies and gentlemen, David Icke.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's okay. You'll make me cry. Thank you. I'd like to welcome you to the last of the Worldwide Wake Up Tour all-day events, which started in the summer of 2016, and I've been all around the world, right across Australia, America, Europe, Scandinavia, the Balkans. And I would like to pay tribute at this last event, because it's become very relevant, to the management of this venue. Because the more successful I have been in communicating suppressed information, the more the efforts have intensified to silence me. And so, in more and more recent times, efforts by what I call ultra-Zionist hate groups who seek to get the public to hate their targets and thus silence them, I've been trying to get my events cancelled. Last week they managed it. We found another one though, at, of all places, Manchester United's ground, when Manchester United, that's supposed to be a giant football club, showed itself to have no integrity, no class, and no backbone, pulling an event on the day without even telling us, we found out in the media. Contrast that with the efforts to stop this event today going ahead, and the management of this venue, the Mech, saying, we're not having it. It's going ahead. That is the backbone and the integrity we need to meet this now war on freedom of speech that's coming from every angle. And two things. One, the management who did that are going to see today that what I'm accused of is a racist by these ultra-Zionist hate groups is absolutely the opposite of what I'm presenting. And what they say I'm going to say today actually is going to be the opposite of what they say. That's how incredible, ridiculous, and outrageous this mendacity is. But if you cannot silence someone on the basis of what they're saying, then lie about what they're saying and silence them that way. And the other thing that people are going to see today is the real reason, as this day unfolds, the real reason why there is this gathering hysteria to silence me. And that is the information they are really trying to suppress and silence. And it's got nothing to do with race or racism, and everything to do with controlling the narrative so that only one version of world events ever gets heard, and thus no one questions it. But I should be, and I am, greatly encouraged by this hysteria, this efforts to silence me, not least because of this famous quote by Mahatma Gandhi. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Well, they have ignored me. My goodness, they have laughed at me. And now they think they have to fight me. And I won't be fighting them. I don't want to fight anybody. I'm just going to do what I do. They can fight me if they want. But fighting me is just one step from then you win. And it's not me winning. It's freedom winning. It's freedom of expression winning. It's free debate and free discourse winning. And we will. And we frickin' will. Now, the irony is that apparently for much of the last nearly 30 years that I've been on this journey, I was mad. I wasn't dangerous. I am now, apparently. But I was mad. He's mad, he is. And the reason they said that I was mad is because I am different. And different is not another word for madness. But we are constantly led to believe that it is, so that anything outside the box is immediately waved away and ridiculed. You know, someone just called me normal. You can call me anything you like, and most people have called me everything you can imagine. But don't call me normal. If you want to insult me, call me. Don't call me normal. Because when you look at normality in this crazy world, if this crazy world sees you as normal, it's time to look again at what we're doing. What we call normal is only what we normally experience, nothing more. That's all it is. If you live in the outback of Australia, your normal is never seeing anybody and never seeing a car, a vehicle pass by. If you're born in downtown Manhattan, your normal is never not seeing people and never not seeing vehicles pass by. It's just what we normally experience. And so it's not me that's mad. It's me that's different. It's not me that's mad. It's the world that's mad. The world of insanity that has persuaded itself that insanity is normal. We live in a crazy place, a madhouse. And if you're born into a crazy place and you grow up in a crazy place and you go through your entire life in the crazy place, crazy is your normal because it's all you've ever known. And someone comes out from outside of the crazy place and says, hey, this is madness. It's a crazy place. What do they say? You're mad. You're not normal. It's exactly what happens in this madhouse to anyone that challenges convention. Here's a great quote. Birds born in a cage think flying is an illness. Exactly. Another thing about a crazy place, an idiot is a genius to another idiot. So this crazy place fates idiots, puts them into power, builds statues to them, then knocks them down these days. So what we're going to do today is take a journey through the madhouse. And I'm going to use this symbol of the rabbit hole. And with each section, I'm going to go deeper and deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole. And my goodness, when we get further into the day, we're going to go into some strange places. But I'm going to start outside the rabbit hole. What people call the real world, the world that people perceive every day. And in the real world, there is such a thing, for a start, as time, and time only goes forward. And as you go forward in this time in the real world, you go through different ages and generations, and eventually you come to where you think you are. And on that process of time, it first existing and then only going forward, it means that wherever you are in this sequence, you believe to be yourself to be on the cutting edge of evolution. Evolution can't go backwards, can, but not in the real world. It can't. And in this forward passage of time, we evolve. So we go from a position where particular bloodlines, interbreeding bloodlines, automatically go into the positions of power as kings and queens and monarchs as a result of their bloodline. And then apparently we moved on, and we moved on to dark suit politicians. And they're, because we moved on now, they're there only for the benefit of the people. They only have the best interests of the people at heart in this real world. Democracy and freedom in the real world are interchangeable. They both mean the same thing. They don't, but that's what we're led to believe. In the real world, governments are good. One thing to remember, governments are good. And those that governments bomb and do this, they're evil. They're always evil. Anyone governments bomb. Got to remember that one. Terrorism in the real world is bad. Bad. But governments fighting terrorism and doing this to civilian areas is good. Fighting terrorism, all good. Everything is black and white. Everything is them and us. Everything is bad guys and good guys. No shades of grey, no peripheral vision, nothing. Black and white. In the real world, they must know they're the government. They must know they're scientists. They must know they're doctors. They must know they're teachers. They must know they're professors. They must know. They must know they're journalists. I'll just throw that one in as a bit of light relief early on, you know, wake everybody up this time of the morning. And all you have to do in the real world to find out what's happening is watch the evening news. Good evening. Bullshit. Good night. Night after night, day after day after day. In the real world, life is random. Nothing's connected. Everything's apart from everything else. It's all happening by accident. And the world, the real world, is solid. Ooh, it's solid. Therefore, it's limited. Reality in the real world is a mystery. Ooh, where are we? And who we are, the very essence of who we are, apparently, is a mystery. Ooh. Now that and so many other elements are the pillars of this real world perceptual prison. And every single one of them, everyone, is an illusion. We should not confuse truth with what we believe. Big mistake that so many make. We are at the cutting edge of evolution. Cutting edge, cutting edge, cutting edge. Now we are we? Cutting edge, cutting edge, cutting fricking edge. Oh, look, man. What time's the game show on? Oh, gee, the world is mad. And once you realize that, it all makes sense. It's not you that's mad. It's the world you live in. And people make this mistake. Oh, it must be me. No, it's not you. The freaking world's mad. Once you realize that, that's why they do that. It's crazy. Yes, exactly. Then comes the question, why is it crazy? Because it's not crazy by accident. There's method in the madness. Why is the world an inversion? Why is it upside down? Because it is. This is a great quote from a guy called Michael Elner. Just look at us. Everything is backwards. Everything is upside down. Doctors destroy health, lawyers destroy justice, universities destroy knowledge, governments destroy freedom, the major media destroy information, and religions destroy spirituality. The upside down world that we live in. And Alice in Wonderland, nothing would be what it is because everything would be what it isn't. And contrary-wise, what it is, it wouldn't be. And what it wouldn't be, it would. You see? And I just described the world. And all this is happening by chance. You must be joking. And I have this phrase, my dot is the only dot. And this is what holds so many people in servitude to their dot. Their dot might be their career, it might be their family, it might be a football team, it might be anything that they choose to focus upon. And nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong with any of that. But if you focus on a dot so closely, you lose peripheral vision. Put anything in front of your eyes like that. You've got no peripheral vision. You can only just see that. And it's in the peripheral vision that all this manipulation that I'm talking about goes on. And if you're focused on a dot, you're not going to see it. If you see the pieces, the dots, only, and not how they fit together, no one will ever be able to see what's going on in the world. And that's why the world is presented to us as unconnected dots and random events. People are so obsessed with the twigs that they can't see the forest. And it's at the forest level that it all fits together, where you see the tapestry and not just the strands. And it's, whoa, so that's what's going on. Life is not unconnected. On every single level of experience and reality, everything is connected and is ultimately one consciousness. But to see this picture, we have to answer these questions. Where are we being taken day by day? How are we being taken there? Who is taking us there and why? And I'll answer those questions before the day is out. And we'll start with this one. Where are we being taken? Like I say, day by day by day, and ever more obviously, we're being taken here to what I call the Hunger Games Society. At the top, you have an elite 1%, actually less than 1% at its core, that are designed, and they're moving there so fast, they are planned to control everything. All wealth, all decision-making, in the end, even all thought. At the bottom of the Hunger Games Society pyramid is virtually everyone else. Yes, including those that think none of this matters to them because they've got a bit of money in the bank and a nice house and go on holiday twice a year. Those people too are planned to be here. And holding this status quo ongoing is planned to be a merciless, not just police state in the end, but a military police state in which the police and the military are the same. And just look around the world, just look at what's happening in terms of imposition by the state through people in uniform. And you can see it's happening in front of our eyes all the time. 1% currently own 50% of the world's wealth. The Hunger Games Society is not coming, it's here. It's just a case of how extreme we allow it to be. Or we roll it back. What a great idea. Gates, Microsoft, Buffett, the investor, Bezos of Amazon, those three people are worth together more than 160 million Americans. That's the extent of the Hunger Games society, which I've been talking about all these years, that we've now reached. Crushing austerity for some, more and more wealth for the tiny few. This is the process of creating the Hunger Games society. And this is the structure, the control structure of that society, which again is unfolding before our eyes. They want a world government that would dictate to every community. A world central bank that would dictate all finance globally. A world currency, which, as I've been writing since the early 1990s, is designed to be a cashless digital currency. With no cash, we are hurtling towards the cashless society because it's part of this agenda. A world army to impose the will of the world government, which is designed to be NATO and other elements I'll come to later. And a Microsoft, yes it is actually, in so many ways. It's certainly a microchipped population. But microchip population does not even begin to cut what I'm talking about. And in section 3, I'll get into that. What does transhumanism really mean? It means the end of the human mind, if we sit around and watch it happen. And under that, designed to be a series of super states, the European Union being the furthest advanced, to carry out the will of the world government in various regions of the world. Under that, nation states, which they want to break up into regions, to deunify in a unified challenge to that edifice of power above. And these organizations like the World Health Organization, the World Trade Organization, are designed to be controlled by the world government and put these subject area policies under one roof, where they can be decided globally. And I've been writing now since well back into the 1990s about the plan for the world government, and now they're even talking about it openly. And we have a de facto world government already called the United Nations Security Council. The European Union is part of it, and of course NATO, the World Army. And this is the moving step by step to this Hunger Games society, which is been described in my earlier books way back. So how are we being taken there? Question number 2. And this is where we take our first step into the rabbit hole, into the shadows, into the arena of secret societies and semi-secret groups, from where the world of the seen is manipulated without people realizing it. The world is structured as a spider's web, symbolically. You've got the spider at the center of the web, which is dictating everything. The nature of that spider, what it is, I'll get to in section 3. These strands around the spider represent the most exclusive and therefore secretive secret societies. Only the really, really chosen few will have any chance of being part of those and thus be close to understanding the full nature of what the agenda is. As you come out from the spider, still in the hidden, you meet those secret societies we do know about. The Freemasons, the Knights of Malta, Knights Templar, Opus Dei, etc. And they are secret societies which the inner circle knows what's going on, or some of it, and the rest only know increasingly less about what's going on as they come down the pyramid of compartmentalization. And then eventually, you meet what I call the cusp organizations. This is where the hidden meets the seen. And here's another portrayal of it. These cusp organizations are like the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations in America, the Trilateral Commission, the Club of Rome, also the United Nations is part of this. And the plan comes from the spider through these cusp organizations, which are amalgamations of people in all these different institutions and walks of life, And through these, that which is decided by the spider enters the world of the seen. And at this point, it appears that governments, government agencies, corporations, banking systems, etc., are making the decisions. No, no, no. They are carrying out the decisions that ultimately start with the spider. And this is why the world is so unbelievably coordinated. And when you travel the world constantly, as I do, my goodness me, it is so obvious now. The same things are happening everywhere. This is how it's done. And like I say, secret societies are broken up into levels of degree. What are they? They're levels of knowledge of what actually the secret society is all about. The vast majority of Freemasons are on the bottom 3 levels of degree and never get to know what they're really part of. This is the compartmentalization I'm talking about. So, world-changing events are random. No, they're not. They're carefully planned, and I mean long before. We are looking at an unfolding plan that is projected far into what we perceive to be the future, while apparently happening randomly, bit by bit. It's not how it works. Prophecy. Prophecy about what is coming is not prophecy. It's just knowing what the agenda is. The reason, or a major reason, why so many more people around the world are now looking at my information is because what I wrote in books in the 1990s is now happening, now all the time. Why? Because I sat in a darkened room and pulled it out the ether? No. Once you break in to this projected agenda through hard work, research, and effort, you can access this projected plan for the world. Unless someone comes in, that is what the whole point of what I do and others do, is to create this intervention. Unless there's an intervention to stop that plan unfolding, that plan will unfold. Therefore, if you can access what the plan is, you can predict the future. The idea is not to be predicting the future accurately, but for what they plan not to happen. And that's exactly what these two people were doing. George Orwell in his book 1984, published in 1948, and Aldous Huxley in his book Brave New World, published in 1932, they weren't coming purely from their imagination. They'd accessed this projected agenda, and therefore they could accurately, unless there was an intervention, predict what was happening. This is why these two books are proved so extraordinarily prophetic in terms of current events. It wasn't just a story, it was knowledge of the future, a future that is now. And I'm not going to read all this stuff, you'll be delighted to know, but this guy's very, very interesting. In 1969, going on this theme of being able to predict the future if you know the agenda, this guy, Dr. Richard Day, he was a Rockefeller family insider. He was an executive of Planned Parenthood, which was a Rockefeller organization that actually started out as a eugenics organization originally. I say originally. He, for some reason no one knows, he addressed a meeting in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in 1969 of pediatricians. And he asked them to turn off recording equipment and not to take notes because he was going to tell them how the world was going to change, because what he represented was going to change it. What he said that day, compared with current events, is so phenomenally accurate, not just in theme either, in fine detail often. The World Wide Web, we're told, was invented in 1989. Richard Day described it in 1969. Smart TVs that can film and record you in your own front room, and we're only seeing Mark 1 and 2 of them now, not where it's meant to go, were supposed to have come out around 2008. Dr. Richard Day described them in 1969. George Orwell described them in 1948. He called them telescreens. This is something that is not random. It's not a real world. It's a world of illusion. And the reason we don't know about it, until now, is this, what I call the program. The idea is to hoard knowledge, advanced knowledge, nature of reality knowledge, technological knowledge, knowledge of the agenda, at the top of this global pyramid, just another way of symbolizing the spider's web, and to keep the target population in ignorance of that knowledge so they don't know what the hell's going on. Control perception and you control reality. And to control perception, you need to control information received from which we form perception. And this is the stadium on which everything is played out. Everything. When there's a few of you and you want to control the great many, you can't do it physically. They're planning to do that through transhumanist technology, as I'll come to, but they have not been able to do it so far. You have to get the population you're targeting to have perceptions that suit your agenda, so they will then, from those perceptions, behave in ways that suit your agenda. And this is basically a description of various scientific studies about the herd mentality. A tendency, this is about humanity, a tendency by the vast majority to follow on mindlessly without resistance. That is the program that I'm talking about. The idea is to get the population to see the world through the system's eyes, and thus be no problem for the system. This guy's called Edward Bernays. He's known as the father of PR, another word for lying. And he wrote this book in 1928. This is not new. And he said this, a book called Propaganda. We are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never heard of. In almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses. It is they who pull the wires which control the public mind, the public perception. He said the secret was engineering the consent of the people in order to control and regiment them according to our will without their knowing about it. He described this as the true ruling power in our society, and he called it the invisible government. Exactly what it is. And there are many social engineering organizations around the world who are there to manipulate the public perception in that way described. And this is one of the most famous of them, perhaps the most famous, the Frankfurt School of Social Engineering, formed in the Rothschild city of Frankfurt in the 1920s. And this was their wish list they started out with. Started out in Frankfurt, then it moved to other places, ended up in California, where all political correctness came out of, as I'll get to. This is where it came from. And this was their wish list all that time ago. The creation of racism offenses, continual change to create confusion, the teaching of sex to young children, huge immigration to destroy national identity, the promotion of excessive drinking, emptying churches, in other words, undermining any form of social cohesion, legal system with bias against victims of crime, dependency on the state or state benefits and then pulling them once dependency is achieved. This is what the Hunger Games Society is about. Control and dumbing down of the media, brackets achieved. Encouraging the breakdown of the family. Now that last one is on virtually every wish list of social engineering organizations I've seen. The destruction of the family unit, and there are reasons for that, which I'll explain as the day unfolds. So this is the life program, the perception download that people are put through from cradle to grave to download perceptions the system finds acceptable to its agenda. First of all, you come out of the womb, hello world, and the first stage of programming is the parents. And the parents have been through the process that you're about to go through, have bought the program, not everybody, but most people, and out not thinking they're doing the best for the child, they pass the program on immediately to the child in terms of perceptions of reality. In a ludicrously short time, what is it now, 4 years? You've just arrived in the world, blinking. And suddenly, in 4 years, you're sitting at a desk in front of an authority figure, being told what's right, what's wrong, what is, what isn't, what's possible, what's impossible, who you are, who you're not, when you can go to the toilet, when you can eat, when you can talk, when you have to be there, when you can go home. You've only just frickin' arrived. It's madness. Control perception and you control reality. Education is not about educating. It's about programming. Programming a perception for life that suits the system. That's why they do it. It's child abuse. And what does school teach children? Truth comes from authority. Intelligence is the ability to remember and repeat. Accurate memory and repetition are rewarded. Non-compliance is punished. Hello, is that Mrs. Jones? Yeah, well, it's Johnny. He's a problem. Why? Because he's asking questions in the classroom. They'll all want to do it if we let him. We're thinking of giving him some Ritalin. Calm him down. Conform intellectually and socially. Lesson for life. The system knows best and is always right. I will follow the rules. I will follow the rules. I will follow the rules. You've got to get young children into the mindset of following the rules, carrot and the stick, follow the rules. So they will go on following the rules for the rest of their lives and not challenge or even question. And it's all based on fear. Fear of what? Fear of not following the rules. Exam panic, don't worry kids, it's all a hoax. We have children committing suicide because they either fear they won't do well in exams or they haven't done well. We have young children's formative years destroyed by fear of not being educationally successful. We destroy childhoods. We destroy uniqueness. I tell you, kids, anybody listening to this and the DVD that's being recorded today, don't let your life be defined by examination passes or school. You define your life. Don't let them do it. I left school at 15. Never took an exam in my life. Major exam. Best thing ever happened. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. And what do they teach you? What do they teach you? All this crap that when do you ever use it? Algebra. Algebra. What are you putting algebra into children's minds for? Tompkins, what does X equal? I don't give a shit. Whatever you want it to equal. Whatever makes you happy, just leave me alone. I'm daydreaming. That was me all through my school years. Ike, stop daydreaming. Okay. Back to it. This is a great quote. Sometimes the most brilliant and intelligent minds do not shine in standardized tests because they do not have standardized minds. And so many people said to me over the years, I weren't very good at school, I'm not very intelligent. What's that got to do with school? What's intelligence got to do with school? Some of the most idiotic, ridiculously idiotic journalists I've ever met who didn't know their arse from their elbow when it came to journalism. They had big strings of exam passes and degrees. Intelligence can't be taught. It comes from within. Great line from Einstein. Everybody is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing it is stupid. This is exactly what happens. They're not interested in bringing out the unique gifts that everyone has, only that which will serve the system. Schools, programming prisons for our children. That's what they are if it's broken down. I'm not saying kids shouldn't have education and be given access to knowledge, but that's not what this is all about. It's programming perception. I'm not in prison. All right. So you can leave school whenever you like, can you? Well, I can when the bell goes, yeah. And you can go whenever you like. Well, as long as it's before the bell. Yes, you're in prison. And look at it. Look at the body language. When kids come out of school and they've got a little holiday, a week, 2 weeks, what do? They come out of school. Yes, freedom. Yes, no school for a week. What does a prisoner do when he comes out after a long sentence? Comes out of the prison. Yes, freedom. The only thing is that kids are allowed to go home in the evening. But then what happens? Homework. They can't even leave them alone then. It's all a program. And school teaches you to know your place in society. So you have private schools for the rich, and they overwhelmingly produce the governors of society. And then you have the state schools, like I went to, and they produce the workers and the slaves, the governed. There is some crossover, but shockingly little. And, you know, we have this phrase, politicians use it in Britain all the time. We have to prepare children for the workplace. Oh, so you don't prepare children to bring out the unique gifts and spontaneity and inspiration that is within them. Oh, no. We've got to prepare them for the workplace. Yes, make them cogs in a machine. And that's all. And that's why the education system takes children like that and turns so many into that. It's a program. J.D. Rockefeller, very nice man, J.D. Rockefeller, never went home. Very good to his mother. I don't want a nation of thinkers, he said. I want a nation of workers. Exactly. And it's systematic because the left side of the brain, this is mainstream science now, the left side of the brain is basically, it processes information that sees everything apart from everything else. It sees everything in hierarchical terms, and it's all the elements of what we would call the system, and it's all the elements of the education system. And the right side of the brain is the artist, it's the maverick, it's the inspired, it's the creative. And the system, not least the education system, is set up to put guards on the gate to the left side of the brain to stop right brain influence. So the whole of the education system, this is why spending on the arts and drama and artists and all the rest of it has been systematically removed and removed and removed, because the education system is about imprisoning young people for life in there. And that's brilliantly symbolized in this advert for a car advertisement. But it's a brilliant expression of the creative, maverick, spontaneity part of the brain and the left brain that they want people to be in for life. Great line summing up the difference between the right and the left brain. The moment a little boy is concerned with which is a jay and which is a sparrow, he can no longer see the birds or hear them sing. Exactly. So, left brain's this way, please, we're doing algebra. And this is a major study in America at the College of William and Mary in Virginia, involving school-aged children between kindergarten through 12th grade. This is what they found happened to those children between those 2 points. A massive decline in creativity, right brain, as children have become less emotionally expressive, less energetic, less talkative and verbally expressive, less humorous, less imaginative, right brain, less unconventional, right brain, less lively and passionate, right brain, less perceptive, less apt to connect seemingly irrelevant things, right brain. It's the right brain that connects the dots. The left brain sees only dots. Less synthesizing, ditto, and less likely to see things from a different angle. Exactly. That's the program download imposing itself on perception. So be a good citizen, accept the program. And then we'll give you good grades. We'll say you're clever. And then you will progress to higher education, where in more and more countries, not least in Britain and America, young people, the start of their lives, get up to their neck in debt to pay for their own programming to the banks. Student trap, get them to pay a fortune for their own programming, then control them through debt for the rest of their lives. That's what that is all about. And so, you finish this education and you go out into the world. You go out to be a company director, a politician, a doctor, a teacher, a scientist, a journalist, a CEO or something. And what you take with you is that core programming of normal, that core programming of how things are that you've been downloading virtually from the moment you came into this world. And unless we think for ourselves, that is going to be the driving perception for the rest of people's lives. And what happens then is all these institutions with this core programming then start confirming to everybody, each other, and the public in general, that the core programming is right. So if a journalist is going to do a story on, say, an illness, they won't go to a complementary practitioner who may have had great success with this illness, this disease. They'll go to a doctor who will give them the song sheet version of that disease, and usually how it can't be treated. And if a journalist is writing a story about the nature of reality, they won't come to someone like me who's been studying it for 30 years, virtually full time. No. They'll go to a scientist who'll give them the song sheet version of reality. Hey, everything's solid. Oh, yes, I see it now. That's what they want at the end of this program. Oh, I see it now. When you don't see a thing. All these areas of download create the bubble program, as I call it. But what goes with the bubble program is the arrogance bubble. Anyone questioning the bubble of downloaded reality is mad or dangerous, or in my case now, both. A number of philosophers have basically said the same thing over the years. This is Confucius. Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. When you know you don't know it all, your mind is open to other possibilities outside of the prevailing possibility. When you think you know it all, that open channel shuts down. Then there's programming stage 3, peer pressure. And all these programs are running concurrently, not one after the other. And peer pressure. This is when those, the vast majority, who have been through the program and downloaded it and accepted it as normal, then give a hard time, ridicule or abuse to those around them that question the program. And it's one thing that happens, again with fear, is people stay silent about how they feel for fear of ridicule. So peer pressure. I was talking years ago about the fact that humanity has out-sheeped the sheep, because people laugh at sheep because they follow the one in front and run away from the sheepdog, symbolic of fear. Bah, bah, bah. But humans have out-sheeped the sheep because we've dispensed with a sheepdog. We don't need a sheepdog to keep us in line. We keep each other in line through peer pressure. It's one of the great ways that humanity is controlled by itself. And then you have programming stage 4, the mainstream media. Here we go. Good evening. Lies, half-truths, official line, complete bollocks. Good night. Now here's Bill with the weather. Hour after hour, channel after channel, on it goes. And I've worked in newsrooms as a journalist, and I tell you what, if you take what's going on in the world from that environment, you're never going to know. How to control what people think, create or buy out major news agencies and TV channels, only publish stories that promote your agenda, maintain debate within a strictly limited range of views and subjects, focus on traumatic events to keep the people traumatized and in fear, label anyone who exposes your system and manipulation as a conspiracy theorist. The terms conspiracy theorist and conspiracy theory came into widespread use from the 1960s, when in 1967, the CIA sent out, I published shown a picture of the document in my new book just out, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told, to major media organizations in America, urging them to use the term conspiracy theory and conspiracy theorist to discredit those who were questioning the Kennedy assassination and other assassinations in the 1960s. And all these decades later, the mainstream media, who think they know it all and knows damn all, are using the same CIA term to try to discredit people like me. This is a journalist from Germany, Udo Ufkotti, who after years and years of writing stories under his own name that were given to him by the CIA, not even German intelligence, he came out and explained how journalism really works and who's really putting the information in the papers that people take to be fact. How can I lie to the media, or how can the media lie to you? It knows you simply won't check the facts, or at least most people won't. So we have the program download from these various elements, and that's where perceptions are formed. And the perception is a narrow, narrow band of possibility on purpose, so people will not see what's really going on. And I call that narrow band the postage stamp consensus. It's a tiny, tiny, tiny little area of perceived possibility on what is happening in the world to keep us in perceptual imprisonment for life. So what I will call the system is this program of perceptual manipulation and control. And so you've been through the education system, you're coming out now, and they're off. Oh, I must get there. I must succeed. I must be someone. I have to succeed. And how do we succeed? Where people say, oh, he's a success, look at him or her. We do it by succeeding on the system's terms. The system even gives us our symbols of success, which are basically money, property, fame, power as it's perceived. So if you're going, most people are, because of the way the system works, are in a state of insecurity. Instead of getting their power from within, say what you like about me, I don't care. Instead of that, they're getting their sense of security from other people. This is why social media is so devastating to so many people, when the trolls start. And so if you're going to get that reaction, oh, you're successful, you're doing well, you have to succeed according to the symbols of success that everyone has accepted as success. And so they even control our sense of accomplishment. So what happens? This is the great thing. I mean, I have to be honest. This is the great thing about when you leave school. Everything does change. It does, in this way. When you're a kid, all right, and you're in bed in the morning, and your body says, I don't want you to get up yet. Oh, the bell's going to go. Oh, yeah. Your mum comes in and goes, come on, darling, you'll be late for prison. Now, she says school, but I'm kind of being accurate, you know what I mean? And then everything changes. Oh, my goodness me. What happens then when you leave school is your partner comes in and says, come on, darling, you have to be in prison in 20 minutes. It's the same program, just a continuation of it. Instead of what will the teacher say, it's what will the boss say. Same program, different label. And controlled by fear of not following the program and the consequences of it. And all the time, we are given these carrots, so we keep trying to get to the carrot, but it's rigged. It's all rigged. It's like going around on a carousel horse, thinking you're going to catch the one in front. It's not possible. The game is rigged. But we keep following it, and that carrot is success. Oh, success! You have no time to eat. You must be successful. You're far too busy. Oh, the life program. What are we doing? Oh, you come out for a beer? No, look at it. God, you're successful. Yeah, no. Bloody madness. What are we doing in a society where stress is the growth industry? They piss on us and we say it's raining. It's so blatant. Here you go. Born, school, program. Ooh, work. Ooh, family. Ooh, jump. Next one. We call it frickin' life. Slavery. It works better when you don't tell them. But what about the successes? What about those who make it? Okay, what now? Oh, I've got a big house. I've got a big bank account. I've got a big car. I'm successful. Oh, but are you? What I'm noticing around the world, more and more than I ever have in this world tour since 2016, is that earlier in life, earlier than before, people are starting to question, what is it all about? I've worked so hard at school, I work hard for this corporation or whatever, but I've got money and I've got a house and all that stuff, but I don't feel any satisfaction, I don't feel happy, I feel stressed. What's it all about? What's it all about? It's all a freaking hoax. It's a hoax to keep you on the conveyor belt until good night Ethel, good night Bill. Life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans, John Lennon said. Life is what happens to you while you're following the postage stamp normal at the exclusion of your infinite power and potential. And this is a short video by a guy called Alan Watt. He was a Western mystic, you might call him. Very, very intelligent man who could see through it. And this little video encompasses everything that I've said so far. Oh, hold on. There you go.
In music,
there you go.
one doesn't make the end of a composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People go to a concert just to hear one crashing chord, because that's the end. But we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct. We've got a system of schooling which gives a completely different impression. It's all graded. And what we do is we put the child into the corridor of this grade system with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And yeah, you go to kindergarten, you know. And that's a great thing because when you finish that, you'll get into first grade. And then come on, first grade leads to second grade and so on. And then you get out of grade school, you go to high school, and it's revving up, the thing is coming. Then you're going to go to college. And by Jove, then you get into graduate school. And when you're through with graduate school, you go out to join the world. And then you get into some racket where you're selling insurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, this thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then when you wake up one day about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived. I'm there. And you don't feel very different from what you always felt. And there's a slight letdown because you feel there's a hoax. And there was a hoax. a dreadful hoax. They made you miss everything. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end, and the thing was to get to that end, success or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
Brilliant. And it's the musical thing, the singing and dancing while the music is being played, that the program is there to stop. So if the system is not for us, then who is it for and why? The other thing about the program, it doesn't just define perception of the world, it defines self-identity, or tries to if we allow it. And people get their self-identity from the program. And there's a religion that has been passing through the entirety of known human history, and it's the religion of I am R. And it's come right through the present day, and it has a chant, it has a particular chant. It goes, I am Ma, I am Ma, I am Ma. I can join in if you like. And today, we see this religion and make that mantra when we say, I am man, woman, black, white, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu, middle class, working class, name, age, and birth date. I am label. I have fallen into label consciousness. Label consciousness, the belief that who we are is our name, our life story, our race, our religion, our income bracket, when what they are is not who we are, but what we're experiencing. And I call that phantom self. And most people live lives created by the program as phantom selves, unaware of the true self. We are awareness, a state of being aware. We are not the experience, we are that awareness which is having the experience, which is a very different thing. I'm going to get into this big time in part 2, when I get into the illusory nature of reality. And what the program is trying to do, and so successfully, so often, is to focus attention. This is the point. Focus attention in the 5 senses only, so we perceive ourselves to be an I am at the exclusion of the infinity of consciousness that we are, beyond that point of attention. And so we go through parental program, school program, university, peer pressure, celebrity, cul-de-sacs and diversions, media, job, survival, sport, career, conforming to norms, and we get the myopia of the program. Gotcha! This is why their biggest fear of the controlling network is people waking up beyond that. This is the great Bill Hicks, an American comedian who died tragically too early. A very awake man. Died around the age of 32, 33. And he said, except for pharmaceutical poison, there are essentially only 2 drugs that Western civilization tolerates. Caffeine from Monday to Friday to energize you enough to make you a productive member of society, and alcohol from Friday to Monday to keep you too stupid to figure out the prison that you've been living in. And so we look at the wider picture of this conspiracy, within which the program is a fundamental foundation without which it couldn't work. People would say about people like me, you see conspiracies everywhere. Well, first of all, conspiracies are everywhere, because the dictionary definition is merely 2 or more people conspiring to create a particular end, usually illegal. But I am not talking today about multiple conspiracies. I don't talk about multiple conspiracies in my books. I'm looking at one conspiracy to enslave the human race through the human mind and human perception that has multiple different facets and faces, which is a very different thing. Now, the big thing about today, the books in general, but today, yes, certainly, is context. If people don't have context, and the media is about stopping that context, because most journalists don't have the context either, then you can look at individual people, you can look at individual events and happenings, and you can see them in and of themselves, dots. And they look a certain way. But you connect the dots, you put them in context with each other, and whoa, they look very, very different indeed, and they will as the day unfolds. Give you an example. People look at that, the vast majority of people, you say to them, what is that? And they say, I've no bloody idea. Well, it's got no context. Now there's the context. Now it's clear what that is. It's a butterfly wing, because the context is there. And what I'm going to do today is go through, in the first section, there's so many different levels of this in the rabbit hole, I'm going to lay out what the plan is in the world of the scene between now and the first break, and how it's unfolding. Now, everything that I'm going to talk about is happening in America. I feel sorry for Americans in so many ways, because America is a mind control laboratory. That's where things are tried out, that's where things are tested, and when they work in terms of the agenda and perceptual control, they are then exported all over the world. And people say, oh, the American culture's everywhere. No, that which has worked is then exported. That's what we call the American culture. And as I've gone around the world, every time I go into a country with this talk, and its various elements in this first section, I go through a checklist in that country of these various elements I'm going to go through to see if they're happening there. They're happening everywhere at the same time. Some are further ahead than others, sure, but the same things are happening everywhere. Why? The spider that is dictating globally. So here we go. How do we get there to the Hunger Games society? Number one, illusion of freedom and political choice. This is essential. Democracy is choice. No, it's not. We live in one-party states in terms of anyone that can form a government. And out of the spider, out of the unseen, come these characters that appear to randomly again appear in political circles in the world of the seen. The spider, the web, is spewing out these people, not to represent the interests of the people, but to represent the interests of the spider. And most of these people are so compartmentalized they don't even know it. Some do. And every single one of them, worldwide, virtually, with the odd exception, is standing on the postage stamp consensus in terms of their perception of reality. I'm not going to read all this, but this is an email from a guy called Michael Froman, former Citigroup executive. He wrote to Obama after Obama was coming up to winning the election the first time round, and he listed, he was sending it to aides of Obama, and he listed a series of people that he recommended for Obama's administration. Not just major positions, lower positions as well. Virtually all of them ended up in the Obama administration. That is how politics really works. So these are different names, different parties, but they have the same ultimate master, which is pushing on this same agenda, which is why nothing changes no matter what party moves to another one. And this is why. This is how it works in virtually every country. In the end, if you go deep enough, every country. But the American example is perfect. Under the Bush administration, before Obama, and even the mainstream media acknowledge this, the Republican Party and Bush were basically controlled by a group of people still around today with Trump, called the neoconservatives or neocons. These were people like Henry Kissinger, Father Bush, and Cheney, major people in this neocon group. And there were a lot of American-Israeli dual citizens in the neocons. They controlled the Bush administration. Over in the Democratic administration, ongoing, is a similar group, which I call the Democons. This is people like Zbigniew Brzezinski, who died this year, George Soros, the Clintons for a long time, etc. And there's Kissinger as well. He goes between the two, advises presidents no matter what party they're in. And the key to understanding politics is that when you go one step back into the shadows from these controlling groups, they're both controlled by the same force. And so no matter who's in power, left, right, or center, that is in power. And because of that, nothing changes, and this agenda unfolds no matter who's in power. This is how it works. It's extraordinary when you break it down. Most countries have two parties, sometimes three, that have any chance of forming a government. So you vote for Party A and Party A get into government. You don't like what they're doing. So to get them out, you have to vote for Party B, and they get in, and you don't like what they're doing, because basically they're doing the same as what they're doing. So to get Party B out, you've got to go back to Party A. This is what happens. I was in Ukraine in 2011 speaking, and the president of the time, Yanukovych, who got thrown out, he had been kicked out in the Orange Revolution, as it was called. I think it was 2004. And they put another guy in a revolution. But they didn't like the other guy, and so to get the other guy out, they had to put the other party in, which that Yanukovych was still leading. So they voted back into power someone they threw out in a revolution, because that was the choice they were given. And this is how it works. Presidential election, the biggest figure in the last American presidential election is that one at the top. 46.9% didn't vote, because people are starting to suss it. They're starting to see the irrelevance of it. And what we call populism is a response, listen to us, of this political class, left, center, and right, that actually are owned by the same people. And Brexit in Britain was a response against this political class, which is absolutely most obvious in the dark suit bureaucracy in Brussels. But we have to be careful with these populists and look at them with as much inquiry as the mainstream, because we have to be aware of this. Mainstream v populism, divide and rule. Divide and rule is one of the most essential parts of the few controlling the many, and this endless ways we're divided and ruled. For instance, this was a populist winner, we were told, of the presidential election. But it's a different face and the same mouth. It was just a hoax. This is a man who swum in the swamp all his life, who was going to drain it. And the first thing he did to drain it was hand the American economy to Goldman Sachs. This is a new road sign in America, the Trump turn. Virtually everything he said he would do, he's reneged on, because it was just a way of getting into power by telling people what they wanted to hear. You think Trump is in charge? No more than anyone else ever has been. And yet, because we don't understand this, we have Trump and anti-Trump clashes in America, where they're fighting over two puppets, or two masks on the same puppet. And the political circuit, left and right, when I get into the nature of reality in part 2, is actually an electrical circuit. Left and right need each other to empower each other. It's an electrical circuit. I'll explain what I mean in part 2. And Mark Twain had it: if voting made any difference, they wouldn't let us do it. And that's a great line. So how do we get there? We make them demand their own prison, because it's all a psychological game. And this is the Latin motto of the 33rd degree of Freemasonry: ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. Create the chaos, then offer the order out of the chaos, your order. And I gave the name to this a long time ago now, back in the 90s, Problem, Reaction, Solution, or PRS. And it works like this: covertly create the problem, blame someone else for it, glean the reaction from the public, something must be done, and then third, offer the solution to the problem you have covertly created but blamed on someone else, and that solution is to change society as you plan to change it all along. problem reaction solution is the biggest transformative mind technique of them all. And there's another version that I call no problem reaction solution. This is just, here's the word again, this is just the perception of a problem to justify a solution. And there's no better example than weapons of mass destruction in Iraq to justify a catastrophic war. And problem reaction solution is based on fear. Fear of what has happened, so that you look to the government to protect you with the solution. How it works: we terrify you and then we do what we want. That's it. Here you go. We fund and arm terrorists and then use them as an excuse to take your freedoms away. Works every time. It's been working for decades and decades and decades. More and more people are realizing it, but it still works. Now, this is Vincenzo Vinciguerra, who was a terrorist with something called Operation Gladio, which is a NATO terrorist network. It means stay behind, and it was formed after the Second World War in Europe, not least Italy. And he is still in jail, as I understand it, for a bomb attack, a terrorist bomb attack in Italy. And this is what he said Operation Gladio was about. You had to attack civilians, the people, women, children, innocent people, unknown people, far removed from any political game. The reason was quite simple. They were supposed to force these people, the Italian public, to turn to the state to ask for greater security. Problem, reaction, solution. And it's a system that I'll call creative destruction. What you do is you destroy the status quo, then you change the status quo. You then destroy that status quo and change the status quo. And every time the status quo changes, you're going further and further down the road to the Hunger Games society that I've been describing. So here's the antidote of problem, reaction, solution. Who benefits? Who benefits from me believing the official version of this problem? And invariably it will be, and if it is, alarm bell should go off, anyone that wants to use the problem to justify the elements of this agenda I'm going to be talking about today, and centralization of power and the destruction of privacy and freedom of speech. And another thing to remember, economists and politicians always tell you to be terrified about things they don't want. See Brexit. So, next one. How do we get there? War. Nothing transforms a society globally or nationally than a war. Once the war has happened, big or small, that society is never, ever the same again. And the bigger the war, the longer the war, the greater the transformation of society, which will never return and revert to how it was before. And that is why bombs are the calling cards of the West. They are there to acquire more and more land, more and more resources, and to transform human society. Note, no money for people, but there's always money for war. Always money for war. When's the last time a politician said, we can't go to war, we can't afford it? There's always money for war. This is a recent news story. America tests the most dangerous nuclear bomb ever produced. F-15 drops $1 trillion super nuke. The US war machine's annual budget could buy every homeless American a $1 million home. So why don't they? Because war is crucial to what I'm talking about. They are hungry, let them eat tanks. See, war is good for the agenda because it acquires more land, transforms society. It justifies a police state at home against the baddies. And austerity is good because more and more people get pulled in here. And if you're spending vast amounts on war, you haven't got money to spend on people. And Orwell talked in 1984 about the endless war, the war that never ended. And we have it. It's called the War on Terror. When do you know a war on terror is over? You never know. You know when two people fight and one wins or whatever, it's over. But when does a war on terror end? You never know. You never know when another terrorist attack's coming. Therefore, it's an endless war. The war on terror is a war on freedom to justify the transformation of human society, not least in privacy and freedom of speech. The war of terror has many elements. These are the two major ones. To justify invasion of target countries that you want to invade and take over, and two, to justify the police state at home to protect the people from the terrorists by taking their freedoms away. Fear, fear. Ooh, save us. And this guy, Zbigniew Brzezinski, he was one of the demo cons. He died this year. And when he said what he thought should happen, he was telling you what was going to happen in his books. And Brzezinski wrote The Grand Chessboard in 1997, in which he said that to control the world, you had to control Eurasia, this massive landmass between Europe and China, Russia, down into the Middle East. And I'm going to come back to that after we've been on a little journey of dot connecting. In September 2000, an organization in America called the Project for the New American Century produced a document calling for America to fight multiple theater wars and regime change a list of countries. The Project for the New American Century was created and co-founded by this guy, Kagan, and this guy, Crystal. And they are Israeli American dual citizens. And in this Project for the New American Century were Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, Paul Wolfowitz, and these two ran the Pentagon at the time of 9/11 and after, the invasion of Iraq. Dov Zakheim, another Israeli-American dual citizen, he was comptroller of the Pentagon and controlled the entire budget at the time of 9/11 and what happened afterwards. This is a guy called Richard Perle, another Israeli-American dual citizen who was very much a manipulator in the Pentagon while these were involved in fronting it up. Now, what they said in this document in September 2000 was they wanted American forces to fight and decisively win multiple simultaneous major theater wars, and they named the countries they wanted to regime change, September 2000. Iraq, Libya, Syria, Iran, North Korea, China, Lebanon was in there as well. And in January of 2001, just a few months, a very small number of months after the document was published, the people that wrote it came to power with the Bush administration, either in front of the camera or behind it. He became, Cheney, the, kind of vice president, the president really, given who was president. He became defense secretary, he became deputy defense secretary, he was comptroller, and he was manipulating in the Pentagon in the background. And so were those two as well, not just in the Pentagon, but also in politics in general. So they came to power in January 2001. And they also said this in that document in September 2000, talking about what they needed to happen to get this process of regime change and multiple theater wars to happen. Further, the process of transformation, regime change, is likely to be a long one, absent some catastrophic and catalyzing event like a new Pearl Harbor. 9 months after these people came to power in the Bush administration, 1 year to the month that they produced that document, America had what Bush called at the time the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century, 9/11. It all started with the attacks of 9/11 and the whole process that document wanted to happen started to unfold as a result of those attacks. And this guy, General Wesley Clark, he was a NATO Supreme Allied Commander. He wasn't, he's not the nicest man ever to walk the earth either, some of the things he's done. But he was interviewed on a television program, alternative television program on the internet. I think it was 2007. And he said that days after 9/11, he went to the Pentagon, he met Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz, and then he met a general on the Joint Chiefs of Staff that he knew, that was supposed to run the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And this general, he said, told him that they were going to invade Iraq. So he's going, what are we going to invade Iraq for? Were they involved in 9/11? Well, we don't think so. Well, why are you going to invade Iraq? Well, he didn't really know. And probably he didn't because of compartmentalization. So anyway, he goes away and he says he comes back a few weeks later, by which time America is in Afghanistan. And he met the same general at the Pentagon. And he said, why haven't we invaded Iraq? I thought we were going to invade Iraq. And the general said to him, it's worse than that, sir. He said, he picked up a piece of paper. He said, I've just had this up from upstairs, Rumsfeld's office. We're going to invade 7 countries in 5 years. And he named them: Iraq, Libya, Syria, Iran, Lebanon, North Korea, etc. That were on that list. Not North Korea, but that was on the list as well. And so he said on this program, which you can see on the internet, that the Project for the New American Century had instigated a coup on America, and they wanted us to destabilize the Middle East, turn it upside down, make it under our control. And that is what has been unfolding ever since, hidden by apparent randomness of war. And let's go back now to Brzezinski's map of Eurasia and all the countries that have since been invaded or demonized, being prepared for invasion, are all in this area of the world. No accident. 9/11 was a problem, reaction, solution to justify what has happened since. And the official story of 9/11 is a joke. Now we come to Operation Northwoods. This was in the 1960s when a guy called Lyman L. Lemnitzer was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Pentagon. Note, this is 1962. What I'm about to tell you was being planned. This guy, James Bamford, was a former investigative producer with ABC, and he wrote a book called Body of Secrets about the NSA, the National Security Agency in America. And as part of this, he featured something called Operation Northwoods, which came out of the official American archive. This is not conspiracy theory. This is from the official documents. And this is what was planned to happen in the 1960s with Lemnitzer. Codenamed Operation Northwoods, the plan, which had the written approval of the chairman and every member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, called for innocent people to be shot on American streets, for boats carrying refugees fleeing Cuba to be sunk on the high seas, for a wave of violent terrorism to be launched in Washington, D.C., Miami, and elsewhere. People would be framed for bombings they did not commit. Planes would be hijacked. Using phony evidence, all of it would be blamed on Castro, thus giving Lemnitzer and his cabal the excuse, as well as the public and international backing they needed to launch their war. Exactly the techniques that have been used in more recent times. Now, I've been saying for years, others have too, that the planes that left the airport on 9/11, the airports, were not the planes that hit the buildings. And I've been saying, as others have too, that the planes that hit the buildings were controlled from the ground. They were what we now call drones. And oh God, can they do that? What about the technology? Well, hold on. Let's look at the technology of 1962, when exactly that was planned in Operation Northwoods, as confirmed by official American documents. This is from Operation Northwoods. An aircraft at Elgin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft belonging to a CIA proprietary organization in the Miami area. At a designated time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft, exactly what happened on 9/11, and would be loaded with the selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. Note how few, ridiculously few passengers there were on those planes, given the time that they left, when there would have been, should have been many more. The actual registered aircraft, Operation Northwoods goes on, would be converted to a drone. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft will be scheduled to allow a rendezvous south of Florida. From the rendezvous point, the passenger carrying aircraft will descend to minimum altitude and go direct into an auxiliary field at Elgin Air Force Base, where arrangements will have been made to evacuate the passengers and return the aircraft to its original status. The drone aircraft, meanwhile, will continue to fly the filed flight plan. When over Cuba, the drone will be transmitting on the international distress frequency a Mayday message stating he is under attack by Cuban MiG aircraft. The transmission will be interrupted by destruction of the aircraft, which will be triggered by radio signal. This will allow the International Civil Aviation Organization radio stations in the Western Hemisphere to tell the US what has happened to the aircraft instead of the US trying to sell the incident. And that was planned for 1962. Kennedy put a stop to it, it seems. And this is why you have a whole organization of airline pilots and aircraft pilots that have come together to say that the story of who flew those planes and how is a nonsense, an impossibility. This is why architects and engineers, some of them at the top of their profession, have got together in the same way and said the explanation of how the buildings came down is a nonsense and impossible. Why? Because it's a lie. The whole thing's a lie. This is Mohammed Atta, the so-called lead hijacker. According to his American white girlfriend, you can see her interview on the internet, his favorite food was pork. Yes, yes, ooh, oh, he's extreme Muslim, he is, ooh, ah. That he was often drunk and was constantly, basically, taking cocaine. She also said, because they lived in an apartment in Venice, where the Venice airport is, in Florida, where they're supposed to have learned how to fly wide-bodied jets by flying one-engine Cessnas. That makes bloody sense, doesn't it? And she said that when they ran out of cocaine, he would go over to Venice airport and come back with an armful, which explains perfectly other areas of research, which is that Venice airport was a conduit, maybe still is, but certainly was then, for CIA drug operations coming out of South America and onto the streets of America through Venice airport. Attar was one of the people working for the CIA on that drug running operation. That's why he could go over and get the armful of cocaine. And because he was working for the CIA, he could be put in the wrong place at the wrong time for him, while having no idea what the hell was going on. That's why his bag, of all bags in all the world, didn't get on the plane, so they could say, oh, look, flight manual, Quran, suicide note. Oh, they'll give them anything, they'll believe anything. And this is Aaron Russo, an award-winning film producer. He worked on Trading Places with Eddie Murphy. And before he died of cancer, he talked about a meeting he had with this guy, Nick Rockefeller, who was trying to recruit him into one of those organizations, one of those cusp organizations I mentioned earlier, the Council on Foreign Relations. And this was 1 year before 9/11. And this is what Russo said Rockefeller told him. There would be an event that would lead to the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, to take over the oil fields and establish a base in the Middle East. Russo would see soldiers looking in caves in Afghanistan and Pakistan for Osama bin Laden. There would be an endless war on terror where there's no real enemy. The whole thing would be a giant hoax. The people have to be ruled, he said, and the population reduced by at least half. And he talked of the plan for microchipping the serfs. And you always have a compliant, unquestioning, pathetic excuse for a mainstream media who will always play their part in demonizing the next target, preparing for invasion and removal. In Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster and the Global Conspiracy Guide, I take 9/11 absolutely apart. Child could do it. Now here's our first quote from 1969, Dr. Richard Day. At that event where he spoke, there was one doctor called Lawrence Donegan who did take notes and later did interviews about what Day said when Donegan realized that what he'd said was happening. And this is what Richard Day said in 1969. There was a discussion, Dr. Donegan said, of terrorism. Terrorism would be used widely in Europe and in other parts of the world. Terrorism at that time was thought not to be necessary in the United States, but it could become necessary if the United States did not move rapidly enough into accepting the new system. Truth cannot be silenced forever. 9/11 was an inside job simply to trigger the sequence of events that we're still seeing unfold. Now, they have their 9/11, they have their problem, and the solution was picking off the countries on the list from September 2000. First of all, they go into Afghanistan and then Iraq. And Iraq, you had Tony Blair in Britain and Boy George Bush in America. And we now know, some of us said it at the time, wrote it at the time, they lied to us, lied for those that control them, about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Why? Because the list said, invade Iraq, remove Saddam Hussein. There was no reason to do it at that time, so they made one up. It is that simple. And let us not forget, mainstream media who ridicule anyone who even questions 9/11, that the very same people, not the same agencies, the same people that told us there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq to justify a catastrophic war and all that's followed, were the same people that told us the official story of 9/11. And yet they accept one, they were lied to now, but still accept 100% what the same people told them about that pivotal event in the transformation of human society. So, Iraq down, now Libya. Now note, by the time Libya, another one on the list, is ticked off, Bush is gone. Now it's Obama, a Democrat, the other party. Blair's gone. Now it's David Cameron, a conservative, and the other party. And Clinton's in there. But they're picking off the same list. Why? Because that force that controls whoever's in power is driving the whole thing. And so you had this situation where they said that Gaddafi was killing his own people, so to protect them from violence, they bombed them from the air and destroyed the place, turned it into the Stone Age. It's kind of crazy now. Talk to people who've been there, it's unbelievable. It's just mass violence. So what did they do? This is how they do it. They fund and arm freedom fighters, and they attack the regime, in this case Gaddafi. At this point, politicians in the West, Western media, when the target regime, in this case Gaddafi, starts shooting back, they can't get to a microphone quick enough. He's killing his own people! So send the boys in. And that's how it works. And then Libya down, Syria, and they played the same game there exactly. But a spanner's been thrown in the works of that, as I'll come to. So this is former French Minister for Foreign Affairs, Roland Dumas, on French television, talking about Syria. He said, I'm going to tell you something. I was in England. No, not America, England, one of the major centers of global manipulation, Britain. I'm going to tell you something. I was in England 2 days before the violence in Syria, 2 years rather, before the violence in Syria, on other business. I met with top British officials who confessed to me that they were preparing something in Syria. This was in Britain, not in America. Britain was going or organizing an invasion of rebels into Syria. They even asked me, he said, although I was no longer Minister for Foreign Affairs, if I would like to participate. Naturally, I refused. This operation goes way back. It was prepared, preconceived, and planned. He goes on. This operation goes way back. It was prepared, preconceived, and planned in the region. It is important to know that this Syrian regime has a very anti-Israeli stance. Consequently, and I have this from the former Israeli Prime Minister who told me, we'll try to get on with our neighbors, but those who don't agree with us will be destroyed. And if we're going to understand Israel and why this sliver of land of 8 million people has such an impact on the world, we have to understand that actually it's just a fiefdom of the Rothschilds. Israeli people living in Israel, they're just pawns to these people and don't realize, just a fiefdom of the Rothschilds. And the idea all along was to take Palestine and get the Palestinians out, take the whole place over, all orchestrated from the start by the House of Rothschild, still being done so. And this week, those of us who have said over the years, the plan from the start was to rid the land of Palestinians. They don't want a solution. And this week, a document was declassified from the time of the Six-Day War in 1967, soon after, which reveals in official documents the strategy all along has been to suffocate the Gaza Strip and get rid of Palestinians out of Palestine. And with Trump in power, he gets what the hell he likes. And it's interesting that a leaked email sent by Colin Powell, who was Secretary of State at the time of 9/11, it was leaked, an email from March 2015. And Powell revealed that Israel has 200 nuclear weapons. And apparently all of them, he said, have been aimed at Iran. This is a nuclear weapons program that Israel won't admit to, and America, as part of official policy, does not ask about. So, if you're going to keep invading countries, your target countries, like Iraq, etc., then people are going to go, hold on a second. What do they keep invading countries for? So you do it in a way that gets people in that country to get rid of the regime for you, but under your control. And this is what the Arab Spring was all about. This guy, George Soros, operates a network globally called the Open Society Foundations. Their specialization is manipulating revolutions, particularly ones given the name of a color, and the revolutions of the people, it's called, like Arab Spring. And very recently, it was announced that he had transferred $18 billion to this Open Society Foundation network. So obviously, there's an enormous plan unfolding, or plan to unfold ahead, using that network which he controls. And as well as the Soros network, which cannot be overestimated in its influence, more about him as we go along, there is this document from US Special Forces Unconventional Warfare Strategy, November the 30th, 2010. This is just before the Arab Spring started in Tunisia, and it describes their plan exactly as it unfolded. It says, the US military's unconventional warfare strategy requires that target state population perceptions are first groomed into accepting an armed resurrection, using propaganda and political and psychological efforts to discredit the government, creating local and national agitation, helping organize boycotts, strikes, and other efforts to suggest public discontent before beginning the infiltration of foreign organizers and advisors for foreign propaganda, material, money, weapons, and equipment. Exactly what has happened in the Middle East after that document in September 2000. It goes on. If retaliation by the target government occurs, the resistance can exploit the negative consequences to garner more sympathy and support from the population by emphasizing the sacrifices and hardship the resistance is enduring on behalf of the people. He's killing his own people. And Henry Kissinger said, "It is not a matter of what is true that counts, but what is perceived to be true. It's all about manipulating perception so that people will support." You look at perception. What is perception? It dictates what we think, what we don't think, what we'll challenge, what we won't challenge, what we'll support, what we won't support. Perception is everything, and that's the battleground. And how powerful perception manipulation is. This was a poll in America where 30% in the poll wanted to bomb Agrabah, which is a fictional town in Aladdin. That's how easy it is. And now Mr. Populist man, Mr. Anti-establishment man comes into power. It's all going to change now. And the demonization of these countries has continued under him, all countries on the same list, and Lebanon. I say in my new book, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told, which I only kind of finished like very few weeks ago. Watch for Lebanon being demonized, because it's on the list, and they'll come for that. Look what's happening with Lebanon now, suddenly out of nowhere. Israel calls on Arab states to befriend Israel and team up against Iran. They want Iran. This is where it's all building. And this new crown prince, again, I mentioned him in the new book and his background. This crown prince in Saudi Arabia, who's imprisoned all these billionaires and fellow princes to get control of Saudi Arabia, he is completely owned by Israel and the United States. And that's why his rhetoric now is, we must deal with Iran. It's all a script. It's all a movie script. It is not a random series of events. And where they want it to lead, and it doesn't have to, if we get our asses in gear, they want it to lead to World War III. You look at the 3 world wars. First of all, the status quo as it was before World War I was destroyed by World War I. They then change the status quo and they move on to the Second World War. They destroy the new status quo. And now they want to destroy this status quo and impose another one. And it was all described in a letter alleged to come from this man called Albert Pike, in a letter in 1871, according to a Canadian naval intelligence officer. This guy, Albert Pike, was a major Freemason, very high Freemason, sovereign Grand Commander. And in this letter, which was revealed by this intelligence agent in the 1950s, he described 3 world wars. Now, he described the First World War accurately, described the Second World War accurately, but it only came to light through this guy in the 1950s. So the first 2 wars, forget them, not relevant to accuracy. So we've only got the Third World War left. And what he said would happen is that there would be a conflict between what he called political Zionism and the Islamic world, which would draw in, like a vortex, more and more countries until it was a world conflict. He said that in the run-up to this Third World War, they would, quote, unleash the nihilists on the world. And nihilism is defined as a political belief or action that advocates or commits violence or terrorism without discernible constructive goals. ISIS and these other terrorist groups to a T. And I would say it also fits this Antifa, who are very much in the control of people like George Soros, as I'll come to. And so we reached the point. I said in the 1990s that the plan was the Third World War involving China. And here we have the Pentagon now listing Russia and China as top global threats. and saying that they must increase the budget to meet the threat. And of course, Russia, out of nowhere, until very relatively recently, was being left alone. But now, the demonization of Russia is almost laughable. Look, Russia wants war. Look how close it put its country to our military bases. It obviously wants trouble. The NATO war machine, and what it is, it's simple. Demonize, destroy. Demonize, destroy. Demonize, prepare the public mind to destroy. This is how it works. This is why they're demonizing Russia now. Russia has not seen such an amassing of hostile military forces on its borders since 1941. And Lithuania and Estonia signed milestone deals on status of US troops on their soil. In other words, they're being occupied increasingly by US troops. And the propaganda for 2-year-olds, it's the Russians are coming. When in fact, NATO is coming onto the borders of Russia. And Hermann Goering, of course, a famous Nazi, had it right when he said, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they are being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. It works the same in any country. That's how the Nazis worked. That's how these Nazis are working. And I'm not saying Putin is a Sunday school teacher or anything like, but the idea that he's Stalin who wants to roll the Russian military across Europe is such a joke. It's unbelievable. And this is the Third World War agenda made simple. It's the Russians. Everything is the frickin' Russians. I've got a cold. It's the Russians. I've got a flat. It's the Russians. I burnt the toast. It's the Russians. Can't trust them. Russia hacked the US election. Ah! Evidence. Bugger all. Made it up. These are declassified files that have just come out, which are involved from 1962 again, this guy Lemnitzer of Operation Northwoods, and they are plans to fake a Russian attack, blame it on the Soviet Union to justify a war. This is not new. Those two countries could work together, but they're not meant to work together, and so they're driven apart on purpose. We have a military government increasingly in the Trump administration, and we have, sleep well, a man called Mad Dog Mattis, who is deciding military policy and direction in the United States, the biggest military on earth by a mile. And if you go for Iran, you get China and Russia, and the three come together. And that's the plan. That's where they want to take it. So the next thing is create the enemy. How do we get there to the Hunger Games society? This is a world exclusive. This is ISIS headquarters. It's been found. It's been because you have to create an enemy. Now, what we call ISIS and all these other groups came out of the Pentagon through the Mujahideen and the Taliban in Afghanistan, through Al-Qaeda, through to Islamic State, Boko Haram in Africa as well. Zbigniew Brzezinski talked to the media in France, it's a news magazine, some years ago now, and he admitted that when he was National Security Advisor to President Jimmy Carter, they funded into existence something called the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, specifically to attack the Soviet satellite regime in Kabul, Afghanistan, to force the Soviet Union to invade Afghanistan, and in his words, give the Soviet Union their Vietnam. It cost 1 million Afghan lives, but these guys don't give a damn. And from the Mujahideen, became morphed into the Taliban, which morphed into Al-Qaeda. And the former British foreign minister, a guy called Robin Cook, said just before he died of a heart attack out of nowhere that Al-Qaeda means the base or the database, because Al-Qaeda was created from the database by the CIA and America, from the database of Mujahideen fighters that they had on the database to fight against the Russians. This is how it works. You've got the hidden hand in the shadows coming down through secret societies, through military intelligence, through terror group leaders, and then you've got the rank and file terrorists who haven't got a fricking clue why they're doing what they're doing or what the ultimate masters are. They are basically idiots, programmed idiots, very dangerous and deeply not just misguided, but crazy, lunatic idiots, but idiots all the same. It's not coming from them. This is a guy called Saeed Ramzi. It's not his real name for obvious reasons. He was an undercover reporter for French TV, and he infiltrated a cell of terrorists in Europe who were supposed to be carrying out terrorist attacks in Europe. And this is what he said. The militants had very little understanding of Islam. They were fast food jihadis. One of the main lessons was that I never saw any Islam in this affair. No will to improve the world, only lost, frustrated, suicidal, easily manipulated youths who had been promised a palace, a winged horse of gold and rubies in the afterlife if they would take part in these terrorist attacks and suicide bombings. And what we're looking at is not Islam. We're looking at something called Wahhabism, which is the creation of, as I explain in some detail in this new book, the creation of the British Empire and the House of Saud. This is why the House of Saud was the immediate creator, with Western money as well, and aid and weapons, of ISIS. And if you look at ISIS and Saudi Arabia and how they work, the only difference between the two is ISIS is perceived as a US enemy and Saudi Arabia is perceived, shockingly, as a US ally. Everything else is the same, including beheading people. And declassified Pentagon report, US created ISIL as a tool against Assad. Create the enemy, then you can get the excuse to go into a country. US effectively siding with Al-Qaeda in desire to get rid of Assad, former UK ambassador to Syria. Merchants of death, Obama, Clinton run weapons to ISIS from Libya, say intelligence documents. Hacked emails prove Hillary armed jihadis in Syria, including ISIS. And this guy was about to go into court on charges of supplying weapons to Libyan rebels. And before he went into court, he said, if I go in the witness box, I'm going to reveal Hillary Clinton's part in it. She was Secretary of State, of course. And they let him go and drop the charges, and off he went to go on with his life. Huge stash of US-made weapons found in ISIS-controlled territory in Syria on purpose. This is an organization called Action on Armed Violence. They found that 1.45 million guns were supplied by the US to Afghanistan and Iraq between 2001 and 2015, and only 3% of those weapons have been accounted for. Where did the others go? Well, it's obvious where they went. These are the flags of the real ISIS, created to justify all that's gone on in the Middle East, create the enemy and justify a war and a conflict. But this guy came in, Putin and the Russian Air Force, and they threw a spanner in the works. All these militaries were getting nowhere. ISIS was continuing to head to Damascus. He comes in, or the Russian military come in the Air Force, supporting the Assad military, and suddenly ISIS starts getting swept back. Why? Because they weren't frickin' trying, that's why. And as the Russians have removed ISIS from most of Syria, they're still trying to justify getting rid of Assad through military means by lying about the use of chemical weapons on his own people, when there's absolutely no need and every need for him not to do that, given that he would know he was giving them an excuse to do what he knows they want to do. And then we have the White Helmets, who are a West-funded, EU-funded, British Foreign Office-funded front organization, who have put out these pictures like here. They're looking after children who were hit by a sarin attack. And as experts in sarin have said from various countries, if they were dealing with people in a sarin attack with that protection, they would all have been dead in next to no time. It's all a hoax to problem, reaction, solution. Assad out of Syria. And long term, going back 30 years, Israel has had a plan to break up the Middle East, balkanize the Middle East into smaller units to allow them to have more control and to introduce what they call the Greater Israel, which is massively bigger than the present one. And now we're having these various elements that have taken over parts of Syria that are not part of the Assad regime, who are now saying we're not going to hand over that land to Assad, and so Syria is in danger of being balkanized. So this Greater Israel project, 30 years at least, it goes back further, but 30 years we've known about it anyway, is what the plan is, to balkanize the Middle East, as in the Balkans after the former Yugoslavia fell. And this is the other point of targeting Russia, Ukraine. Russia invading Ukraine, they say. Well, the coup in Ukraine that got rid of that Yanukovych again and put someone else in was orchestrated by this lady, Victoria Nuland. And she happens to be the wife of that guy, Kagan, one of the co-founders of the Project for the New American Century. It's all a movie script. And she was the one that put Poroshenko into power in Ukraine. So the moral West is a killing machine. And it's a killing machine because war is and terrorism is a fundamental part of pushing and installing this Hunger Games society. Voltaire said, "It is forbidden to kill, therefore all murderers are punished unless they kill in large numbers and to the sound of trumpets." And the real war criminals, they never get into the war crimes court. Only the losers, never them. The war criminals that have killed more people than you can even begin to imagine. So how do we stop war? We stop Britain, America, and the rest of the moral West from starting them. That's how we stop them. How do we get there? Engineered terrorism. We terrify you, and then we do what we want. They have their problem, they have their reaction, now watch them play out their pre-planned solution. Every time there's a terrorist attack, there is a common recurring sequence, and that is it's used to justify the deletion of freedom and the further imposition of the military police state. Thousands of jihadis going to kill you. We must take your freedoms. This is the mantra. Terrorist attack after terrorist attack. Who benefits from terrorist attacks? Anyone that wants to introduce the Hunger Games society. CIA agent on terrorism. Stories manufactured by elite to keep us killing each other. Exactly. Nice attacks. Destroying evidence at crime scene, French government orders destruction of CCTV video footage. Why would a government want to destroy video footage of a terrorist attack? Because it doesn't show what the official narrative says happened. That's why. That's why again and again, video surveillance cameras are not working when there is a terrorist attack, because the official story is not what happened. This is what terrorist attacks are designed to do, to get people into that state, and then they'll give their power away. Oh, yeah, I don't want you to take me freedom, but you've got to protect us. Here, have it. That's how it works. And it works brilliantly. Berliners call for more CCTV, with 83% saying more public areas should be covered by cameras in the wake of the Christmas market killings. Germany debates putting troops on streets to protect against terrorism. France to form National Guard amid calls to step up security. Armed SAS troops with shoot-to-kill orders are deployed on London Underground to monitor suspicious passengers. These now airport security controls are how you get into the Manchester Arena to see a music concert as a result of the bomb attack there this year. And what all this terrorism is about is giving the justification to build the police military state in the center of this Hunger Games pyramid to hold that status quo and the majority in servitude and control. That's what it is. Richard Day said in that event in 1969, everything has two purposes. One is the ostensible purpose, which will make it acceptable to people, and second is the real purpose, which would further the goals of establishing the new system. People are too trusting. People don't ask the right questions. And ironically, the ones that don't ask the right questions, most importantly and most often, are journalists. So, because so many of these terrorist attacks are actually staged to allow a problem, reaction, solution, you see common themes in them. If it works, keep doing it. First of all, a terrorist passport is found again and again. A terrorist identifies the cause, God is great, and an anti-terrorism drill is often happening at the same time, which mirrors what actually happened. Someone on the internet was talking about passports, and they said, would you please send me your passports, because I want to build a bomb-proof shelter. And clearly passports are indestructible. I mean, if you lose your passport, call the security forces, because they find them everywhere. I was watching the BBC News. I was watching the BBC News after the September the 11th, a few days afterwards, and a BBC newsreader told me, without laughing, that the FBI, New York police, had found a passport from one of the hijackers that had come out one of the planes. Her name was Fiona Bruce. I thought she was going to laugh in a minute. She never did. And what they said was, there's a place right next to Ground Zero called Vesey Street, and they found the passport there. I mean, was it singed? I mean, fireball, paper passport. I think there's some law of physics in there somewhere. During the London bombings known as 7/7 in 2005, there was a guy on a tube train with a backpack who's supposed to have blown himself to pieces. They found his passport and his mobile phone insurance in the backpack. But just before they found it in the tube, they just happened to have raided his house and gone through it. Paris as well, passport. They got a passport. Is them Arabs? Is them Islams? Then there's the drill, the miracle drill, which is happening at the same time as the real thing is happening. How many people, well, many people in this room maybe, but in general, realize that on the morning of September the 11th, of all the mornings in all the years in all the world, that there were a stream of exercises going on in the skies over the eastern seaboard where the 9/11 planes were, that were planned long before, and they were exercises practicing scenarios for planes being hijacked, including one scenario which was that the plane would be flown into a building in Washington, D.C. I've seen the logs from the morning from an organization called NORAD, which is supposed to protect America from the skies, attacks on the skies and things like these hijackings. And as the reports of the real 9/11 planes came in, it was clear NORAD staff were totally confused. They were saying things like, is this real or is this exercise? And because all these planes were taking part in the exercise, they weren't in the positions they normally would have been at that morning, which is why they took so long to react to the planes and everything that happened before they arrived. It was a total scam, and Dick Cheney was massively involved on one level with it. Boston Marathon, there was a drill going on that mirrored what happened when that went on. Same in Paris and a stream of mass shootings in America. Again and again, the FBI has been found out being involved in people planning terrorist attacks, even encouraging those attacks, again and again. Look at this thing. I've seen this joke of an official narrative in Las Vegas over this shooting. It started changing by the hour. And here we have a classic, as I mentioned earlier. 2001, 9/11, 85 surveillance cameras failed to capture even 1 second of a video of a Boeing 757 crashing into the Pentagon. 2017, 2,000 surveillance cameras, actually more, failed to capture even 1 second of a man carrying 47 guns, ammo cameras, and 2 shooting platforms into that hotel room. Joke! It's all a perception deception. We want video cameras everywhere except when we're doing something. Okay, how do we get there? World Army Police State. This is the American military budget, and it's bigger than all those countries put together, because the American military is the military of the web. They all are, but particularly the American military. That's why it does what it does. The US military is in 147 countries and taking over the world by claiming to save it, and it has arrogantly, for reasons I'll come to in a sec, broken up the world into a series of comms or commands, all controlled and parts of the American military global reach. And the reason that's been done is not actually for the American military. This is the structure being created for the World Army structure, which is planned to take over, and the American military will then be part of that. And that's why it's being done. North Atlantic Terrorist Organization, NATO, and these other things like the European Army they're planning, which I talked about in the 1990s, etc., the UN peacekeeping operation, that's planned to be all merged into a world army to impose the will of the world government. And I said earlier that it's planned to be a military police operation. Everything the same organization. And that's one of the reasons why the police are looking more and more and more like the military all the time. In America, through something called the 1033 program, where the Pentagon gives military equipment to even local police forces, police officers are going around in tanks in America. Militarization of the police out of control, that's what it's planned to be. Armed forces will patrol streets in armored vehicles to protect Britons from ISIS attacks over Bank Holiday weekend. This is how it's being used. We're seeing this military police force coming in, of course now increasingly from the air with drones, and laws against everything so that more and more control can be imposed through more and more laws. Border Patrol launches program to scan the face of every person leaving US. This is how many kids in parts of America go to school, through airport surveillance and security. And what that's doing, and why they are putting cameras all over schools, why they are putting fingerprint recognition technology in schools to get library books, why they are putting this surveillance technology in schools under the excuse of protecting children, is nothing to do with that. It's programming the children's minds to accept constant total control for the rest of their lives in wider society as the normal, how things are. You know, when you come into this world, you tend to think, well, this is how things are when you come into the world. So I'm 65 now. I know I don't look it, but I'm 65 now. And therefore, I was born in 1952. I remember when this world was very different. I have a compass because of that to see how things have changed. You're born into this now. This is your normal. And that's the plan, to make this mass surveillance just normal. And this fantastic scale of surveillance now, in every area of our lives, fine detail, that is just for terrorism. You're having a laugh. And don't let anyone, we need to know this. We need to know it's happening. But don't let anyone kid themselves that they don't want us to know the scale of surveillance. They do. Because of this. It's a study which shows that mass surveillance breeds meekness, fear, and self-censorship. If you think you're being put under surveillance, then you don't say things, you don't do things. The thought of being under surveillance changes your life. That's why they want us to know. Big brother state everywhere. Anyone in the media asks why? It's terrorism bullshit. It's to create this police surveillance state to stop rebellion against what is happening. For this reason, I said years and years and years ago that this stuff that was then operating under the radar would have to break the surface at some point where it can be seen. Otherwise, they can't change society in the way that this is planned to do. It's now broken. It's now broken the surface for anyone with a mind to see. And they have a period of time before they lock everything down where they're in the open. And the idea is to push this police surveillance state on as fast as possible so that they have the ability to control rebellion when enough people have looked up and gone, God, so that's what's happening. Yes, all through your life it's been happening. And they want to stop that by having this surveillance state in place. And if anyone wants to know, or get a glimpse of what this military police state is supposed to be like, then just remember what happened in Catalonia to the Catalans when they were attacked by the police in the most extraordinary ways while they were simply standing there waiting to cast their vote. This is coming soon unless we get our asses in gear. And that is why these front groups try to use racism to silence me, because this is the real stuff they don't want to come out. How do we get there? Globalization and centralization. When there's a few of you and you want to control the many, then you have to constantly centralize decision-making. The more you centralize decision-making, the more power the few have over the many. And this is why the centralization of global power has been incessant and goes on being incessant. Globalism, this is what they want us to think it is, everyone coming together. This is what it really is, handing power to the tiny few over everyone else. And they're doing it through a process which is very much connected to problem, reaction, solution, that I call the totalitarian tiptoe. This means you start at A and you know you're going to Z, a full-blown Orwellian fascist global state. But if you go in too big a leaps, the change is so obvious, people will look up from the game show and the sport and say, what's going on? So what you do is you go as fast as you can, but not so fast that you alert too many people to the pattern. You are promoting every step as unconnected to the other steps. And I call it the totalitarian tiptoe. And what they want is this structure with these super states under the top structure of the world government. And these are being brought about, like everything else, through the totalitarian tiptoe. And that's what has turned a free trade area in Europe into a global fascist communist state, bureaucratic state, fascist communist, choose whatever name you like, they're both the same, just another label, for centralization of power. And this is Jean Monnet, one of the founding fathers of the EU, or a founding father, the founding father in many ways of what became the EU, and a Rothschild frontman. He said this in a letter to a friend the day after I was born, 65 years ago. Europe's, when they were saying it's just a free trade area, nothing to worry about, good for jobs. Europe's nations should be guided towards the superstate without their people understanding what is happening. This can be accomplished by successive steps, each disguised as having an economic purpose, but which will eventually and irreversibly lead to federation, totalitarian tiptoe. And this week, it's come out in a secret British government document locked away for 30 years to show how this man, a paedophile and Satanist, by the way, Edward Heath, Prime Minister who signed us into what became the EU, he and his mates lied and lied up to the British people about the consequences of entering the common market when they knew exactly where it was meant to lead. So this is the European Union, democracy in action. Give them a parliament with no power and we can call it a democracy when the dark suits in Brussels control it all. And this is the relationship between countries and Britain and the EU, there you go. And that's why the majority of people in the referendum, Brexit, voted to come out. Now the empire strikes back. The political class in Britain and the political class in Brussels and the political classes throughout the countries of Europe are trying to stop Brexit happening, or at least dilute it to the extent that it's not worth happening in the first place. And ironically, many of the people, the mindset known as progressive, I'll come to that later, who go on marches now saying we must stay in the EU, are the same people, many of them, who go on marches against globalization and against trade agreements giving massive power to centralized power in the hands of corporations. And they're so bewildered, they don't realize that the centralization of power in the EU and the centralization of power we call globalization are aspects of the same agenda for total globalization of power. And the corporations increasingly are running the world, not governments, and this web controls the corporations. 100 biggest economies in the world now, 51 are corporations, only 49 are countries. Top 200 corporations, bigger than 182 countries combined. 147 corporations account for 40% of global trade. And everywhere I go, small business and middling business, even much bigger business that are not giant corporations, are complaining that they are being destroyed and demolished by red tape and regulation that they have to deal with just to run a business. That is not an accident. Small and medium business, even bigger businesses, like I say, are being targeted for destruction because in the world of the Hunger Games society, only giant corporations controlled by the same force will be selling, making everything. And that is happening in front of our eyes now in the retail world, and it's called Amazon. $1 in every 2 in the United States online goes to Amazon. Now, interdependence, loss of dependence. The reason for centralization of power, not least in Europe, is to take control of communities away from them so there's no self-sufficiency, there's no ability to decide what happens in their own area because it's all being dictated over here. And the only people that have control of everything are those that control the system. Everyone else within the system is dependent on elsewhere and others in the system, and that's what this is all about, the interdependence through loss of independence. And in the Hunger Games Society movie series, they broke up the country into various areas which specialized in various specializations of production or agriculture or whatever. And then in the capital, that's where what I would call now the 1% or less than 1% lived, and everyone else was in servitude, specializing in these various things, and that's how they stitched the world up. That is just a metaphor for the world of the Hunger Games Society. Richard Day revealed it all in 1969. The stated plan was that different parts of the world would be assigned different roles of industry and commerce in a unified global system. The continued preeminence of the United States and the relative independence and self-sufficiency of the United States would have to be changed. And that is what has happened ever since, and that's what outsourcing to poor countries and China and all the rest of it has been about. Now, I said earlier about the world of regions. They don't want nation states. All these social engineering wish lists, they invariably include not just the breakup of the family, but the end of nation states. And they have a problem in doing that because of people's sense of history, their sense of culture, their sense of uniqueness. And I love all that. When I go around the world, it's just so sad when you see things all becoming the same. And so they have a problem with a sense of culture, a sense of nationhood, a sense of history. And that's what this is about. This has been planned, the migrant crisis into Europe has been planned for decades and decades and decades. And here we go, Richard Day, 1969. There would be mass movements and migrations of people without roots in their new locations because traditions are easier to change in a place where there are a lot of transplanted people as compared to trying to change traditions in a place where people grew up and had an extended family where they had roots. That is what is happening. And they want us to see everything in black and white, in pieces and not dots. Them and us, bad guys and good guys. What's actually happening is the migrants coming in large numbers and the indigenous population are being played off against each other, pawns in the same game, and the same hands are holding the strings of both. Now, for reasons I'll come to in part 3, and there is a reason, this network of families and secret societies that are driving this, at one level anyway, it goes much deeper than them, they have an inability to feel what we would call human emotion. They do not have this key fail-safe mechanism of human behavior, empathy, being able to put yourself in the position of someone else and their feelings. But they know the target population has, or much of it has, and they manipulate emotion mercilessly because they know that that is a very powerful weapon. Now, so many young children and children in general have lost their lives trying to get across the Mediterranean, trying to get into Europe, from countries that have been devastated by the same people orchestrating the migrant crisis. Just dominoes falling, they knew what would happen. But they picked this one, this little boy found on the beach of Turkey, who was trying with his family to get across the Med to Europe and then on into Canada. And they picked it up, of course the media picked it up globally, and there was a wave of understandable emotion for that extraordinarily emotive picture. And as a result of that, Merkel opened the doors of Germany, not just to people who were fleeing war and persecution, you know, fair enough, oh yeah, let's do that, but to anybody, without any checks, nothing, anybody, I'll just open them up. And people in Germany, many people anyway, were on the platforms clapping them in and welcoming them. Why? Because at that time, every one of those people coming off those trains was that little boy on the beach in Turkey. The emotion. And they worked this mercilessly. And then, of course, endless people coming in, not fleeing war, most of them. I'm all for that, for helping those people, absolutely. But overwhelmingly, adult men, young, often mostly adult men, with all the problems that was going to cause. And people in Germany, I know, were like shocked that Merkel could just do that. Why would she do it? Because Angela Merkel is controlled by this web to her DNA and her fingertips. She is serving this, not the people of Germany, just like the people in Britain are serving the same web and not the people of Britain. And therefore, she does what the agenda wants, not what is good for Germany, not what is good for harmony in Germany or any of those things, and that's why she did it. And here he is again. Leaked Soros memo, refugee crisis, new normal, gives new opportunities for global influence. This guy is massively behind the migrant crisis in Europe through his networks foundations and this global Open Society Foundation. And in the new book, Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told, I expose this in some detail because it's important to know. And I was in Hungary just a few weeks ago, and on the bus stops in Hungary and on the billboards, there are posters of Soros, which the government has put up, exposing what this guy is doing. Everywhere this guy is. That's why he's been allowed to become this multi-billionaire, and the deal is a great deal of that money is then spent to advance the agenda. This is Viktor Orbán, Prime Minister of Hungary, on George Soros. His name is perhaps the strongest example of those who support anything that weakens nation states. They support everything that changes the traditional European lifestyle. That's what this is all about. And both the migrants coming in and the indigenous population are both pawns in the same game. And they want the two to be at war with each other. Farage has just been talking about Soros. I've been in my books for years, this guy. Now others are starting to see him in the mainstream. In America, a local news program exposed that he's doing the same in the United States. Exactly the same. And what they want to do, usual way of the few controlling the many, they want to divide and rule. Play culture off against culture, migrant off against indigenous population. And the more terrorist attacks they are, the more terrorist attacks they can stage, the more anger the indigenous population it generates. So you have surging inter-community confrontations in France, means civil war is inevitable. Thousands take to streets in protest to protest Germany's immigration policy following week of bloody violence. And they're doing the same in America, playing off Trump supporters against anti-Trump, this faction against this faction, slaves fighting slaves for the slave owners. That's what they're doing. The more fault lines between us they can create, the more slaves they have fighting slaves. The elite wants a race war. And he's behind that as well. Not him personally, he's not sitting at a desk and destroying it all. The network he controls and funds is doing it. And Soros is just like Brzezinski was. When he's telling you what he thinks should happen or will happen, he's telling you what is planned to happen. And he's predicted riots, police state, and civil war for America. Exactly what has unfolded since he predicted it. And this is what this white supremacist against Antifa stuff is all about. Faction against faction, civil war, that's what they want. And here's a leaked tax return. George Soros sent more than $1.7 million to Antifa. It's all orchestrated, all of it. And if people don't get their heads together and realize they're pawns in a game they don't understand, they'll go on being a pawns in a game. And all of them will end up in this Hunger Games society. Pawns fight over puppet. Trump against anti-Trump. Our mask on the same face is better than yours. Wake up! And that's why I said earlier, be very careful. We should be very careful about mainstream being played off against populism, because any divide and rule is good for this agenda. All lives matter. Why can't we just realize I'll get into this in part two. Part two for me is just about the most important part of what we need to know. But we are awareness having an experience. We are a point of attention with infinite awareness having different experiences. We call them races. We call them belief systems. We call them religions. We call them income brackets. But they're experiences. And if we self-identify with the experience instead of being that awareness having the experience, then those experiences, believed to be self, phantom self, are just waiting to get played off against each other. How do we get there? Create and control money. Massive one. The Rothschilds, we are the banking system in many ways. They created it out of Frankfurt, Germany. This is Nathan Rothschild, who created the Rothschild Empire in Britain. I care not what puppet is placed upon the throne of England to rule the empire on which the sun never sets. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the British money supply. Control the world money supply, and you control the world. Give a man a gun, and he can rob a bank. Give a man a bank, and he can rob the world. Give the man the banking system, and he'll run the world. And the banking system is controlled ultimately from the spider and comes out into the scene as individual banks, but in the end it's one bank, controlled by one web. And so you have the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the European Central Bank, the World Bank, the central banks like the Federal Reserve in America of countries, and they're all controlled by the same web, and they're all operating to the same agenda. That's why they can crash the economy or lift the economy at will whenever they choose. Now, one of the major vehicles for this is the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland. This is a private banking organization made up of the heads of the central banks of the countries of the world, where they meet regularly to orchestrate a common policy through all of them. This policy comes down from the Bank of International Settlements, down through national central banks, why wouldn't it? The heads have decided it, down through government economic policy, and down to the people who have to suffer the consequences. The hidden hand comes down through secret societies, the financial elite, the banking system, government policy, and the people. That's how it works. And it's based on a criminal activity, organized crime, which is lending people money that doesn't exist, called credit, and charging them interest on it. And when you go into a bank and you say, have a loan of 50,000 euros, that bank does not move precious metals anywhere. It doesn't move physical money anywhere. Precious metals, none of it. It types into your account 50,000 euros that has never, does not, and will never exist, called credit. From that moment, you're paying back 50,000 euros plus interest. Now, this is the point. When you take out the loan, the bank creates the loan. It does not create the interest. Thus, there is systematically, on purpose, never ever enough money in circulation, credit, whatever form it takes, to pay back all the outstanding debt and all the principal on the outstanding debt, or the interest, rather, on the outstanding debt. Thus, people losing their homes, their businesses, their land, their possessions, are all written into the fabric of the banking system. And what has happened also is that because the same people, the same web has controlled governments, has controlled the banking system, laws have been passed to allow banks to lend, at least 10 times what it has in deposit, called fractional reserve lending. You don't have to have the money to lend it. So you put a euro in a bank, it can now lend 9, 10 to someone else and charge them interest on it. And it's just credit, it's just figures on the screen, it doesn't exist. And because of this, they've taken the world over. This was a poll of British politicians. 80% of them did not know how money is created. And some of them will be on financial committees making financial decisions. They didn't realize that money is created by banks lending fresh air money called credit that has never, does not, and will never exist except in theory. And because of this, the banking system and those who control it have spent centuries swapping fresh air credit for wealth that does exist, resources, homes, businesses, etc. And in that way, they have stolen the real wealth of the world for handing over fresh air money. And it's still going on. I lost my home. I couldn't pay back money that doesn't exist. Incredible, but true. Billionaire presidency, man of the people. More billionaires in the current American administration than ever before. While there's a war on the homeless. Even laws in America against feeding the homeless. This is the Hunger Games society unfolding in front of our eyes. The idea is to crush the population into subservience. And because they want everybody, this is why they're targeting now what people call the middle class. Middle class in Europe, middle class in America is slightly different, but that's what they're targeting, the middle class. Huge companies are already bleeding the middle class dry, so why do we want to give them tax cuts? Because we want to create the Hunger Games society. And the idea is to make everyone a slave by taking their money and forcing them into this lower level of the Hunger Games society. And one way they plan to do it is this. There's been a development this week, which is another confirmation of what I've been saying for years and years and years and years. Up to relatively recently, last few years, when banks collapsed, as we saw in 2008, the governments hosed money at the banks to bail them out. And the people that crashed the banks actually ended up far richer, and the people ended up in austerity because of all the money that had been borrowed by the government, which they have to pay back. But they've moved to something else now. Since 2013, and the banking collapse in Cyprus, they've gone from bailouts to bail-ins. Policy in Europe now, and further afield in the world. This means that when a bank collapses, the governments don't bail them out using the people's money. The banks and the governments go straight to the depositors' bank accounts in those banks and just take the money. That's what happened in Cyprus. A lot of rich people with money in those banks weren't so rich afterwards. Most of it was taken. The bail-in, simple. You change the law so you can go to people's bank accounts and just take the money if there's a banking collapse, and then you instigate a banking collapse. And that is what is planned. And people say money is safe in the bank. No, you're just an unsecured creditor. And here's that development. Up to this point in Europe, if a bank collapses, the government has guaranteed 100,000 euros will be paid back to you in this bail-in and what have you. In Britain, it's 85,000 pounds. This week. The European Central Bank wants to end that. Stop that guarantee and only have discretionary payments by a competent authority on the basis of what it perceives is appropriate amount of your money that they should let you have access to. And the idea is to use the bail-in to steal the money of people who think now that they're okay. And this is a theme. Austria just announced a 54% haircut. That's the jargon for taking the money. A haircut of senior creditors in first bail-in under new European rules. Taxman's plan to covert raids on family bank accounts. Belgian government applies retroactive tax and removes funds from citizens' bank accounts. Australian pensioners and savers have bank accounts raided by the government. This is where we're going. And this is one of the key things that they have in waiting to crash the global economy. And that's something called the derivatives market, which is supposed to be worth trillions of dollars and is worth probably, a round of drinks. Because they sell the same thing over and over again, and each one thinks it actually exists, and it doesn't. It's a fresh air, and when people look down and realize it's fresh air, bang. They want it all. They want it all, and that's why the wealthiest, when I started this world tour in 2016, the world's wealthiest 62 people were worth the same as the poorest half of the world population combined. The latest figures I've seen is down to something in single figures. And they don't pay tax, and people sleep in the streets while they don't pay tax. And this is another key part of what I was talking about earlier. Since the 1990s in my books, I've said the plan is to get rid of cash and have a cashless society, which is fundamentally about freedom. Because if you go into a shop now and you hand over a credit card, which is, money, electronic money, cashless society, in effect, when that computer says, no, it won't accept your card, you can still pay cash. When there's no cash and that computer says it won't accept your card, or microchip as it's planned to be after that, then you've got no means of purchasing apart from barter. And the idea is to make barter illegal on the basis of you can't tax it. This is the plan. But cashless society, oh, it's so convenient. Anyone think they're going to make accepting your own prison inconvenient? So, how do we get there? Global warming, climate change. I'll whip through this as fast as I can. This is another element of it. The global warming hoax, as I would call it, is about finding an excuse to transform global society. And it's about fear again, fear of the end of the world. And here's some global warming activists campaigning for their own enslavement. Because they just don't look at the evidence. They look at part of the evidence. This is Martin Luther King. He said, nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. And it remains so to this day. And who is behind the progressive movement that is the driving force behind changing the world because of global warming? George Soros and his Open Society Foundations. This is from last year. They had a big event in Washington, D.C. called Democracy Spring, remember Arab Spring, where they were campaigning against billionaires' involvement in politics. And key organizations that organize that are funded by him, a billionaire manipulating politics. And this is what he said: I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do. So why is Soros one of the major funders of the so-called progressive organizations and movements in Europe and in North America? Because it's a scam. Rockefeller, Ford Foundations behind World Socialist Forum, the corporate funding of social activism. Why do these people want to fund activism? Because of this. If you want to control a game, then if you control one side, you'll influence the game. You control both sides and the referee, you know the outcome before the game starts. That's why they're funding both sides. And progressives, as they're called, non-liberal progressives, need to get their heads around the way that they're being manipulated. So before we get into global warming and all that stuff, this is important. The United Nations, what is it? It's a stalking horse for world government. It's part of the totalitarian tiptoe to a fully blown world government. And it was fundamentally influenced in its creation by the House of Rothschild, and in America, the House of Rockefeller. J.D. Rockefeller was very much involved in the creation of the League of Nations, which was the first effort at a global body after World War I. When that didn't quite work, they had another go with the United Nations after World War II, and the New York UN building was given, the land on which it's built was given free, and think what that would be worth, by the Rockefeller family. So if we go to this, this group of cusp organizations from that web earlier, which answer to a secret society in Britain called the Round Table. This details all in my books. One of them is the Council on Foreign Relations, which has driven to such a large extent American foreign policy since it was created in 1921. They go and sing for their supper at the Council on Foreign Relations from the State Department there. Now, J.D. Rockefeller funded the creation of the CFR, as it's called, in 1921, paid its ongoing expenses, and provided the headquarters, which is still there in New York to this day. That's relevant because at the creation of the United Nations, after the Second World War, 74 members of the American delegation that created the UN were members of the Rockefeller Council on Foreign Relations. And so there you have the United Nations, a Rockefeller Rothschild organization, a stalking horse for world government. And the climate change hoax is being driven through the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was headed for a long time by a railway engineer who would have made a greater gift to the world if he'd gone and mended some trucks or something, or changed some points. And the United Nations is also driving this, Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. These are agendas, they're basically the same agenda, or one's an advance on the other, to transform global society. And one of the major justifications of doing that is the climate change hoax being driven through the same United Nations. These are United Nations climate change officials. This is the first time in the history of mankind that we are setting ourselves the task of intentionally, within a defined period of time, to change the economic development model. Another one, we redistribute de facto the world's wealth by climate policy. It's not about saving the climate, it's about changing human society. And here's another one of those cusp organizations answering to the same secret society as the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome. This was created in the 1960s specifically to use the environment as an excuse to advance this Hunger Games society agenda. This is one of its co-founders, Aurelio Pecci, in 1991. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, famine, and the like would fit the bill. Exactly what has been going on. So you have the hidden hand, the spider ultimately, coming down through the secret society and Club of Rome networks, down through government policy, mainstream science, the green groups, and then the people get the consequences as usual on the bottom. Here's the Global Warming Survival Handbook, David de Rothschild, the usual suspects on the stage selling the Webb's policy and propaganda. See, the great thing to remember is it's not the picture that often tells the story, it's the caption. Because the caption or the voiceover on television is telling you what to make of the picture. The picture might not be what they're telling you it is, but people accept it when the voiceover tells them it is. Here's a distressed polar bear. Distressed polar bears have existed all along, but no, it's global warming. Well, this lady, Dr. Susan Crockford, University of Victoria, British Columbia, would not agree. She says, polar bears are still a conservation success story. With a global population almost certainly greater than 25,000, we can say for sure there are more polar bears now than 40 years ago. I don't remember Al Gore mentioning that. Propaganda, look at this nonsense. And this is the Maldives government having a cabinet meeting underwater to highlight the dangers of sea level rise around the Maldives. And this is Dr. Nicholas Morner, former president of the International Commission on Sea Level Change. In 40 years of study, I have found no sea level rise at all. In fact, when I was researching this latest book, there was a study came out this year of sea levels, and they found there is more land now than there was, and many of the areas where there's more land are in coastal areas. This is 4 studies from 2016, no observable sea level effect from man-made global warming. But just give out the propaganda, particularly to the young, to tell them their world is being destroyed by the old people. It's hot, it's global warming. It's cold, it's global warming. All these things that Gore predicted, death and destruction, by now, in fact, up 7 years ago, some of them, never happened. And this is a point, when you're telling the truth, you don't need to fix the data. But they've been caught fixing the data over and over and over again. This is the infamous hockey stick graph, where they said this was the temperature, it's kind of it's staying there, and it's not going up, and it's all, whoosh, okay, we're all gonna die! But they just kind of forgot something here, called the medieval warm period. This is why emails that have come out from these people have been made public, reveal that they were conspiring, conspiracy, do they exist? Conspiring to lose that, so that could look like that. And medieval warm period was a time, 1000 AD and closer to now, which where temperatures were much higher than they are today. And then, I mean, what caused them? Turbocharged handcarts? I mean, what caused that? Well, how did human industrial activity cause the medieval warm period? I'll get to what caused it in a minute. So then it comes down into what's called the Little Ice Age, when temperatures absolutely plummeted. And then it started to rise and come up into the, through the 1900s. And in that Little Ice Age, the Thames in London used to freeze over every year. I'm sure the same happened in the Netherlands. And they had ice fairs on the Thames. And when they now say, it's the hottest year since records began, what they don't tell you is most of these records began when we're still coming out of the Little Ice Age, so the comparison is irrelevant. And the temperatures which were supposed to have soared have remained relatively stable. This is the mean temperature, the green line. They go up and down, of course they do. And this is a scientists, they were gagged on this until it was revealed they were gagged and then it had to be released. This was at CERN, the kind of home of global physics. And they, in one of their studies, they found there was a very close correlation between the impact of cosmic rays and Earth temperature, which kind of means it's a sensational finding. It's absolutely sensational. What it means is that the sun affects temperature. Gee, I'm sorry I didn't go to university because they worked it out. The sun affects temperature. Of course it does. Have you ever seen a climate change scientist talk about the sun's impact on temperature? Climate change myth smashed as scientists confirm solar activity is a significant driver of the Earth's climate. You don't bloody say. There you go, Al Gore, the truth at last. This is what changes temperature, or at least massively influential on it. Here, George Carlin, the planet is fine, the people are fucked. That's about right. About right. Now, this is a graph of greenhouse gases, and that, of course, is CO2. That's carbon dioxide. It has to be. With all the propaganda, it has to be. But it's not. This is CO2, and only the red sliver, because this is three-dimensional, the only red sliver is caused by human activity. The rest is natural. This is water vapor and clouds. I think we ought to ban them. Or at least tax them. Tax clouds and condensation. Tax it. It's a nonsense, and that's why you can do a coach and horses through the official story. Why do so many scientists cling on to this nonsense? Climate Change Business Journal, annual cost, in other words, money frothing around to go to scientists who sing from the song sheet, $1.5 trillion a year. And this is a lady who, at the start of this world tour, I was featuring Dr. Judith Curry as someone who was questioning global warming. This story, by the time the tour ends, she's lost her job at a university for not singing from the song sheet, in effect. French TV weatherman sacked for book questioning hype over climate change. The climate change scam: mislead the public, get a big grant. Tell the truth, lose your job. That's why the song sheet is so widely circulated. And this guy, Upton Sinclair, said, "It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon his not understanding it." 97% 97% of climate scientists agree humans are causing global warming. Lie. Even the Wall Street Journal has exposed that myth. But just keep repeating it. This is an Empress professor, University of Manchester, with a long history in these various areas of science, including NASA, a man called Professor Leslie Woodcock, and he says this: water is a much more powerful greenhouse gas, and there is 20 times more of it in our atmosphere, around 1% of the atmosphere, whereas CO2 is only 0.04%. Carbon dioxide has been made out to be some kind of toxic gas, but the truth is that it's the gas of life. We breathe it out, plants breathe it in, and it's not caused by us. Global warming is nonsense. This is a man in Australia, David Evans, full-time or part-time consultant for 11 years with the Australian Greenhouse Office, now the Department of Climate Change, who believed it to start with, and now says this: the debate about global warming has reached crazy proportions. The theory was based on a guess that was proved false by empirical evidence during the 1990s, but the gravy train was too big, with too many jobs, industries, trading profits, political careers, and that this is the key, and the possibility of world government and total control riding on the outcome. We have to have world government to dictate to every country to save the planet from climate change disaster. That's the scam. That's the narrative. Evans said that the governments and their tame climate scientists now outrageously maintain the fiction that carbon dioxide is a dangerous pollutant, rather than admit they were wrong even when the evidence is overwhelming. James Lovelock, godfather of the Green Movement in Britain, said, "We're all going to die." Now he said, "Actually, I've looked at it, and it's a religion, and it's bunk." Creator of the Weather Channel, John Coleman, global warming is a nonsense. And notice the language. Scientists who support the climate change lie are scientists and climate experts. Scientists who expose the lie are skeptics and deniers. Straight off the books of, or the pages of 1984. Greenhouse fracking, however, is no problem, even though it emits large quantities of greenhouse gases. That would seem to be a contradiction, but it's not. What brings them together is what suits the agenda good, what doesn't suit the agenda bad. And so belief in global warming is good for the agenda, and fracking, for reasons I go into in the books, is good for the agenda. And so you have an apparent contradiction, which isn't, because what's good for the agenda is what connects the two of them. And Nikola Tesla, a real scientist, who understood so much more about reality, as we'll see in part 2. He said the electricity to power human society is all around us. We live in a seething mass of electricity and electromagnetism, which I'll explain in part 2, which can be tapped for power without use of fossil fuels. He said this: all peoples everywhere should have free electricity sources. Electric power is everywhere present in unlimited quantities and can drive the world's machinery without the need for coal, oil, and gas. Why aren't the people that saying that fossil fuels are killing the planet, why aren't they pushing this technology, which they've known about since they stole his documents when he died almost penniless in 1943? Because they want to keep this from us, because they don't want us to have free power. They want us to pay massive amounts of money for it, so that's part of the control system. Now, what they're saying, quickly, what they're saying, whenever there's a disaster, a weather disaster, they say, it's global warming. Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not, because weather wars are with us. Is weather warfare a conspiracy theory? No, it's not. According to the World Meteorological Organization, at least 52 countries have weather manipulating, not studies, but programs actually doing it. America is, as I reveal in the books from their documents, is massively advanced in it. And Richard Day, 1969, and he worked in weather manipulation during World War II for the American military. He said this in 1969. There was mention then of weather. This was another really striking statement. He said, we can or soon will be able to control the weather. He said, I'm not merely referring to dropping iodide crystals into the clouds to precipitate rain that's already there, but real control. And weather was seen as a weapon of war, a weapon of influencing public opinion. It could make rain or withhold rain in order to influence certain areas and bring them under your control. There were two sides to this that were rather striking. He said, on one hand, you can make drought during the growing season so that nothing will grow. And on the other hand, you can make for very heavy rains during harvest season so the fields are too muddy to bring in the harvest. And indeed, one might be able to do both. There was no statement about how this was be done. It was either stated it was already possible or very, very close to being possible in 1969. It's massively possible and advanced now. And things like Hurricane Harvey, they can be, I'm not saying it was, but they can be technologically created with the technology they have now. How do we get there? Agenda 21, 2030. Okay, you've got your problem. We must save the planet from climate change. And so here's your solution. The United Nations agendas, same as climate change, Agenda 21, 2030. These are agendas which have been signed up to by countries all over the world to transform global society. This is from their own documents, the wish list of Agenda 21, which was formed and agreed at the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, fronted up by the Rockefeller family, the Rothschilds, and others working for them. This demands an end to national sovereignty. Everywhere you see that. State planning and management of all land resources, ecosystems, deserts, forests, mountains, oceans, and fresh water. Agriculture, rural development, biotechnology, and ensuring equity equals slavery. The state to define the role of business and financial resources. This is all to save the planet. Abolition of private property. It's not sustainable, apparently, except for the elite. Restructuring the family unit. Here we go. Children raised by the state. Here we go. People told what their job will be, major restrictions on movement, creation of human settlement zones, I'll come to those in a sec, major resettlement of people as they are forced to vacate land where they live, dumbing down education, achieved, mass global depopulation in pursuit of all the above. Now, Agenda 2030 was agreed at the 2015 meeting of the UN General Assembly. And this is basically Agenda 21 on steroids. What they do, this is how the scam works. They tell you what they want to do, and they give you things you couldn't argue with. No poverty, you can argue with that. Zero hunger, exactly. Quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation and all that. What they don't tell you is what it really means And what it really means is the centralized control of everything to bring that about. Even the water we drink, centralized control of everything. So let's take this one, zero hunger, right. This is Richard Day in 1969. Food supplies would become under tight control, food shortages would be created in a hurry, and people would realize the dangers of overpopulation. Ultimately, whether the population slows down or not, food supply is to be brought under centralized control so that people would have enough to be well nourished, but they would not have enough to support any fugitive of the new system. In other words, if you had a friend or relative who didn't sign on to this new Hunger Games society, and growing one's own food would be outlawed, this would be done under some sort of pretext. In the beginning, I mentioned there were two purposes for everything, one the ostensible purpose and one the real purpose. And the ostensible purpose here would be that growing your own vegetables was unsafe. It would spread disease or something like that. So the acceptable idea was to protect the consumer, but the real idea was to limit the food supply, and growing your own food would be illegal. And in places like North America, they're using zonal laws to stop people growing their own food, to, like here, pull up community gardens because they want control of all the food supply. You want to eat, you do as we say. That's the idea. War on family and organic farms in America, and as they fall, then the giant corporations take over. 1913, corn is 100% farmer-owned. 2013, 95% owned by corporations in America, 90% GMO. Monsanto and Bayer, this merger that's in the offing. Why food and agriculture just took a turn for the worse? More and more centralized control of food. Henry Kissinger, control oil and you control nations. Control food and you control the people. Control water and you control them even quicker. So we have clean water and sanitation. Control the water and you control the people, like I say, even quicker than food. And what they're doing now in places like America, like I say, that's the starting point of it, it goes global, is the states, or some states, like here in Oregon, they are claiming ownership of every drop of water, even if it falls on your own land or your own house. They own it. This is a couple forced to destroy a 40-year-old pond on their lone property because the government said it owned the rainwater that fell in it. We've had this Nestle CEO saying water is not a human right, should be privatized. Not a human right, you try living without it, mate. US court, private property rights, all water to be controlled by government. This is what Agenda 21, 2030 is all about. California legislature wants to tax drinking water for the first time. Water barons, Wall Street, mega banks are buying up the world's water. This is the theme. So then we come to sustainable cities and communities. Well, who can argue with that? Well, I can, if you look at the background. What they're doing again in America is they are not repairing rural roads. They are closing rural schools. They're pulling money out of rural economies, and they're closing roads, not just not repairing them, and they're forcing people off the land because they want everyone in the cities where they can be controlled. This is a map from the simulated reserve and corridor system to protect biodiversity required by the UN Convention on Biological Diversity and Wildlands Project, etc., etc. This is a map of America as they want it to be. The red areas, right, little to no human use. The yellow areas, which are the next biggest, buffer zones, highly regulated human use. Only the little pockets in green are normal use. They are the human settlement zones that they wish to eventually bring in. So America 2050, the Agenda 21 depopulation of rural areas has begun. And some years ago now, between 2005 and 2010, the point crossed where more people in the world lived in urban areas than in rural areas, and it's gone on rushing apart ever since. Nearly 50% living in rural areas in the 1930s. In America, 21% worked in farming. Now it's 20% is rural, 2% in farming. People are being got off the land. That's why you see abandoned farms all over America. And when they abandon them, the corporations move in and take over the land. This is a story of that happening in India. It's happening all over the world. And these are the kind of people who come in and buy the land once they force people off it. So then we go to sustainable cities, because that's where the people are supposed to go when they're forced off the land. And the human settlement zones are planned to be tightly populated with very small apartments, which are happening all the time, where people are forced together and they're under constant 24/7 surveillance, because they can be in that situation. This is the mayor of, as then was, Michael Bloomberg in New York, announcing the creation of 165,000 units in New York, and the living space in these units is between the two yellow lines, 30 feet by 10 feet. And this is what they plan in the Hunger Games Society human settlement zones, and it's happening everywhere. One of the ticks, as I've gone around the world on my checklist, is this, and it's everywhere. Mini prisons and micro apartments built across America in the name of sustainability. This is the Agenda 21-2030. Warning over micro homes that are barely larger than a jail cell. That's in Britain. Agenda 21, city officials, developers recommend coffin apartments for the middle class. This is in Australia. It's one of them in Australia. And of course, I understand why they have them in Australia, because they haven't got enough land, have they? This is New Zealand, just the width of a guy. And this is a UN New Urban Agenda meeting in 2016 in Quito, Ecuador, where they were discussing this very plan. And this is a very good depiction by an American artist called David Dees of what the human settlement zones are supposed to be like under total surveillance. And this is what Richard Day said in 1969. Privately owned housing would become a thing of the past. The cost of housing and financing housing would gradually be made so high that most people couldn't afford it. Young people would be more and more becoming renters, particularly in apartments and condominiums. People would not be able to buy homes, and gradually more and more of the population would be forced into small apartments which would not accommodate very many children. Again, another tick all over the world. Most people in their 20s and 30s will never buy a home. That was Australia. Young people in UK increasingly giving up on owning a home. Obama's America, 1/3 of millennials broke, single, living at home. Our homeless figures rising because of housing crisis. That is in Sweden. And this is a story from this week highlighting the incredible cost of buying a home in cities in the United States. Exactly as he said. But he went on. This is the next stage. Ultimately, people would be assigned where they would live, and it would be common to have non-family members living with you. This by way of your not knowing just how far you could trust anybody. This would all be under the control of a central housing authority. Have this in mind. When they ask how many bedrooms in your house, how many bathrooms in your house, do you have a finished game room? This information is personal and of no national interest to government under our existing constitution, but you'll be asked those questions, as we are. Now, just to complete this, this section, a vital point. Actually, I started out on this in a way. If you are going to A, bring this in without people realizing where the steps are planned to go until it's too late, you have to silence the information so it doesn't get to the people. That's what this Silence David Icke and ban his meetings is really all about. It's nothing about what they say it is. It's about stopping this information coming to light. And secondly, if your battleground is the human perception or state, human perception, we get our perceptions from information received. It might be a personal experience, it might be the evening news, but it's information received. If you are wanting to control their perceptions, you have to control the information received. And this is why this massive war on freedom of speech in every area you look is happening, to control the information so that you control the perception. Silencing the population, how do we get there? This is massively important. Control perception, you control behavior. Freedom of speech is the new evil. This is where it's being demonized. Freedom of speech is being demonized. Wherever you look, and it's all been long planned, whether it's countries, Facebook, corporations, YouTube, Google, they're all terrified of the truth. Serving the hidden hand. All these major information corporations that control the internet and the communication of information on the internet, they're all controlled by the same web and all working to the same agenda. And Google now openly admitting that it is suppressing information that it doesn't consider to be what we would call mainstream. Bookmark this over 400 links Google doesn't want you to visit. They're suppressing and oppressing your ability to see alternative information, which you can't divorce from trying to close my meetings down with these ultra-Zionist hate groups that don't answer to Jewish people at all. They don't give a shit about Jewish people. They answer to this web. Just an excuse. Pay to play. Facebook rolls out nightmare scenario. They're introducing a situation at Facebook which is going to dramatically reduce the profile and the ability to communicate on Facebook of people who aren't of the system. Big Brother here. Twitter will monitor users' behavior. This is a story from this week. They're saying that to accept you as someone that can post information on Twitter, then they're actually going to look at your statements and what you say in other areas of the internet and your life as part of that analysis. If someone said that 5 years ago, they say, "Oh, you're joking, man." They'd never do that. It was always planned to do that. All these people, Monsters, Inc., all owned by the web. Silicon Valley is the devil's playground. And look at the control. When we get into transhumanism, we'll come back here big time. But look at the control that that small area of Northern California now has over the communication and circulation of information worldwide. All planned, terrified of the truth. This is where the fake news thing comes from. We'll call it fake news, and then we'll have the excuse to suppress it and stop it circulating. And so Facebook and Google, they're having fact checkers to check facts to see if it's credible or not. Facebook's fact checkers, funded by the same international terrorist behind radical cop-killing groups in the USA, George Soros. He's funding the fact checker groups that are deciding what is acceptable and not. Google and Soros-backed fact checkers join forces to control news research results. Where are you, mainstream media? Because you're next. The Pope condemns fake news. What about that walking on water deal? It was the Russians. Definition of fake news, telling you what the system does not want you to hear. Real fake news, been going on for decades. And here we have Bezos and Amazon. He does a $600 million deal contract with the CIA. He's done another one since. And he owns the Washington Post, which reports on the CIA. What could possibly go wrong? Now, don't stop me. Political correctness. Again, another tick all over the world. Silence each other so we don't have to. That is political correctness. Political correctness does not legislate tolerance. It only organizes hatred, which is what it is. Why is it that people who say we're anti-hate always scream with hatred on their face? It's a kind of strange thing, but it's what happens. Antifa, we're anti-hate. We're anti-violence. No, we're not anti-violence. We are violent. That's right. Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. Yeah. Okay. And who funds you? George Soros. Antifa, this black bloc method as well. It's anti-fascist fascism. They're doing what the Nazis did. What did the Nazis do? What does any tyranny do? When it starts to get power, it burns the books. It bans the meetings. It stops the circulation of any information that's challenging it and exposing it. And we've got to such a crazy situation now of inversion, where people who call themselves progressive, which is supposed to be liberal, it isn't, they are using the same methods as the Nazis to silence people they don't agree with. And they're so far up their own arse without a torch, they cannot see it. Antifa, the elite's proxy army to destroy your freedom. No hate, face of hate, stooges of the elite, slaves fighting slaves for the slave owners. And this political correctness, this was simply George Orwell's Newspeak in 1984. Newspeak, a controlled language as a tool to limit freedom of thought and concepts that pose a threat to the regime, such as freedom, self-expression, individuality, and peace. He talked about old speak, which were words that had the ability to articulate detail, to express your thoughts and your opinions in detail, which our language has had. And he talked about Newspeak being replaced by Big Brother, Old Speak being replaced by Brother with Newspeak, which were words that said nothing, that could not express detail. So you couldn't express your opinion in detail. The words didn't exist. And as we think in words as well, you couldn't even think in detail. And that is what is happening with the old language, Old Speak, being replaced by the language of political correctness, which is nothing more than Newspeak. And he wasn't coming from his imagination. That's why he's been so accurate. This is political correctness. That's what it's really about. Silencing the population. And you can't divorce political correctness from, again, trying to ban my meetings. It's all the same web with all the same agenda. In the 1960s, I remember students going on marches for freedom of speech. Now they go on marches against it. It's unbelievable. And what is happening is they are, if you look at what's happening in America, they are connecting in the public mind, because connecting concepts to create a perception of those concepts is very, very powerful. They are connecting in the public mind the far right, white supremacists, with freedom of speech. They're connecting the two phrases. So you talk about freedom of speech, oh, you're one of them white supremacists then. This is how it works. And it is working with many people. Progressives, the new tyranny, the new censors, the new Big Brother. And like I say, progressives, it's a tyranny. And it's not liberal. This is a definition of progressive. Favoring or advocating progress, change, improvement, or reform, as opposed to wishing to maintain things as they are, especially in political matters. Adolf Hitler could have said that was a definition of what he was doing. A liberal, which I would say defines my personal view of the world, not politically liberal, the definition of liberal, is very different. Favorable to or in accord with concepts of maximum individual freedom possible, especially as guaranteed by law and secured by governmental protection of civil liberties, favoring or permitting freedom of action, especially with respect to matters of personal belief or expression. And the progressives are seeking to destroy everything that comes under that definition, the inverted world we live in. And we're having created, people call them snowflakes, I call it Generation Jelly. And I've got great respect for young people who've come through this massive mind program. This is the most perceptually attacked and assaulted generation, certainly in modern history, en masse. And to come through that, and to come through this shite, and still be able to think for yourself and see through it, it's a very, very, it just shows the power of consciousness over program. But so many are falling for this program, where you can't do anything. You have to have a safe space. No one can have an opinion around you that's different to yours. And when you get people into that mode, where they're frightened of their own shadow and terrified of another opinion, they give their power away to those they think will protect them, which is what this mind game is all about. They talk about safe spaces. No one can say anything I don't agree with in this safe space. Deplatforming people, absolutely off the pages of Orwell, where they ban speakers in universities who say things that are different to the accepted norm. And it's incredible. the juvenile, childlike nature of so many university campuses and colleges around the world. And this is the generation that will be in the institutions very soon. And that's why they're developing them. Look at this one. Mini police state. Students' union employs safe space marshals to control debates. You're having a debate. No, no, you can't say that. This is where we are now, and it's happening so fast. These are some Generation Jelly who said they were literally traumatized by seeing Trump 2016 written in chalk on the pavement. In universities, they're having these things called trigger warnings, where they're warning you that something's going to be said that might upset you. They're having trigger warnings at this Scottish university in the theological course that the crucifixion's coming up. But it might upset you. Well, I would have thought you'd have heard of it before if you were having a theological course. I would have thought so. Morning, Vicar. That was a nice sermon. But you stopped just before the crucifixion. Oh, well, crucifixion? Oh no, there was a trigger warning. Don't know anything about it. Well, this is a good one. When I was in Australia, I saw this. Political correctness goes beyond insane at the public school that just banned applause. A public school in Sydney has banned applause and cheering in order to avoid offending people who are sensitive to noise. Instead of clapping and cheering, it will now be acceptable. Instead of clapping and cheering, it would now be acceptable to engage in air punching and to pull excited faces. And students will even be allowed, and parents will be allowed to wriggle on the spot. No, I'm not making this up, the writer said. You don't have to today. You don't have to. And while real oppression is going on, where are they? We've got a meeting. This is the new fascism run by anti-fascists. Political correctness is fascism pretending to be manners. That's exactly what it is. And it's not about diversity. It's about destroying diversity, inversion. And of course, political correctness means you fall into label. You fall into label consciousness, which is identity politics, which no longer says, I want what's fair and just for everybody. You say, I only want what suits me. That's identity politics. Israel have been experts at it. The Zionist movement is the world's greatest political correctness institution in all its forms because it's so well organized. And this is the antidote. This is the deprogramming device. A bit of backbone, because if we go on being intimidated into not saying this, don't say that, oh no, better not say that, oh, keep quiet about that, we're going to hit a wall eventually. And that wall is going to have a big sign on it, end of freedom. So how deep is the program? To finish here, this is what Richard Day said in 1969. Nothing is permanent. Streets will be rerouted, renamed. Areas you had not seen in a while will become unfamiliar. Among other things, this would contribute to older people feeling that it was time to move on. They feel they couldn't even keep up with the changes in the areas they were once familiar. And he talked about the bringing in of the demise pill, that where you get to a certain age, you have a nice party with your children, then you take the demise pill at a certain age. That's what he's talking about. And the stepping stone to that, the ability to take people's lives before they would naturally end. I can quite understand why people would want to leave this world if they're in pain and all these other things. But we've got to get to connect the dots. And this is a slippery slope to the demise pill. That's what it's all about. That's why they are desperate to get rid of old people once they can no longer serve the system. Buildings would be allowed to stand empty and deteriorate, and streets would be allowed to deteriorate in certain localities. The purpose of this was to provide the jungle, the depressed atmosphere for the unfit. The bringing in of the new system probably would occur on a weekend in the winter. Everything would shut down on Friday evening, and Monday morning, when everyone awakened, there would be an announcement that the new system was in place. During the process in getting the United States ready for these changes, everybody would be busier with less leisure time and less opportunity to really look about and see what was going on around them. As this guy said, if you wish to get out of prison, the first thing you must realize or do is realize you are in prison. That's the key. If you think you're free, you can't escape because you think there's nothing to escape from. There is. If you don't change direction, you may end up where you are heading. And at the moment, we are heading into a fascist, centralized global tyranny of almost unimaginable proportions based on connecting the human mind to technology. But we don't have to go there. There's 7.5 billion being manipulated. The ones doing the manipulation in full knowledge are absolutely tiny by comparison. So that's one step in the rabbit hole. When we've had lunch for an hour, and I'll be back sharp on an hour, I've got so much to get through today, then we're going to go into the next step of the rabbit hole. Reality is an illusion, and from that, everything opens up. Thank you. I hope you enjoy that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Life filled stories for empty people. As every campfire they need a circle. Darkest skies are the most peaceful. As every great storm it needs an equal. As one more ship has passed, one more failed romance, one more second chance for this evening. Last thing that you need is one more great defeat. Crawl back to your knees for the weekend. For the weekend. Drink to you, you'll drink to me. Oh, glide, glide. I'll drink to you, you'll drink to me. Oh, glide, glide. Angry writers in need of healing. As all great fighters, they need a meaning. As one more ship has passed, one more failed romance, one more second chance for this evening. The last thing that you need is one more great defeat. Crawl back to your knees for the weekend. For the weekend. Drink to you, you'll drink to me. Oh, glide, glide. Drink to you, you'll drink to me. Oh, glide, glide. One more ship has passed, one more failed romance, one more second chance for this evening. Last thing that you'll need is one more great defeat. Crawl back to your knees for the weekend. For the weekend. Drink to you, your drink to me. Oh, glide, glide. Drink to you, your drink to me. Oh, glide, glide. Thank you very much. Cheers, folks.
Quick reprise, the program and the manipulation of perception puts people on the postage stamp consensus, and the idea is to stay there for life. And what you hear all the time is, you hear scientists say this, and you hear 24-hour news presenters say this. They say, okay, what we know is about some breaking story, and then what they do when they say what we know is they tell you what they've been told is going on, which is not necessarily the truth. And so when you hear scientists say what we know is, well, it's only what they think they know at that point. It's not necessarily true. For instance, until the 1920s, mainstream science thought there was one galaxy, Milky Way galaxy. Now they reckon there's between 100 and 500 billion, depending who you talk to, in the known universe. So whatever people think they know at any point is only what they think they know. And this is where we get to what Socrates said in ancient Greece, or supposed to have done: wisdom is knowing how little we know, because your mind's always open. So this whole section is about this. How do we get there? The mass control of human perception. We suppress knowledge of self and reality. We keep from people the very nature of who they are and the very nature of the reality they're experiencing. So that way, they're in such a fog of misunderstanding of the world that we are experiencing that they'll never get what's going on in relation to the world they think they live in. So we're going into this other level of the rabbit hole now, the next one down, which is reality is an illusion. When I mean that is physical reality as we experience is an illusion. What if all you ever knew was a lie? It sounds an incredible question, but actually it's basically true. Leonardo da Vinci said, all great acts of genius began with the same consideration: do not be constrained by your present reality. But the postage stamp consensus and its program is there to make sure we are constrained by our present reality, which remains our reality our entire lives. You mean it's not real? Well, in terms of physicality, solidity, no, it's not real. That's the scale of the illusion that we're experiencing. And if you can hold people in a belief that it is, then you've already got them in a tiny, tiny perception of reality from which you can play them like a violin, which is what happens. Consider that you can see less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum and hear less than 1% of the acoustic spectrum. 90% of the cells in your body carry their own microbial DNA and are not you. The atoms in your body are 99.9999999%, etc., empty space, and none of them were the ones you were born with. Human beings have 46 chromosomes, 2 less than a potato. The exister, George Bush, I rest my case. When you look at Trump, how far are we really away from a potato being elected president of the United States? How far? It can't be long. And if he did get elected, I suppose he'd have his ships quite early on, wouldn't he? Anyway, don't start me. The existence of the rainbow depends on the conical photoreceptors in your eyes. To animals without cones, the rainbow does not exist. So you don't just look at a rainbow, you create it. This is pretty amazing, especially considering that all the beautiful colors you see represent less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum. And this is from a mainstream magazine, science magazine, called Wonderpedia magazine. Every second, 11 million sensations, bits of information, crackle along these brain pathways. The brain is confronted with an alarming array of images, sounds, and smells, which it rigorously filters down until it is left with a manageable list of around 40. Thus, 40 sensations per second out of 11 million make up what we perceive as reality. What do they say? What we know is, yeah, okay. And this 13th century Sufi mystic, Rumi, said, this place is a dream. Only a sleeper considers it real. Then death comes like dawn and you wake up laughing at what you thought was your grief. And what keeps us from this understanding, and so much more that I'll get into now, is the perception we call the real world, which is the completely and utterly unreal world. And we're basically given a fake choice between God and non-existence. Either you are subject to some God imposing its will upon you, or life's a bitch and then you die and the lights go out and that's the end of it. That's the kind of choice. But there is another one, that we are a state of awareness, a state of being aware. And we can be that aware or we can be infinitely aware. It's a choice of how aware we choose to open our minds to be, or open our consciousness to be. A state of being aware. And this is a quote from a Central American shaman, you know, one of those primitive people, doesn't know what he's talking about compared with a professor at university. Anyway, I'll just pass it on, you know, just to pass it on, you know what these primitive people are like. He said, we are perceivers, we are awareness, we are not objects. We have no solidity. We are boundless. We, or rather our reason, forget this, and thus we entrap the totality of ourselves in a vicious circle from which we rarely emerge in our lifetime. And that vicious circle is what the program is there to stop us emerging from. We are all one. We hear this all the time. We are one. I agree, but what does it mean? I suggest it means that we are all points of attention within one infinite awareness. And you can have different points of attention having different experiences. The trick is to see them as experiences of that point of attention and not confuse them with the nature of who we are rather than what we are experiencing. And this is a near-death experiencer called Nita Mujani, author of a book called Dying to Be Me, who said, when we are not expressing in our physical body, you and I and all of us, we are all expressions of the same consciousness. I completely agree. I've been saying it for decades and decades, and yet I'm a racist, even though I am saying we are all one and the body is just an experience. I am you, you are me. We are looking at ourselves through different points of attention. Same consciousness, different color vehicle, end of story. And if we get obsessed with the vehicle and self-identify it, then we can get divided and ruled, and then we think of ourselves in terms of limitation, and I can't. You are not what is in your skin. You are what is in your heart. Everything else is just detail. So, we are points of attention with infinite awareness. And that point of attention can take us back and encompass vast amounts of awareness, inspiration, insight beyond the world of the seen. Or it can lock us totally in to the world of the apparent seen. And all we are perceiving is the world of the five senses. And we are like, in form, we are like the crest of a wave in an ocean. The crest of a wave looks different. It's the white froth of the wave. But it's still the same ocean. It's just a different expression of it. That's what we are, different expressions of the same infinite state of awareness. And you know, when I was a kid, they said to me, this is the Atlantic Ocean, that's Pacific Ocean, that's the Indian Ocean. And I used to think, it's all the same water. And what they do is give it different names, even though it's all the same water. Now, I understand that, so you know what part of the water you're talking about. But we give different names. Fred Jones, you know, Bill Smith, to different parts of the same awareness of which we are all points of attention. And that point of attention can be all or a tiny fragment. The ocean is the droplet is the ocean. When you hold a droplet of water in your hand, it looks to be isolated. It looks to be apart from everything else. But you drop it in the ocean. Where does the droplet end and the ocean start? They are all the same water. And this is the bottom line of this whole conspiracy to enslave human perception. To disconnect the droplet, 5 sense mind, from the ocean. 5 sense mind from infinite awareness. Once that's done, we're in trouble. As Leonard Cohen said, if you don't become the ocean, you'll be seasick all your life. And this sense of longing, this sense of disconnection, this sense of isolation that so many people feel, and they think it's about their life in this reality, it's really about the disconnection they're feeling from the true self, the infinite self, which is what this program is all about creating. The system says you are insignificant, you have no power. The truth is, you are all that is and ever can be. And this is the gap that the system wants to put in. So we see ourselves in those terms and not those terms, because then it's over. So little me, oh, I'm just little me. There's no little me. It doesn't exist except as a perception. And our perception of little me manifests itself, for reasons I'll come to, into an experience of little me. But it's the perception that creates the experience. There is no little me unless we believe in it. We are infinite awareness experiencing itself in infinite ways. And we are all the same consciousness having those experiences. And all the different ancient and native cultures around the world all have different names for this force that I'm talking about. One of them, the Lakota call it Wakan Tanka, the force which moves all things. It's the life force. It is the force we call consciousness. And it is everywhere, and it is working through everything. How much of that consciousness we let in dictates how aware we are of our experience and our reality. New science revelations. Trees communicate with each other and have social circles. Everything is conscious. Stunned scientists discover that plants learn like humans and intelligently adapt to their environments. Are plants conscious? Answer: everything is conscious. This is what we lose. Inanimate objects have a form of consciousness. It's all the way through the ages. This has been a theme. Everything is alive. Everything is interconnected. Leonardo da Vinci, learn how to see, realize that everything connects to everything else because everything is everything else, ultimately, at the level of consciousness. William Blake, who's a deep esoteric thinker, a brilliant painter, artist, and poet. If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it really is, infinite. And the program is there to make sure that those doors of perception are never cleansed. Nikola Tesla, my brain is only a receiver. In the universe, there is a core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not penetrated into the secrets of this core, but I know it exists. This core. I reached a point some years ago, it was 2003, where I thought, if I'm really going to get a greater understanding of this reality that we're experiencing, and thus understand it more, I've got to get out there in a way and look at it from another point of view, in a way that's not a dream. Not a dream where you wake up and you think, was that real? Did that happen? But where I'm consciously experiencing it. Synchronistically, very soon after that, I got an invitation to go to the rainforest of Brazil, near a place called Manaus, about an hour and a half's drive away, and partake of something called ayahuasca, which is the only time I've taken psychoactive drugs. It's a rainforest plant. And I took this over 2 nights. Could have taken it for 4. 2 was enough for me. And I've not had the the feeling to do it again. But I had two fantastic nights. Some people have a bad time. I had a fantastic time. And on the second night, for 5 hours, I had this voice talking to me once I went into an altered state. Took a female form, as loud as mine is now. And for 5 hours, it described to me the illusory nature of physical reality. And it was, I mean, the hardest thing in that 5 hours was my belly. Because I laughed and laughed and laughed. Because it was pointing out all the things we believe to be real and what they really are. It was hilarious. And I went back to England and started looking at different scientific disciplines and all that stuff. And I realized that if you put the dots together, the evidence is already there to show that what I was told in that ayahuasca altered state is absolutely the reality that we are experiencing. And when I started going into this altered state, it takes about an hour. What happens is when you open your eyes, the world looks like this, but your eyes don't want to stay open. They want to close. And when they close, woo, you're somewhere else. And this voice said to me, first of all, we're going to take you to where you come from and to where you will return so that you can better understand where you are. And I saw this, I can always call it as a brilliant darkness. It was dark, but it was shimmering brightly. And the voice said to me, all you really need to know, this is how it started out, is infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. Infinite love is the base state of existence, and everything else is an illusion that we allow to disconnect us from that state of infinite love. I don't mean infinite love in the state of "I love you, darling," saw you down the disco. Do they still have discos? I'm showing my age, and I mean a love that's beyond that. We have to say things like infinite love to try to give it a feel for how love has become misunderstood. And we'll go back here quickly, because I'm going to come to that in a second. Go back one more. Now, after that, I saw this and experienced this. It looked something like that. And this voice said, this is the infinite in awareness of itself. Everything is infinite awareness, but not everything is infinitely aware. This is the level of that awareness which is aware of what it is. Doesn't think it's Ethel on the checkout. Doesn't think it's Bill driving a bus. Their experiences. It knows what it is. All that is, has been, and ever can be. And out of this comes all what you might call creation, all form, all experience. And I experienced it as something that didn't move. It was still, maybe very slowly moving. It was virtually still, and it was silent. A while later, I came across this book, quite a while later, a book by a guy called Ibn Alexander called Proof of Heaven. And Ibn Alexander is an American neurosurgeon who he believed that this was real. He believed that consciousness is in the brain, and when the brain dies, it's all over. His father did, and he inherited it. It's the program again. And then one day, he went into a coma for 7 days, and almost the entirety of his brain shut down. He should never have survived, but he did. And when he came back after 7 days, he didn't see the world like that anymore because of what he had experienced. And he says in the book, during my 7 days of coma, I not only remained fully conscious, but journeyed to a stunning world of beauty and peace and unconditional love. My consciousness traveling to another level. That's what exists beyond the world that we see. He talked then, this is the bit that hit me, he talked about experiencing the core, which is what Tesla called it, or the dazzling darkness from where the purest love emanated and where all was known. The dazzling darkness describes precisely what I experienced in that ayahuasca state, from where everything comes. This infinite awareness in awareness of itself is all that is and ever can be, and all that has been. Now that seems extraordinary. You can't be all that is and ever can be. But you can, because what we're looking at here is a state of all possibility. This is what this infinite awareness and awareness of itself is. It's a state of all possibility. Anything can manifest from it, and thus there are no contradictions, because all possibility means all possibility. And it means all potential for creation, manifestation, experience. So in that state of awareness, that all possibility has to be everywhere and it has to be nowhere, because they are both possibilities. It has to be everything while at the same time being nothing, because they are both infinite possibilities. And people talk about the no thing, the nothing, like as if nothing exists. If it's not moving, if it's not making a noise, if one of the five senses can't attach to it, then it can't exist. The no thing, oh, that's nothing. But as I said, I experienced that dazzling darkness as silence and stillness. Because in the no thing is everything, because it's all possibility. And so from that state of potential come various infinite worlds of what we call form, which are basically frequency bands of reality, interpenetrating each other like the old analog radio stations interpenetrate each other in the same space, but never interfere with each other unless they're really close on the dial, even though they share the same space. And in the space, what we call space, that's another illusion, that I'm standing in now, is all that is, has been, and ever can be. Endless other worlds and areas of experience, all sharing the same space that we're sharing now, only on different frequencies. Thus, we cannot see them and do not perceive them, although we can if they're close on the dial, and we call things like that ghosts and the paranormal. The voice said to me in Brazil, if it vibrates, it's illusion, because the state of infinite awareness and awareness of itself is not in a state of vibration. It's a state of stillness, silence. It's all possibility waiting to manifest. And Albert Einstein said of the world of frequency, the world of form, the world of manifestation, everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you can't help but get that reality. That can be no other way. This is not philosophy. This is physics. And so, while we are experiencing this reality, we can operate on a frequency band that locks us only in to this reality. And that's five-sense mind experiencing a five-sense world, and that's all it knows. Or, while in the same stroke or quote form, we can connect with all that is, has been, and ever can be, that state of all potential, all possibility, and we can manifest that in this reality, which vastly increases our potential for what we can experience, what we can create, all of it, than if we hold ourselves in this low vibrational state, which again is what the program is there for. Because if you go deep enough into this web, you find a point where they understand how this works, and they're using it to control us. So we have a visible universe, and we have an invisible universe. The visible universe, this, is absolutely tiny in terms of the range of frequency that we can see. It's laughable. Almost the entirety of this universe, and beyond this universe, the entirety of forever, is denied to us. We can't see it. What we know is, I love it. We have higher frequencies, what some people call densities, and we have lower frequencies and densities, and we are living in one of them. We are not living in a world, as I'll come to as we go through this section, we're living in a band of frequency that we perceive to be a world. And beyond it is infinity. Infinity of experience, of creation, of endless different realities and ways of experiencing, and they're all denied to us because of the way we decode reality. And this frequency band is tiny. According to mainstream science, they talk about dark energy and dark matter. I don't buy that at all, so I'm using the terms the hidden and the seen. According to mainstream science, the electromagnetic spectrum is 0.005% of what exists in what they call the known universe. 0.005%. Everything else is outside the electromagnetic spectrum. But it gets funnier, because visible light, which is the only frequency band that we can see, is a tiny fraction of the 0.005% of the electromagnetic spectrum. We have been locked into a frequency band of perception so ludicrously small, I would suggest, and I'll come to in part 3, it's not by accident. No wonder we don't understand what's going on when we can see a smear of what there is to see. This is a near-death experiencer. Again, Anita Moorjani. There's so much more that exists simultaneously and alongside things that you can see. You know that just because you cannot see them, you can't experience it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Well, these near-death experiencers know that it does, but the postage stamp consensus is telling us all the time that if you can't see it, touch it, taste it, that it doesn't exist. And that's why the postage stamp consensus is the village idiot that is not there to open our minds to the true nature of reality, but to hold our minds closed to the true nature of reality so we can be controlled through ignorance. So Anita Moorjani, she had this concept, and it's an excellent one. She said, when you're in the body, it's like you're in a vast jet black warehouse, and you're holding a torch, and all you can see is whatever is within the tiny band of the torch. Everywhere else is so dark you can't see it. She said, and when you leave the body, when the point of awareness, the point of attention leaves the body, the vehicle that is holding that attention in this reality, then it's like someone turns on the lights of the warehouse. And you realize that you've actually been experiencing the tiniest fraction of what there is to see and there is to know and what exists. She said a realm, this expanded realm outside of the body, is a realm of clarity where I understood everything. I felt connected to everybody. Why? Because that point of attention went into a level of the infinite awareness, infinite consciousness, without the filter of the body, where everything is everything else, because it's all one consciousness having different experiences. Now, we might talk about infinite awareness, but like I say, it doesn't mean that everything's and everyone is infinitely aware. You can have a massive crashing, pulsating ocean of water, and you can have a block of ice also made of water. It's the same substance, is in a different state. And so we're looking at levels in awareness and consciousness that are in different states. And the whole point of the program, the conspiracy, is to hold people in a state of five-sense awareness, to hold that focus of attention so that we are not only not aware, but not influenced by the greater self beyond the five-sense point of attention. Alan Watts, who was on that video earlier, the ego is nothing other than the focus of attention. What he calls the ego, I call phantom self. So we are imprisoned by our point of attention, our sense of reality, and that's what the program is all about, holding that attention. So if we go through life with all these influences to hold our perception in the narrowest band possible, then we're going to go from cradle to grave, and we're not going to suss what's going on. We're not going to understand what's going on. We're just going to believe what we're told and then leave. That is the revolution. People talk about, well, we stockpile weapons for a revolution. Change anything. The revolution is a revolution of perception, a revolution of expanding our awareness and our perception, our self-identity, from little me to infinite me, and everything changes. Everything changes because we start creating a different reality based on a different perception of reality. No more little me, no more experience of little me. No more I have no power, no more experience of I have no power. Look, there's infinite awareness. I can't see it. That's basically what's going on between those who've awakened to it and those who haven't. And when you study the experiences of near-death experiences, it can be fascinating. I've read endlessly about them over the years. And millions of people have had this experience of leaving the body and experience a completely different reality. This is a mainstream scientific story about quantum theory proving consciousness moves to another universe after death. It's amazing what science can come up with, given that shamans and ancient peoples have been saying it for thousands of years. And this is a near-death experience, that encapsulates everything that I'm saying here. He said that when he left the body, everything from the beginning, my birth, my ancestors, my children, my wife, everything comes together simultaneously. I saw everything about me and about everyone who was around me. I saw everything they were thinking now, what they thought then, what was happening before, what was happening now. There is no time. There is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. All of those things, he says, that weren't there appear to be here because we are decoding a program, as I'll get to. And Ibn Alexander said in his book, to experience thinking outside the brain is to enter a world of instantaneous connections that make ordinary thinking, those aspects limited by the physical brain and the speed of light, seem like some hopelessly sleepy and plodding event. Our truest, deepest self is completely free. It is not crippled or compromised by past actions or concerned with identity or status. It comprehends that it has no need to fear the earthly world, and therefore it has no need to build itself up through fame or wealth or conquest. And as long as they can hold us into the belief that that is what life is about, they'll keep us in a state of ignorance and disconnection from the true self beyond it. As one near-death experiencer said, it's like being half asleep when I was alive and totally awake when I was pronounced dead. So we can be our body, we can self-identify with that, we can be phantom self, and we will have a certain experience and a certain perception of reality. Or we can choose to self-identify as all that is and ever can be, having that experience, and everything changes. Everything changes. No more little me then. No more only seeing the dots then the tapestry. Then the pixels become the pictures. And if we come into this frequency band we call the world, and we hold that connection to expanded self beyond the program, beyond the illusion, then we've got everything we need. We can interact with this reality, and we can see information and have experience within this reality, but we've also got connection to outside this reality, outside the program, giving us another point of reference, another way of observing the world, seeing how the dots connect instead of only seeing them apart. But if you lose that connection, and this is what the program's about, and the whole way society is structured, if you lose that connection, that influence, you become in this world and of it. That's in this world, but not of it. This is in this world and of it, which is where most people are because of the program. And once you're isolated from that other point of reference, you've got one place to look to get a grip and a fix on the world that you're in and the nature of your own self. And that is here, as we perceive it. And what comes back the other way? The education system, the scientific institutions, the mainstream media, peer pressure. And that's why we get lost in this illusion of isolation and disconnection. And this is the inversion again. When you can start to connect with the greater expanded awareness and you get a greater fix on the world and you start to see the world in a different way, this reality calls you mad. You're mad, you are. You've been calling me mad for 30 years. You're mad. You're crazy. No, and when you're in this world and of it and not seeing beyond it, then you're called sane. Because we're back to the madhouse, thinking madness is normal. So the whole point of the conspiracy is trapping attention within 5 sense reality and selling us a label of self or an I am my race, name, job, income bracket, religion, and life story. That's who I am. No, that is what we are experiencing. And the idea, I mean, this analogy is very, very accurate, I would suggest. The body's like a computer. Be calling it for a long time a biological computer. It's actually an energetic computer as well in its base state. But anyway, that is like the computer on the desktop. It is, as the computer locks us into the internet, the World Wide Web, it is a means of experiencing this reality. But the person on the desk with the mouse and the keyboard is dictating the experience. Where you go on the internet, what you think of it. Once the computer becomes, the 5 sense mind, becomes disconnected from expanded awareness, then basically it's the computer and the perceptions of the computer that are deciding what we think of it and where we're going. And therefore we become confused. We don't know what's going on because we've got no other point of reference except the one that we have in front of our eyes called the 5 sense mind, 5 sense reality. And so it's like disconnecting the thinker from the knower. The thinker thinks because they don't know. So they're trying to work it out. The brain thinks, it's trying to work it out. But when you come in the intuitive level of knowing, which is the connection to the greater self, you don't think with your heart. You don't think with your intuition. You know with your intuition. And you know because you're connecting into that level that does know. And yet, this world is always telling you, go with your head, not with your heart. Go with your head, not your intuition. And the brain thinks the heart, this heart center, this heart vortex center, knows. And they want to put us in there, particularly in the left side of there, and then they got us. Einstein said, I never made one of my discoveries through the process of rational thinking. No, because to get the inspiration for great discoveries beyond the program, you have to go beyond the program. You have to open your mind to go into levels of awareness beyond the program, and that's where you get the inspiration that the program does not provide. It's where all the great creative minds have gone. And we have this thing called rational. Being rational, you've got to be rational. If you're not rational, you're not normal. You're crazy. You're a bit strange. So we're going to go on a little journey of word definitions from rational and see where we go. Because rational thinking is the program thinking, even though we're told it's high intelligence thinking, inversion. The definition of rational is something based on or agreeable to reason. So we've gone from rational to reason. Reason is defined as to determine or conclude by logical thinking. So rational to reason to logical. And logic is a system of reasoning. We've come back to reasoning now. We're going round and round in this word search. And then we come to reason again, which is described as a normal mental state sanity. But a normal mental state sanity according to what? According to the madhouse. The madhouse's point of reference, point of perception, is dictating these words that are used to decide if we are intelligent, if we are credible, if we are normal. And yet it's just a perceptual illusion of the madhouse. All these things like reason, what do they mean? Nothing. We need to go beyond reason, beyond rational, into the realms of how it all really works. And if you take that bubble program I talked about earlier, that is basically what disconnects the computer, the five-sense mind, from wider consciousness, is the focus of attention and the perceptions that come from that perceptual download from cradle to grave that I was talking about. And so, or even though we are all that is, has been, and ever can be, we say, I'm Billy, I'm Ethel, I'm John. I am little me, I am phantom me. I have no power, because at that level everything seems limited. Everything seems I can't. And how appropriate it is that the word person comes from persona, which is Latin for actor's mask. That's what the phantom self is. The experiencing self we take to be the real self. It is an actor's mask, which we believe to be real. It's not real. It's an illusion. We need to break if we're going to be free of this manipulated world. I know exactly where I am. That's the idea we're supposed to believe in, even though we don't. Everyone knows that, mate, because everyone's connected to the same program. It doesn't mean what everyone knows is true. Usually isn't. And the postage stamp consensus imposes itself on all these institutions and delivers the package of perceptions that most people go through their lives believing in. And the reality we're experiencing that is holding us in this servitude is basically a virtual reality. I have seen over the last 30 years a virtual reality universe. And what's brilliant now, you know, the old shamans of the past, they had to try to explain these concepts with the tools and symbols of the day that they had. Very difficult often. But we are getting closer and closer with technological reality to the reality we're actually experiencing. And so it's much easier to explain the concepts. Einstein said, reality is merely an illusion, albeit a persistent one. And it's persistent because we are constantly decoding an information source which manifests as the world that we are all experiencing. Just like a computer decoding a video game or a computer game. And what we're seeing now more and more, and we ain't far away from it, is these video games are getting closer and closer to the reality that we're actually experiencing in terms of their believability. And it won't be long, these cutting-edge people in this area say, before you won't be able to tell the difference between computer game reality and this reality. Why? Because the theme is basically the same. More and more, we're seeing people in virtual reality getting closer and closer to looking like the people in our reality. Here's another one with this guy. And it's so powerful on the perceptual decoding systems of the brain that burns units in some hospitals are putting people onto virtual reality while they're having dressings changed because the brain is taken into another reality, and therefore the pain of the dressings in this reality is far less. This is the impact upon the brain. Now, when we look at computer games, especially these more sophisticated ones with the gloves and the goggles and the audio, we're looking at a hack by the video game into the very decoding processes that we manifest, or through which we manifest this reality. The gloves are feeding information to the feeling senses and to the sight senses with the headset and the ears, etc. And they are overriding the normal information that we're receiving and decoding and manifesting as this reality. They're overriding it. And it can be so the brain is decoding a different reality coming from the information of the computer game. And it can be so amazingly vivid and real when people are on these games because of the way their normal reality has been overridden by one that seems to be so real as well. So we are living in a quantum computer universe, I would suggest, which is defined a quantum computer as a computer that makes use of the quantum states of electrons and other particles to store and process information. In short, a quantum computer stores its information in the energetic fabric of the computer itself, and therefore we're living in a universe, a reality in which the information we're decoding is stored in the energetic fabric we are interacting with all the time. Scientific American magazine article about black holes as computers. To a physicist, all physical systems are computers. Rocks, atom bombs, and galaxies may not run Linux or Linux, but they too register and process information. Every electron, photon, and other elementary particle stores bits of data, and every time two such particles interact, those bits are transformed. Physical existence and information content are inextricably linked, and there's a very good reason for that. Physical existence is information content. Not physical, our experience of what we perceive to be physical existence is simply information in this energetic fabric of our reality, which we are decoding into the reality we think is physical. And when in the Eastern religions they talk about Akashic records where everything that's ever happened is recorded, well, in a quantum computer, that is exactly what would happen. Everything would be recorded and stored as information. And I call this quantum computer interaction the cosmic internet. Just as a computer is reading information or decoding information that we call the internet and puts on the computer screen a decoded version of it, so we're doing exactly the same. And this world that we think is outside of us exists in a few centimeters of the brain, at the back of the brain, in terms of the reality we visually see. And because animals and insects, plants, don't go to school, they don't read the newspapers, they don't watch the TV, they don't become desensitized from this by being pulled only into five-sense reality like the human race overwhelmingly is. And when things are happening within this field, there is an information change. And this is why animals, insects, etc., can respond to an earthquake coming or a storm coming, whereas humans only react to it when they see it. They react to it before because they're feeling this information change in the field because they're so sensitive to it. So we are living in an interactive, wireless cosmos. And everything is information and information decoding information. The universe is information and information decoding information in the sense that if you put a disk into a computer, that's information going into a computer. The computer itself is information. That is information encoded to decode information. This is encoded information to be decoded. It's all information doing different things. So people say, what is the internet? Oh, they might say, well, it's graphics and it's moving pictures and it's colors and it's words. Yes, it is. But the only place the internet exists in that form is on the screen. Everywhere else, it's codes, electrical communication systems, and so on. People say, what is television? Oh, well, it's moving pictures on a screen. Well, yes, it is, but only on the screen. Everywhere else, that information that the television decodes, in fact, our brain decodes into the pictures on the screen, it doesn't look like that. You don't see pictures coming through the bloody window. It comes through in other forms of information and is decoded into that. That is what this world is. Decoded information. So if you get a computer now, as long as you have Wi-Fi, and can't get away from the bloody stuff these days, it seems, as long as you have Wi-Fi, you can connect anywhere in the world to a total collective global reality which anyone in the world can also connect into as long as they've got Wi-Fi and a computer. And that is what we are. That is the internet we know. This is the cosmic internet, because the internet is just basically a plagiarized version of the world that we live in. And the reason that they can connect the brain to computers and make the computers respond to thought is because they are connecting two computers, one technological, one biological. And so we're decoding the cosmic internet, and when you put the pieces together, I mean, they're there. This is a kind of a symbolic look at what Wi-Fi would look like if we could see it on the frequency that it operates on. Obviously we can't, so it seems that Wi-Fi is invisible, but it's not. It's on a frequency we can't see. That is a mock-up of what it might look like. And we, in the same way, are decoding this reality from the cosmic information fields, the quantum fields of possibility and probability that we take from an energetic state into this world that we think we are experiencing. How we do that, I'll come to. So the base form of this universe, this reality, is waveform information. And waveform, as any scientist will tell you in that arena, can encode and hold and store vast, enormous amounts of information. And so the base nature of the universe, this reality, is waveform information. And we decode it through the digital to what is the holographic, the illusory physical world that seems to be outside of us but isn't. And at this level of energetic information, we can communicate with plants, we can communicate with animals, even communicate with rocks. Because all of those things are in their base form, waveform information. The slower it vibrates, the denser it appears in the holographic world of illusory physicality. The quicker it vibrates, the more ethereal it becomes until it's vibrating so quickly it's left our frequency and we can't see it. And at this level, you can communicate. You can hold rocks and you can get information out of them. You can communicate with animals on this level because we're all connected here. Bill Hicks, the very awake American comedian, said, "All matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And the program is there to hijack our imagination of ourselves. You have no power. You are little me." The observer decodes reality. Even mainstream science is beginning to look into this area now because of the information that's coming to light. Your entire life, this is a mainstream report, your entire life is an illusion. New test backs up theory that the world doesn't exist until we look at it, which sounds incredible, except it's true. Another mainstream report, your mind can control matter, says physicist. And what they're saying is atomic particles were also shown to be waves. Whether they manifested as waves or as particles depended on whether someone was looking. Observation influenced the physical reality of the particles. In more technical language, observation collapsed the wave function. And what I suggest is happening here is observation is attention. When we give attention to waveform information, it triggers the decoding of that information into another form, which is why we have the collapse of the wave form into particle form, which is the reality that we're experiencing. The science calls that the observer effect. I would call it something else, the decoder effect. It's not that you look at it, it's that focus, that attention triggers this decoding of waveform information into particle holographic information. Nobel physicist John Wheeler said, "No phenomenon is a real phenomenon until it is an observed phenomenon." I would say, a decoded phenomenon, because that's what we're doing all the time, decoding our reality. This sums it up, really. Accidents happen. That's what everyone says. But in a quantum universe, there are no such things as accidents, only possibilities and probabilities folded into existence by perception. Perception is everything. Not only what we do, what we think, what we won't do, what we'll challenge, what we won't challenge. It dictates the very reality that we experience and decode. Because our perception, all perceptions are manifested as frequencies. And those perceptions interact with a quantum field of possibility and probability with frequencies that are of like kind. And that creates a feedback loop between perception and manifestation out of the possibility and probability quantum field of manifestations that operate in that same frequency band. Thus, perception becomes experience reality, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You think the glass is half full, you will interact with the quantum field of possibility and probability, and your life will express experience of the glass half full. Anyone thinks that it's not an illusion? I've seen this happen a number of times. How can you walk through fire and not get burned? It's ridiculous. Impossible. No, it's not. If you walk through fire and your perception is that you will get burned, someone's going to be calling an ambulance very quickly. If you go, and I've seen this done, like I say, a number of times, if you go into another level of perception, another state of consciousness, you can walk through fire and not get burned because you are not manifesting the same reality as belief that you will get burned. And an illusion can only burn an illusion if we believe it can and create that feedback loop that manifests the experience from the perception. So if we go deeper into this, the control of the program of our perception is dictating through this feedback loop our very experienced reality all the time, which is why we need to take our minds back, our perceptions back. This is the revolution, not stockpiling weapons. When we expand our awareness, we interact with this quantum field of possibility and probability in a much more expanded way, on much higher frequencies, and therefore we create a feedback loop that creates a very different experience. Suddenly life becomes an adventure. It becomes incredibly synchronistic. You can achieve things that you never could believe you could before. You can't be stopped because of the way you're interacting with reality, whereas if you interact it in another way, then you can be stopped with what you're doing. Everything is perception. And that's why they want to hold us there. Because while we're there, we will manifest a feedback loop that relates to that perception. This is the bottom line. This is deep in the rabbit hole in terms of the way that humanity is controlled. All that you see in front of you is how you feel inside your head. Exactly, because of this feedback loop. Now, form is information. It's not physical, it's information. So, for instance, you look at a television and it seems to be seamless pictures, but it's not. It's pixels. If you divide a still image into a collection of small colored dots, your brain will reassemble the dots into a meaningful image. We only see television as we see it because of the way the brain decodes reality and puts the dots together literally into a moving picture. And this focus of attention, which collapses the waveform into particle form, into holographic form, that's everything, including our own bodies. The base form of the body is waveform information. It too becomes what appears to be physical, holographic, when it's observed. Form is a decoded projection of energetic information fields. We decode the information into what appears to be physical, but is holographic in ways I'll come to. So the base form of the body is waveform information. It becomes apparently physical only when we observe our own bodies. And therefore, if you can play with the decoding system of the brain and the genetic system in general, then you can play massively with people's sense of reality. And hypnotists can do this, good ones. A few years ago, I read a book. It came out in the 1990s. It was called The Holographic Universe by a guy called Michael Tolbert. And what he did was look at all the information with mainstream scientists, yes, but who were at this cutting edge of looking at the fact that this world is an illusion. It is actually a holographic illusion. And in that book, he told a story of when his father had a party at home, and he got a stage hypnotist along to do party tricks. And at one point, he describes how this man called Tom was sitting in a chair, and he was put into this hypnotic state. And the hypnotist said to him, when I bring you back to a waking state, you're not going to be able to see your daughter in the room. At which point, he led the daughter to stand in front of her father, so he's looking into her belly. So he brings him back, apparently to a waking state. And he said, Tom, can you see your daughter in the room? He looks around, he can't see her. People are laughing in the room, they can see her. He can't see her. The hypnotist then went behind the daughter and put his hand in the small of her back and said, I'm holding something, Tom. What am I holding? And he looked bewildered because it was obvious to him. He said, oh, you're holding a watch. He said, can you read the inscription on the watch? He peered forward. He read the inscription on the watch. His daughter standing between him and the watch. Now, if I said that to a mainstream scientist, they'd say it was impossible, ridiculous, made-up story. No, it's not. It's perfectly explainable. The base form of this reality and the human form, including the daughter, is waveform information. And unless Tom decodes the waveform information into a holographic state in his head, in his brain, in the visible areas of the brain, then she does not exist in his reality. And if she doesn't exist in his reality, he can see behind her, because in his reality, she's not there. And what has happened is the hypnotist has put very, very similar theme. He's put a firewall in Tom's brain through that hypnotic suggestion, so his brain will not decode the daughter's energy field. Thus, she doesn't appear in his reality. And when you do decode it, suddenly, there they are in your reality. Now imagine if we are collectively manipulated in terms of our perceptions, what there is to see that we never see, that we never bring into manifestation, which we otherwise would. Looking for answers in the physical is like looking for the movie in the screen. If you try to change a movie on the screen, you'll never do it. That's why this web of manipulation is quite happy for people running around thinking they can change this world in this world. Once this world is as we perceive it, it's like the movie hitting the screen. There's no changing it. You have to change what is manifesting it. Then you can change the world, and you can change it quickly. Don't need anyone taking the minutes and starting an organization. You can change it. Why? You can change perception, thus you change the feedback loop, thus the manifestation of that feedback loop in the world of holographic illusion becomes different to the world that was before. This is the way out of here, if only we would realize it. So when people say everything is within you, it is. Everything is within us, not without. And Anita Moorjani said, the near-death experiencer, I believe that the greatest truths of the universe don't lie outside in the study of the stars and the planets. They lie deep within us in the magnificence of our heart, mind, and soul. Until we understand what is within, we can't understand what is without. Well, what is without is what is within. We can't understand that unless we understand this, because that's just a projection of this. So the body, if you break it down, is a biological computer system. And again, in its base form, it is waveform. Only looks as it does when it's decoded. So you take a computer, and when it ceases to process information, we say, my computer's dead. I'm going to get another one. Reincarnation, there you go. And a computer goes to sleep so that it doesn't have to process information in a full-out way all the time. It rests. and uses less energy. That's what the body does when we go to sleep. The computer has an antivirus system to protect the computer from attacks like viruses. We have a stupendous one, if only we would leave it alone, called the human immune system. The brain of a computer is called the CPU, the central processing unit, which processes the central processing point of information in a computer. We have the brain, which basically does the same. A computer has a hard drive. We have the genetic structure and DNA. And if you look at the acupuncture meridians, this is from a picture taken with a tracer dye at the Necker Hospital in Paris. It looks like, it looked to me when I first saw this, it's like a motherboard in a computer. And these meridian lines are carrying information around the body, and that information is interacting with the cosmic internet. And while this information is passing around the body at its optimum speed and its optimum way, we are healthy because there is information balance. Once this information starts passing around the body too slowly or too fast, there is an imbalance of information and communication, and thus we have something we call dis-ease, disharmony. What's the first thing that happens when we think something's wrong with our computer? We say, my computer's so slow today. Yes, because the information's not passing around it as it should at optimum levels. That's what happens to the human body. And that's why in ancient Chinese acupuncture, people paid the acupuncturists when they were well and didn't pay them when they were ill, because his job was to keep that process of information in balance. And, you know, people look, because again, the postage stamp consensus, they look at acupuncture and they say it's crazy that you can put a needle in the foot to cure a headache. But what are the needles doing? And these other acupuncture techniques, they're balancing the flow of energy. That's what they're doing. And if, as is the case, these meridian lines are circuits, then if there's a problem on a circuit in the toe, which actually is affecting and causing a problem in the head with a headache, it's no good putting a needle in the head because it won't change anything. Ignorance is something that waves its hand in arrogance. The arrogance of ignorance, I call it, when it's just uninformed. We have an earth that has meridian lines of energy, we call ley lines, etc. So if you look at the five senses, and again, if you see them in their base state, their waveform, they are decoding waveform information into electrical information. They are communicating it to the brain, and the brain is decoding that electrical information into digital and holographic information, which is the world we think we are experiencing. It's an obvious one is the ear, which is taking vibrational information, turning it into electrical information and communicating it to the brain, which then we hear as sound. And so there are different parts of the brain that specialize in the decoding of different senses. And there is where the world that we see actually exists. Extraordinarily amazing illusion. That's where the world that we're currently experiencing visually exists. And so this scene in the Matrix is absolutely spot on. This isn't real. What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, taste, and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. And that's all they are. And what if you could program the brain by programming perception to decode those electrical signals in a way that suits your agenda of control? The brain is pitch black dark but can see light. How possible? Because that light I'm looking at only exists in that form here. I'm looking at waveform information, which I'm decoding into that in my head, so I don't need to see outside of it. The brain does not have to be light for me to see light, because it's a decoding mechanism. This is Alan Watts again. Without the brain, the world is devoid of light, heat, weight, solidity, motion, space, time, or any other imaginable feature. All these phenomena are interactions or transactions of vibrations with a certain arrangement of neurons. It's such an illusion that, here's a question. Does a falling tree make a noise? Only if you hear it. Because when a falling tree falls, it doesn't make a noise. It makes a disturbance in the air, in the atmosphere, in the energetic field. And that disturbance is then picked up by the ears as a waveform information field. It then communicates that to the brain in electrical form, and the brain then hears the tree falling. No one there? A tree makes no noise when it falls. And here's an explanation by a scientist called Robert Lanza in a book called Biocentrism, and he's just describing the simplest thing, how we manifest the sight and experience of a candle. The flame is emitting photons or packets of electromagnetic energy, tiny packets, each pulsing electrically and magnetically. These invisible electromagnetic waves strike a human retina, and if, and only if, the waves happen to measure between 400 and 700 nanometers in length from crest to crest, then their energy is just right to deliver a stimulus to the 8 million cone-shaped cells in the retina. Each in turn send an electrical pulse to a neighbor neuron, and on up the line it goes at 250 miles an hour until it reaches the optical lobe of the brain in the back of the head, what I talked about a few minutes ago. There, a cascading complex of neurons fire from the incoming stimuli, and we subjectively perceive this experience as a yellow brightness occurring in a place we have been conditioned to call the external world. An external world that doesn't actually exist outside of us. It's inside of us, as the world of the computer, decoded world, exists inside the computer. Who creates the universe that we see? We do. What kind of universe, what kind of society we create is dictated by our perceptions of everything. All that we see or seem is just a dream within a dream. The dream is the dreamer. The dreamer is the dream, because one is a decoded expression of the other, and therefore, if you want to control the dream, control human reality, control the perceptions of the dreamer, and then you set up the feedback loop to create the reality you want via your target population. Our reality, this reality we're experiencing, is a reality of frequency and vibration, information in that form. Nikola Tesla said, if you wish to understand the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. Concerning matter, Einstein said, we have been all wrong. What we have called matter is really energy, whose vibration has been lowered to be perceptible to the senses. There is no matter. There is only light and sound and decoded information. Now, there's a whole area you might have come across called cymatics. And what they do is they get like a metal plate, and they'll put particles all over it, various substances, and that's the random world. They just put particles on, and that's wherever they are. That is symbolic of all that is, has been, and ever can be potential waiting to manifest. How that we manifest that is depicted and decided by our perceptions, and therefore the frequency interaction we have with those particles. And you can see this in cymatics, because what they then do, after you've got these random particles all over the plate, is they play across the particles a frequency. And you see the particles form into geometrical shapes based on that frequency. The frequency changes, other geometrical shapes suddenly appear to reflect the information in the changed frequency. And here's an example. That's all potential waiting to manifest. And so you play a certain frequency, and the frequency starts to manifest form out of that potential. And interestingly, the higher the frequency, the more complex the patterns, the geometrical patterns. Because the higher the frequency, the more information you can process and therefore experience. As the frequency gets higher, the pattern gets more complex. And that's cymatics. One more. That is so symbolic of what happens. And that's why music either inspires us and syncs with us, or we say, shut that bloody row off, driving me mad. It's whether the frequency syncs with you or whether it doesn't, because that's what, of course, music is. It is a frequency. This is why ancient peoples and the more open religions work so much with sound and chants and stuff, because they're impacting a frequency upon the energetic field around them. Same with the didgeridoo in Australia. Gareth has got an album out called 3, which is recorded in 432 hertz instead of the normal 440 because of the way the frequency syncs with people better. Science discovers a song that reduces anxiety by 65%. It's not the song, it's the frequency. The frequency impacts itself upon the body and therefore has the effect of reducing anxiety, because anxiety is distorted energetic states, what we call stress, and that frequency of the music can rebalance that harmony, and thus the anxiety disappears. The information we're decoding is encoded in the frequency band of what we call light, the electromagnetic spectrum. Isaac Newton coined the term spectrum for the rainbow, and that's very appropriate because spectrum is Latin for apparition or phantom, which is basically what the rainbow is. We are decoding information and frequency, and the rainbow only exists in our head. Colors are frequencies. Different colors, different frequencies, different sub-frequencies. And black absorbs all colors. Different colors reflect some and absorb others, and white reflects all colors. And so when you are looking at something like that, as with the candle, the colors of the flowers only exist in your decoded experience when you decode the frequencies of the colors into the colors that we experience. This is why this was from that earlier text. The existence of the rainbow depends on the conical photoreceptors in your eyes. To animals without cones, the rainbow does not exist. So you don't just look at a rainbow, you create it. My brain, said Nikola Tesla, is only a receiver of information, and a processor of information in a way. But what information? It can take the information and the perceptions of phantom self, and it will manifest an experience of phantom self. Or it can take the information of infinite self, and it can manifest an experience of infinite self. The brain's just there to do what you allow it to do, what information you allow it to decode. So you can decode a reality where everything's lovely like that, or you can decode a reality like that. And it's our choice which one we do. Belief is perception. Perception is frequency. And so if you can control someone's belief, you control their perception, you control their perception, you control their frequency. This is why the conspiracy doesn't care what you believe, as long as you believe it in a 5-sense way, and as long as you believe it rigidly to the exclusion of everything else, because then they got you. They've got you in the frequency prison, no matter what that belief is. The auric field is constantly changing colors because it's constantly changing frequencies based on changing emotion and mental states. And as I said a minute ago, that as the frequency increases, as you allow your frequency to increase by expanding your perception of self into the greater consciousness instead of little me, as the frequency increases, the amount of energy carried by the wave also increases in proportion to the frequency. We saw that with cymatics, and therefore the more you expand your awareness, the more information you can process, the more incredible your experience becomes. So, to keep us in servitude, we have to be held in a state of belief. You believe in the Muslim religion, you believe in the Jewish religion, you believe in the Christian religion, the Hindu religion, they're not bothered. As long as you believe in it rigidly to the exclusion of all else, you're all in the same frequency band. Everything is energy, said Einstein, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you can't help but get that reality, and that's how we're being manipulated all the time. You go and open your awareness to the greater awareness, you operate on a different frequency, you see the world in a completely different way and have a completely different experience. Now, the pineal gland in the brain is part of this decoding system. Some people call it the mind's eye, part of the third eye system. It's like an antenna that decodes information beyond the five senses. And if people think that little rice-like pineal gland couldn't do that, well, you look at a little antenna you stick in your computer and you can pick up radio stations, television stations from all over the world from that little antenna. And the same rods and cones found in the eyes are found in the pineal gland, which kind of leads us to why they call it the third eye, which sees beyond the five senses. And you can see the symbolism of this pineal gland all over the ancient world in various ways, because they understood, the more awake of them, what it did and how it interacted with reality. Now, talking about how they want to hold us in five-sense reality, fluoride in drinking water, which is just a poison, a toxin, one of its consequences is it calcifies the pineal gland. Now, the people putting it in the water will not be doing it for that reason. They'll be doing what they're told. They'll believe that it's good for teeth and all that shite. But actually, the people in the shadows who are ultimately making sure that fluoride goes into drinking water know that it is affecting the way that we can perceive reality beyond the five senses. Children's clothing found loaded with endocrine disrupting chemicals. The pineal gland is part of the endocrine system of glands. Not by accident that is going on. Now, the pineal gland is also crystalline. It would be because it's a receiver transmitter of information. And the whole body is crystalline. The membrane of every cell, and we have trillions of them, is a liquid crystal. We are in a crystalline form because the body, DNA too, is a receiver transmitter of information. There's been a lot of brilliant research on DNA as a transmitter receiver done by Russian scientists, among others. And of course, that would be the case because the body is constantly interacting with the cosmic internet. Crystalline DNA for that same reason. And DNA is a receiver transmitter. This is a description of that. From the characteristic form of this giant molecule, a wound double helix, the DNA represents an ideal electromagnetic antenna. On one hand, it is elongated and thus a blade which can take up very well electrical pulses. On the other hand, seen from above, it has the form of a ring and thus is a very magnetical antenna. And DNA is made up of 4 codes, A, C, G, and T, and depending where they are in relationship to each other, dictates if it manifests as a virus or a human body. These codes also relate to something else which I'll come to as we go along. DNA, again, in its base form is energetic waveform information. We only see the holographic decoded version of it. San Francisco Chronicle, DNA is a universal software code. From bacteria to humans, the basic instructions for life are written with the same language, and there's a reason for that, which I'm coming to. So, what we call human is a software program. It's not what we are. We are the consciousness, the awareness experiencing that program. But human is not what we are, it's what we're experiencing. We are consciousness having the experience. Now, when we start looking at the world, reality, from these points that I've been talking about, so many mysteries disappear. Mysteries that mainstream science either dismisses or can't answer. And it's worth remembering, this is a guy called Richard Dawkins, Professor Richard Dawkins, who is an Oxford professor who is vehemently anti anything alternative and any other explanation for life other than basically this is the world that we see and it's not malleable and all that stuff. And we shouldn't forget, when we hold up academics and scientists as unquestionable fountains of knowledge, that they have been through the same perception programs as everyone else, except they've been in them for longer and continue to remain in them now in the education institutions of the world. They are some of the most programmed of all with the postage stamp consensus. And they have this arrogance of ignorance, many of them, not all of them, in which they dismiss anything outside of that consensus. And so their perceptions, the perceptions of the people we hold up as those that know all these things, they are in the same perceptual prison as everyone else, often more so. And as I say in the latest book, you don't need a scientific mind to understand reality. You need a free one. Often it's the scientific mind that keeps you from understanding reality because it holds on to the program. Nikola Tesla, brilliant quote, "The scientists of today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind." And one of the reasons we don't move on faster in our understanding of reality is that so many people whose job it is to uncover that reality are some of the most programmed on the planet. Nikola Tesla said, "The day science begins to study non-physical phenomenon, it will make more progress in one decade than in all the previous centuries of our existence," because he realized that this is just a projection of non-physical phenomena. So when you break into looking at reality from these perspectives, like I say, mysteries start to disappear. One of them is, what do you mean the world isn't solid? Got to be. How can it not be solid? What do you mean the world isn't solid? And I kind of completely understand. We are interacting with it all the time as if it's solid, physical, real. But that resistance is not... people say, well, you know, if it's not solid, why can't I walk through a wall? Well, you could if you want a really different frequency to the wall. This is why ghosts go through walls. They're on a different frequency. But that solid-to-solid resistance that we experience is actually an electromagnetic resistance in the waveform level of reality. Two waveform fields resisting each other. We experience it in the decoded world of the holographic reality as a solid resistance, but it's actually electromagnetic resistance. Now, what is happening is more and more mainstream scientists are starting to look at this because it's the only thing that makes any sense of the realities that they can't explain. Here's a mainstream report, 99% of your body is empty space. I actually say it's all empty space, all of it. Well, not empty space, there's no such thing as empty, but none of it is actually physical, not even that tiny part of 1%. And what we're told, you see, is that atoms make up the physical world. Accepted. Physical world made of atoms. Well, atoms have no solidity. So how can something that's not solid make up a solid world? And here with the nucleus and the electrons, the distance between the nucleus and the electrons is only what it appears there, so I can get it on the screen. The distance, comparatively, is phenomenal. There's no solidity to an atom. This is a great quote. If the nucleus of the atom were the size of a peanut, the atom would be about the size of a baseball stadium. If we lost all the dead space inside our atoms, we would each be able to fit into a particle of dust, and the entire human race would fit into the volume of a sugar cube. It makes that racism stuff look a bit freaking nonsensical, doesn't it? Really, when you think about it. As I've been trying to get across while they're calling me a racist. Very funny. It's hilarious. I have to laugh. Inversion. Did I mention that? So what is happening is when you take a disk of information, as the computer's decoding that information into what you see on the screen, it goes through certain different transformational states. And what we call atoms is part of the transformational states of the waveform information being decoded into holographic information. Atoms do not have to be solid to make up a solid world because there is no solid world. So waveform becomes digital holographic, holographic digital. That's the world that we are experiencing. So the world is a hologram, but not outside of us, inside of us, as I'll come to. Most people will know this anyway, but for any that don't, to create the holograms that we see in the shops, they take a laser, what's called coherent light, and they deflect part of it directly onto a photographic film, and another part of it basically photographs the object in waveform, and then is deflected back onto the film where it collides with the other part of the laser that's gone direct. And that creates what they call a waveform interference pattern. Waveform interference pattern. And then, when you fire a laser at the interference pattern, suddenly a three-dimensional holographic expression of what's being photographed manifests out of the waveform information pattern. And what that's doing is mirroring the way we create this reality out of waveform information. And the best of them look as solid as you and me. Waveform pattern, information, looks like a fingerprint, that's probably not an accident, and waveform pattern, laser, and some of them look as solid as you and me. This lady here is in another city. She's standing on a stage with this guy as a holographic projection. All these people, apart from him, are holograms. All these people are holograms, including her, that looks so real in relation to him. This is the world that we are living in, taking the waveform, creating the holographic decoded expression of it that we call the world. These are two mainstream science magazines, New Scientist, Britain, obviously Scientific America, all now with articles looking at this. You are a hologram projected from the edge of the universe. Are you a hologram? Quantum physics says the entire universe might be. They're having to go down this road because it's the only thing that explains the world we're living in. This is a more recent one with Japanese researchers who presented evidence to suggest that the universe is in fact nothing but a projection. I've been writing that for goodness knows how many years. Because if you're not imprisoned by perceptual download, I left school at 15, and you let your mind go free, you can see the freaking obvious. Anyone can. But do we live in a hologram? No, we don't. We live in an information field, and we create the hologram by decoding that information. So the holographic world is not outside of us, it's inside of us. And one of the great characteristics of a hologram is every part of the hologram is a smaller version of the whole. Therefore, if you cut a holographic print into 4, and you fire the laser at the 4 pieces, you don't get a quarter part of the whole picture, you get a quarter version size of the whole picture, because every part of a hologram is a smaller version of the whole. Yes, as you go down and you cut the picture up, it gets less clarity, but it's still a version of the whole picture in miniature. As above, so below. That's where this comes from. Because it's holographic. Every part of the hologram is a smaller version of the whole, so we are a smaller part of the universe. Whatever happened to little Ethel on the checkout? I have no power. And so this is why people like reflexologists and acupuncturists can find parts of the hand, the ear, every part of the body which represents the body as a whole. And they treat part of the body but actually to treat the whole. Because in every part of the body is the information of the whole body, because the body's a hologram. That's how it works. And same with palm reading, people that can really do it, because the hand, as part of a hologram, contains the information of the body, and therefore the body as a whole can be read from the hand. And this is why you look at brain cell activity, you look at the universe, and they look so similar. This is a mainstream report, Stardust Melody, humans are undeniably made up of cosmic dust, new study finds. But that must be so. If the universe is a hologram, then everything must be an expression of that hologram in miniature. And again, more mysteries that come to be explained from this. And notice, because the normal that I call postage stamp normal is so narrow and limited, when there is phenomena happening that can't be explained by the normal postage stamp, it has to be given another name, the paranormal. But it's just as normal, in fact more bloody normal than the postage stamp normal. So ghosts, what we call ghosts and entities, passing through walls because they're on different frequencies. So there's not that electromagnetic resistance. You turn on a radio and you're not quite on the dial. You can get a main station, which is the dominant one, but you also get interference from another one. It's not as powerful, but you've got interference. You can hear it. Visually, that's what a ghost is. It's not absolutely in our frequency band, but it's enough in it that it can be perceived as ethereal. If we were on the same frequency band as the ghost, the entity, it will look as solid as you and me. And so when people say, there's a freaking ghost over there, and someone's going, don't be so bloody stupid, I can't see anything. No, they can't. Because this person is slightly more, at least slightly more sensitive, can get a bit further into the visual field than her friend. Therefore, she sees something that she can't see. Because she can see slightly beyond the frequency, she can only see the frequency. Psychics, mediums, what they're doing is expanding their awareness, connecting with other levels of reality, and bringing that into this reality as information. The ones that get just a little bit out there, they're saying, I'm getting a Mary, I'm getting a Mary. Is there a Mary? Anyone know a Mary? But the ones that get right out there, they can bring phenomenal information from higher frequencies of awareness into this reality. Water has a memory. This explains the whole thing about homeopathy. Water has a memory because it's conscious. Everything's conscious, including water. Now, this is a wonderful example of postage stamp mentality. This is Professor Dame Sally Davis. She's the UK government chief medical officer who shared her wisdom and expanded awareness with us by saying homeopaths are peddlers and homeopathy is rubbish. What that means is we can't explain how it works, so it can't possibly bloody work. Okay, and now this is a mainstream article in the Daily Mail, the Australian edition. Homeopathy for your pet? That's barking, warn vets. More than 2,500 use letter to demand alternative medicine is blacklisted. And here's the key line in the article. But scientists argue the cures of homeopathy are so diluted they are unlikely to contain any of the original substance. Can I touch it, taste it, and all the rest? Okay, it exists. I can't, it doesn't. So this dismissal of homeopathy is such a wonderful example of postage stamp consensus that keeps us in servitude, including the institutions in servitude, to ignorance. Now, what they're saying then is homeopathy is quackery because it dilutes the substance so much that in the end there's no substance left, only the water. Okay. This is Masaru Emoto, a friend of mine. Unfortunately, he died in 2014. And he was a Japanese researcher who became famous for looking at the impact on water crystals of different things like words, emotions, mobile phones, polluted water, pollution. And what he used to do, I went to Tokyo to where he did this once. He would get a canister of water and he would put words on the side like love and thanks or I hate you, I want to kill you. He would then freeze the water very fast with this technology he had, and then he would photograph the crystals. The crystals in the water, in terms of what was on the canister, the difference was extraordinary, as you can see now. That is a water crystal on the left that had love and thanks written on the side. That is a crystal that had I hate you, I want to kill you written on the side. Because of the vibrational frequency impact of those two states of intention on the water. In other words, on the frequency waveform level of the water. Now, obviously, when we speak, what is happening? We're creating a vibrational frequency energetic field with the vocal cords. And just like the tree that makes no noise unless we hear it, this frequency field will not be heard unless it's decoded. At the moment, I'm decoding it for myself. People are decoding my field here. But only when we decode it does this frequency field become the words that we hear. Now, the same is true of the written word, because the written word is a holographic expression, a decoded expression of an information state based on the intent and the nature of the words. So when you write, I hate you, I want to kill you on the side, on a waveform level, that phrase is a distorted waveform informational state, frequency state. And it will then impact that upon the frequency of the water. So when you photograph it in the crystal form, you see the hate. When you write love and thanks on the side, that intent manifests a harmonious, infinite love is the only truth, everything else is illusion state. And therefore, that harmonious state of frequency is impacted upon the water. And when you photograph the crystals, you see those beautiful geometrical harmonic patterns. That's how we are affecting this world all the time. Every time we feel emotion, every time we speak, every time we interact with our perceptual state. So, if they can get us constantly anxious, constantly in fear, constantly angry, constantly in a state of hatred, then we are manifesting that distortion into the energetic field, which like fish swimming in the sea. You want to affect all the fish, affect the sea, and therefore we are being affected ourselves by the distortions in this field, which we as a human race are ourselves creating. And those that are behind all this know exactly what they're doing, as I'll come to in part 3. So, love and appreciation. You make me sick, I want to kill you. That was just thank you. That was polluted river water, photographed in crystal state. That was polluted water in a crystal state before what is called prayer. What is prayer? Concentrated thought. Concentrated focus interaction with the field of possibility and probability, the quantum field. And what they did is they took that water in that state and they projected love, harmony at that water, and then they took another photograph of the same water. And that's how we can clean up the world, by cleaning up ourselves and cleaning up our perceptions. Now, the Stuttgart Institute in Germany found a way of photographing information in water. That's not how they did it. That's obviously symbolic. If you go onto YouTube, I think it's still there, and you put "water has memory," you'll see a 5-minute video about this. What they did was got a big tank of water, and they put a flower in it, and then they took the flower out. That's all they did. And then they photographed the water through this process they have, and they found the information of the flower was in every droplet of water, every single one that they tested, and that's because it's holographic. Every part of it is a whole. Now, what I'm saying is, by putting the flower in the water and taking it out, it transferred this information to the water that quickly. What they then did was get another tank of water, and they got people up from the local community, and they had a dish with their name on, and they asked them to just take 4 droplets of water out of the tank and put it in the dish with their name on. What they found was each set of 4 droplets from each person was different to the other people, but each 4 from the same person was basically the same. In other words, that process of doing that had transferred that person's unique energetic signature onto the water that went into the dish. That's how we're interacting with the cosmic internet all the time, and our perceptual state is affecting it, and its perceptual state is affecting us, because we are all connected to that field. So, Dame Sally Davis, homeopathy works in the right hands, because although there's no substance left in the water, the information of the substance, like the information of the flower, remains in the water, and it's the information, the waveform information of the substance, that does the healing at the waveform level of the body. But because mainstream science doesn't see that, it don't think homeopathy can possibly work, only because it's ignorant of reality. And you look at viruses in computers, what are they? Rogue information. You look at a polluted river, it's rogue information. If you could see it on a waveform level, it would just be distorted waveform information, distorting everything else. Pharmaceutical drugs, if you could see them on a waveform level, you'd see distorted waveform information, which we are introducing to the waveform field of the body. That's why they're so devastating. I love it. They say, it's got side effects. There's no such thing as side effects, mate. There's just effects. That's all there are. Effects. So it's all happening on this waveform level. And that's we have death by doctor worldwide on such a vast frickin' scale, a stunning scale. Because if you ask me to fix your engine, it would never work again. I know nothing about engines. So someone who knows nothing about the body and its nature, please just leave my body alone. I'll find someone who knows. And so what we have is complementary and alternative medicine, which often, I mean, I'm not saying all that's good either, but that which is outstanding. And what they say is mainstream medicine only treats the symptom, not the cause. But it can't do anything other, because it's treating the hologram. It's treating the projection. Therefore, it can only treat the symptom, because the symptom in the hologram is a flaw and distortion in the waveform field. What the best of alternative medicine does, it goes direct to the waveform field, just like acupuncture does. And so it can only treat the cause, treat the symptom rather than not the cause. Scientists have discovered a way to destroy cancer tumors using nothing but sound waves. Oh, really? You'll be telling me the sun affects the temperature next. What? Of course it does, because sound is frequency, which changes other frequencies, like the frequency of cancer. Cosmic communication. This comes into the electrical nature of the universe, and this is where Tesla gets his, all the power in the world is all around us. This is an area of research known as the electric universe. Wallace Thornhill is an Australian physicist. David Tolbert is an American researcher. They are two of the leading lights of it. And it is a fantastic area of scientific research now, which is rewriting the nature of the universe and how it works. The electric universe, it's called. Also, the Thunderbolts Project is another name. Now, we know that there is electricity around us because we see lightning, which is a discharge of electrical energy when it builds up to the point where it has to discharge. But people don't realize that when you have in the low level of our atmosphere a lightning strike, it goes up into the cosmos under different names like tendrils, sprites, and elves, because what we're looking at is a vast electromagnetic field of information communication, which is going to lead us somewhere before we end this section. In terms of the reality we're experiencing. So in mainstream report, high-speed solar winds increase lightning strikes on Earth. Yes, because there is a constant exchange of information through this electromagnetic system. We have electric tornadoes. They're fast-rotating electromagnetic fields. That's why they appear in electrical storms around the time of electrical storms. Of course, the Northern Lights are an electrical light show. Electrical comets. And Tesla said this. As I said earlier, all peoples everywhere should have free energy sources. Electric power is everywhere present in unlimited quantities and can drive the world's machinery without the need for coal, oil, and gas. This electrical universe is what he was talking about. And it's all around us, and we could have all the power we needed if only they would use that potential. So we're told that gravity holds everything together, but the electrical force is about 1,000 trillion times more powerful than gravity. This is the magnetic force, incredibly powerful. And what the electric universe researchers say is actually the planetary bodies are held in a form of stability, not through gravity, but through electromagnetic fields. And when those fields are affected, then the planets go walkabout. And I write about that in my books in great detail in terms of what happened in the relatively recent, what we call past. Now, the observable universe is 99.999% plasma, called the fourth state of matter. And plasma just happens to be the almost perfect medium for electricity and electromagnetism to pass through. The phenomena in the heavens can be reproduced in plasma-focused devices in laboratories because we're looking at electromagnetic plasma phenomenon in the heavens. One of the things they found, it was found by a guy called Erwin Langmuir, an American-Swedish scientist. He found that where an electrical charge of a certain type meets another electrical charge in the plasma of a certain type, automatically a barrier is thrown up between them. And that is what defines the magnetospheres of planets and what we call planetary energy fields. The sun is almost entirely plasma because it is not a generator of energy, it is a processor of energy, according to the electrical universe proposition, which I absolutely agree with. The electrical sun. What we're told on the postage stamp consensus is the sun is a nuclear reactor and the power comes from inside. As the electrical universe researchers point out, virtually every observation of the sun says that that's not true. And in fact, if you look at the sun from an ultraviolet level, around the equator, there is what they call a torus, like a donut, and that accumulates electrical power. And it accumulates it and accumulates it and accumulates it until, just like lightning in our atmosphere, it has to discharge. And they say that then when this discharges happen, at very powerful points in electrical cycles of the affecting the solar system, then that lightning or charge smacks into the sun and causes what we call sunspots. Mainstream science says the sunspots are punched from inside. The electrical universe says actually punched from outside, and people are starting to see that now. And so, therefore, the more electrical power that builds up in that torus, the more it discharges, the more sunspots there are, and sunspots are the measurement that science has for the activity of the sun. Interestingly, on the surface of the sun, it's around 5,000 degrees Kelvin, according to mainstream science, and they say the upper levels are about 200 million degrees Kelvin, which would indicate where the power is coming from. And some of these sunspots are as big as the Earth. And like I say, mainstream science is being pulled this way because it's the only thing that their findings are explainable by. Professor of physics at New Jersey Institute of Technology said recently, a sunspot activity, our new observations suggest that disturbances created in the solar outer atmosphere can also cause direct and significant perturbations on the surface through magnetic fields, a phenomenon not envisaged by any contemporary solar eruption models. This is what the electric universe people have been pointing out. So as the cycle of electrical power moves through this part of the universe, the sun is sometimes processing big amounts of power, sometimes not, and that is the cycle of sun activity, because the sun is processing the information and turning it into what we call light, whereas it's not coming from the center as we've always been told. David Sibek, project scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, the satellites have found evidence of magnetic ropes connecting the Earth's upper atmosphere directly to the sun. We believe that solar winds flow in along these ropes, providing energy for geomagnetic storms and auroras. That's what the electric universe has been saying. Everything's connected by an electrical circuit, and that is how the sun affects Earth temperature. So what I'm saying after all this is the heavens are an information matrix. We look at the heavens in holographic form, and they look like that. But if you could see them on another level, it would be an electrical, electromagnetic communication system, what I call the cosmic internet. And if you think about it, the internet and computers, they work with electrical information communicated electrically. The brain processes information electrically. Those two electric things can interact with the cosmic internet. We can see now how powerful electricity is in carrying information, where they can put the internet around someone's house through the electrical systems. This is another finding last year about DNA, that it's like an electrical wire for signaling in the cell. It's all electrical communication. Other mainstream science study found that bees find pollen through electrical signals from flowers, not sight, not smell, electrical signals. And therefore, we are giving off electrical frequencies. And if we're on a state of frustration, we are giving off distorted frequencies and distorting the energetic field around us, including our own. And if we're in a balanced, harmonious state, we're giving off balanced, harmonious electrical frequencies. And that's why I said earlier, it's at this electrical level that even in the level of politics, left and right, and for and against, it's an electrical circuit of resistance and mutual empowerment. So much paranormal, like ghosts and paranormal activity, like lights dimming and musical players turning on and off, that is because in other levels of reality, close to this one, that also works with electrical and electromagnetic energy. And thus, the easiest way to affect our reality in a way that's basically making themselves known is through the electrical circuits of houses and electrical circuits of technology. This is why we get dimming lights and stuff like that. Now, astrology is another mystery to mainstream science, except that it's not. we live in this quantum field of possibility and probability, and although we see planets and stars, if we saw them on a waveform level, they are information fields. And as those information fields are passing through the waveform field of what we call the cosmos, that information is being exchanged with the cosmic field, which we're interacting with. And when planets are in certain relationships to each other, the impact collectively on the field of their collective information is much greater than if it's just one single planet. This is why these conjunctions and trines and all these things become so powerful. And as the information is being changed in the cosmic field by these astrological changes, astronomical changes, it affects us because we are interacting with that field. And the point we enter, the cycle, dictates the energetic field that we take on, the astrological field we take on, and therefore we will be affected by changes in the field through our lives in ways that are different, subtly and less than subtly, to people who've come in at another point in the cycle, what we call another time of birth. Time and space, they are also part of this decoded cosmic internet, which do not exist beyond it, which is why near-death experiences don't describe time and space in the same way when they leave the body. Time and space is an illusion as we experience it. We look at the night sky and we think that what we're looking at is billions and billions of miles away. Well, that's where the night sky exists in the form that we're experiencing it. Well, don't look millions of miles away and billions of miles away to me. It's all illusion. So when we decode the energetic field that we are looking at in the night sky, we turn it into a holographic expression of that, and it appears to have time and space, but it doesn't. If you put a disk in a computer, what comes on the screen is perspective, space, and as the scenes go from one to the other, time seems to be passing. But it's all on the same disk at the same time. In the same now, it's all an illusion. So if you're watching a movie, the scene you are watching is your present, the scene you've watched is your past, and the ones you haven't watched yet is your future, but all the scenes are on the same disk at the same time. And if I'm watching the movie up there, then I'm in the future of someone watching the movie symbolically further back. It's all illusion, time, everything. There is only one now. There is only the perception of time, not time itself. And beyond time and space, this reality is the now. This is why when people leave the body, they describe this very different relationship to time. But we are in an illusion of time and space, which is incredibly important to the control system, as I'll come to. This guy said, the present moment is the only moment available to us, and it is the door to all moments. And people say, well, it can't be just a now. There's a future and there's a past. Okay, well, it's okay. So you're in the now. Yeah, all right. Yeah, present. Yeah, okay. When you're thinking about the past, where are you? In the now. Yeah, okay. So when you're worrying about the future, where are you? I'm in the now. And when that future comes and you experience it, where are you? Well, I'm in the now. There is only the now. There is only the illusion of past and present. And if, and this is all part of the manipulation too, if you can be pulled from the power of the now into the perception of the past through regret and anger and all that stuff, or resentment, or you can be pulled into the future symbolically by worrying about what's coming next and what's going to happen to the kids and how am I going to pay the rent, you're being pulled into illusory states of time and out of the now, which is the only moment we can change anything. And so, if that expanded awareness part of us is in a realm of no time, now, and we are in the illusion of time, that alone is disconnecting us from the expanded nature of self. Einstein said about relativity, when you are courting a nice girl, an hour seems like a second. When you sit on a red-hot cinder, a second seems like an hour. That's relativity. Because we perceive time by the way we decode information. It's as simple as that. we have such a ludicrous perception of time that if you cross an invisible line in the ocean and go that way or that way, you go into yesterday or tomorrow. And it's not even straight. Not even straight. And we think that is time. It's not. It's a construct. And at a London university, they had this study with sports people who were in sports where things were happening really quickly, like you're waiting for a serve in a tennis match or you're waiting for a pitch in baseball. And what they found is, because you know, you watch a tennis match, you're going like that, especially at Wimbledon. I've already been there once, but you go, he not only hit it, he got it in the frickin' line. How does he do that? I can't see the bloody ball, it's a blur. What they found is when they're waiting to receive a serve, they start processing information differently. They start processing it quicker, and to them, the ball, therefore, is not moving as fast as it is for the crowd. It's all an illusion. What do they say about great footballers? He seems to have more time than anyone else. He's decoding information quicker than anyone else. Therefore, he appears to have more time. And that's why this near-death experience, so once he left the body, which is decoding this illusion of time, there is no time. There is no sequence of events, no such thing as limitation of distance, of period, of place. I could be anywhere I wanted to be simultaneously. And, you know, they say of people like Leonardo da Vinci and Giordano Bruno that they were ahead of their time because they knew so much compared with others of their time. But they weren't beyond time, or rather they weren't ahead of their time. They were beyond time because they were able to connect out of the program into the expanded awareness of inspiration and intuitive knowing. And from there, they were able to understand things in this world that other people in this world at the time were not able to. And so, wherever we've been in the process of what we call history, there have been people who have tapped in to this infinite possibility and potential, and they've said, oh, he was ahead of his time. No, he was beyond time. More importantly, beyond the program. So when I'm talking in part 3 about some historical things, that's only a linear explanation. It's not quite like that because there's only the now. So then we come to numbers, and this is really leading big time into the end of this section, which will start to look at this reality from another perspective completely. Numbers, what are numbers? Numbers are an expression of the digital construct. When I'm talking about holograms, it's a digital hologram that we are creating and experiencing as this reality. So on one level, it's digital. It's about numbers. This is the level that the art of numerology works, on this digital level of reality, which was brilliantly portrayed in the Matrix movies. Numbers are digital expressions of frequencies. So if same numbers keep coming into your life, they're an expression of a frequency that's around you. And this is, like I say, this is where holograms are now going. They're creating digital holograms. Now that's pretty much getting to where we are in this reality. This is a mainstream report about one of them. And they look so real, these digital holograms. So real that when Ford used a digital hologram to show off a car concept model, people stopped, afraid to walk into it. They thought the holographic car was really there. That's a digital hologram of a motorbike, for example. DNA is digital on one level, and on the digital level of on-off electrical charges, they also relate to the ACG&T codes of DNA, because each of those codes has a binary value. This is taking us into the realm of the true nature of the reality we are experiencing. I'm heading there fast now. Now, if you look also at numbers, you find in the fabric of our reality recurring numerological codes. One is the Fibonacci sequence, which you can find in all these things, everything from hurricanes to the formation of plants, the way waves operate, everything. And the Fibonacci sequence is when you add the previous two numbers to get the third. 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 1 is 3, 3 and 2 is 5, and so on. And it's named after a mathematician from way back. Now, also you have symmetrical mathematics, where smaller versions of something express the bigger version of the same thing. Like a tree grows in its branches, like a tree grows as a whole. That's the holographic principle. That's the holographic world made manifest and called symmetrical mathematics. Same with the lungs. And there's also fractal patterns within the fabric of our reality, and a fractal is a never-ending pattern. Fractals are infinitely complex patterns that are self-similar across different scales, holographic. They are created by repeating a simple process over and over in an ongoing feedback loop. And like I say, fractal patterns have been found in the fabric of the universe. They are finding that across every expression of this reality, the universe, the brain, the internet, growth patterns, small and large networks, and even personal relationships and many other things from a psychological point of view, they are all showing the same growth patterns like a fractal pattern, like a recurring pattern in which everything reflects everything else, holographic. Fractal patterns are also related to the way DNA works. And here's a scientific paper that captures it all in a headline. DNA is a fractal antenna in electromagnetic fields. Which brings us to this. I've been saying now for quite a long time, at least around 2002-03, in my books, that we live in a simulation. And by definition, a simulation is something that had to be created by some intelligence. And what is happening now is more and more mainstream scientists are coming out and saying, actually, it does seem like we live in a simulation. So I'm saying the universe is a simulation. I've been saying it for a long time, because the universe is a vast electrical communication system, like I've been describing, because it is a simulation. Just like the computer system and the internet system is a vast electrical, electromagnetic, encoded communication system. And like I say, mainstream physicists and scientists are beginning to say, hold on, it does look like that. Physicists may have evidence a universe is a computer simulation. This is a recurring story you see all the time now. This is a guy called Silas Bean, who led a team at the University of Bonn. He also works in North America, and looking into whether we live in a simulation. And they concluded, actually, it looks like we do. Is our universe fake? Physicists claim we could all be the playthings of advanced civilization. Our universe may be a matrix-like computer game designed by aliens, says NASA scientist. And that NASA scientist was, or is, a guy called Rich Terrell, director of the Center for Evolutionary Computation and Automated Design at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And this is what he said this year. The universe is a digital hologram, what I've been saying in my books for years, and so must have been created by some form of intelligence, which goes without saying. Is reality an illusion? Scientists say we may be living in a computer simulation controlled by an evil genius. And this is a guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a bit of a celebrity scientist in America. Doesn't seem to have the most open mind I've ever seen in the world. But he's saying it's very likely the universe is a simulation. Elon Musk, the technological guy who funds SpaceX and Tesla cars, etc., we are almost definitely living in a simulation, and he says there's only a 1 in billions chance that we're not. And if you look at these more advanced computer games, like No Man's Sky, they use artificial intelligence to self-create an entire cosmos full of planets. Running off 600,000 lines of code, the game creates an artificial galaxy populated by that vast number of unique planets that you can travel to and explore. And the makers of the game say they set the parameters for the game to create itself, and the rules that we set in motion, that we taught the computer, which then runs the game on those rules. That is what we call in this simulation the laws of physics. And so the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, said, biology is fundamentally discrete based on sets of nucleic and amino acids combined into genes and proteins, and computers are fundamentally discrete based on bits of data processed by logic gates. The latter have long been used to study the former, but a range of emerging technologies are now making it possible to directly convert between these representations. Just as analog digital and digital analog converters provide the interface between computers and the physical world of sensors and actuators, biology digital and digital biology converters are allowing computers to create and control biological worlds, because the biological is just another form of technological to those that are actually behind all this. And this is the Silas Bean paper and their conclusions at the University of Bonn. They say they may have evidence that the universe is a computer simulation. They pointed out that in a paper called Constraints on the Universe as a Numerical Simulation, that simply being a simulation would create its own laws of physics that would limit possibility. Scientists talk about a phenomenon known as the GZK cutoff, which is an apparent boundary for cosmic ray particles caused by interaction with cosmic background radiation. The University of Bonn paper says that this pattern of constraint mirrors what you would find with a computer simulation. They say that like a prisoner in a pitch-black cell, we would not be able to see the walls of our prison. And this is James Gates, an American theoretical physicist who was a science advisor to Barack Obama. And this is his findings reported in Physics World. There may be evidence to show that our reality is a simulation akin to the movie The Matrix. Gates and his team of researchers have discovered equations in the fabric of the universe that contain embodied or embedded codes of digital data, computer codes. They say the form of 1 and 0, the binary system of on-off electrical charges used by computers, and he says we have no idea what they are doing there. Computers and other electrical technology are embedded with a mathematical sequence known as error-correcting codes or block codes, which return data to its original state if something changes or interferes with it during transmission. Gates and his team have found these sequences within the fabric of our reality, but they don't know what they are doing there. He was then asked, have you found a set of equations indistinguishable from those that drive search engines and browsers? And his reply was, that is correct. And the physics of computer games, as I say, they're starting to mirror our reality, mirror those of the reality we're experiencing. This is Max Tegmark, physicist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and author of a book called Our Mathematical Universe. He says, the universe can be entirely described by numbers and maths, on that digital level of it, that is, just as a video game is encoded. The physics of computer games and our world are basically the same. Suppose you are a character in Minecraft or some much more advanced computer game where the graphics are really good and you don't think you're in a game. You feel that you can bump into real objects and you can fall in love and get excited about stuff. And when you start studying the physical world in this video game, eventually you start discovering that, whoa, everything is made out of pixels. And all these things that I used to think were stuff are actually just described by a bunch of numbers. You'd undoubtedly be criticized by some friends saying, come on, you're stupid, it's stuff after all. But someone looking from outside of this video game would say that actually all there was numbers. And we're exactly in this situation in our world. We look around and it doesn't seem that mathematical at all. But everything we see is made out of elementary particles like quarks and electrons. And we're back to the lighted candle here. And what properties does an electron have? Does it have a smell or a color or a texture? No. We physicists have come up with geeky names for electron properties like electric charge or spin or lepton number, but the electron doesn't care what we call it. The properties are just numbers. And if you look at Minecraft and these games, again, they seem to be seamless moving pictures. What they are is just information, pixels that we decode. So is television moving pictures. It's pixels that we decode. Same with LED screens in the same basic principle. And what they found at one level in the fabric of human reality is it looks like pixels. And so what I'm saying is that these codes, these numerological and geometrical codes that are found in our energetic construct of this reality, I'm saying pi and Fibonacci numbers are computer codes. Those number sequences recur and recur and recur and recur everywhere because they are computer codes. Fractal patterns are computer codes. The genetic code is a computer code as part of this simulation. You look at things like hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, iron on one level, they look like barcodes. And so when we look at what we call the heavens, we see it in one way in the holographic decoded perception, but it's an information matrix. On another level, it looks something like that. Information being communicated. It's the cosmic internet which we are interacting with. And when I say we, the body's interacting with it, or the waveform level, the body's interacting with it, but what's experiencing it is not the body, that's just a vehicle. It's the I, our awareness. And things get very strange when we get close to the speed of light. And I'm saying that one level of this matrix, this simulation, is what we call the speed of light. And that's why it gets very strange. We decode information and things appear to be very weird when we get close to the speed of light because they are the frequency walls, or at least one level of this simulation. So like the Bond team said, like a prisoner in a pitch black cell, we may never be able to see the walls of our prison because we are the way we decode reality. And what is stopping us seeing those walls, because we can, when you do that, you can start to perceive it. What's stopping us seeing it is the postage stamp consensus, which is holding us here. While we're here, and that's what the program's there to do, to hold us here, we'll never understand the nature of what we're experiencing and how it is being used to control us. The intellect operates in 5 sense reality. And the intellect is a prison without expanded awareness. Intellect is a useful servant, but a terrible master. And for most, it's a master, not a servant. This is the isolated intellect. This is the isolated intellect without the expression of consciousness. And that's why the world is as it is. And that is basically the institutions of the world telling us what we should believe and should not believe. So, the education system, yippee! We know about the known. It's all about the known. Holding within the known. All postage stamp, yeah, no, it's all about the known, education. But not expanding awareness so we understand the unknown. And so we go through life, and the postage stamp consensus is pushing us down the channels of the maze in a way that we never get out. We're living a lie with a mask on, I call phantom self. I am. You are. All these decisions and perceptions, I'm going to be, are coming from, it is, it isn't, from this illusion. We're all just being normal. I know exactly who I am. No, you don't. And so, how many people in this room would have experienced this? It's not like you think it is. You're mad, mate. Because, and it's no good saying, you're stupid and all that stuff. It literally can't compute because the program has him. Control perception and you control reality. And you control perception by controlling belief. This system doesn't care what you believe so long as you believe it rigidly, to the exclusion of all other possibility, because then they got you. Accidents happen, that's what everyone says. But in a quantum universe, there's no such things as accidents, only possibilities and probabilities folded into existence by perception. Control that, control the world. We see things not as they are, but as we are, exactly, because that is what dictates the feedback loop of perception to experience, perception to experience. Change perception, change experience. You know, people just had in fact, we've had some posters done for this. Just a little poster on the wall saying, change perception, change your life. Because it's that simple. Change perception, change your life. Because you change the way you interact with the cosmic internet and thus what you experience. That is how we got here. And we need to break out of it. Because if we're looking down at the world, down a microscope, how are we going to see anything? When you're looking through a telescope, looking down the wrong end, how are we going to see anything? You can only see dots. You can't see pictures. I am is all you can see. But you wake up by removing the program, and suddenly the world looks very, very different. Now, symbolically, you're above the maze. Suddenly you can see it. You can see what you've been in all your life. So that's what's been happening. Those who danced were thought to be quite insane by those who could not hear the music. 'Twas always so, because those who can hear the music dance to the music, and those who can't hear the music think you're dancing to silence. So you're mad. And here's a sobering thought. Those that control this world, the institutions that control this world, the politicians, the doctors, the scientists, the education system, the academics, they are almost in their entirety people who cannot hear the music. And that is why the world is a madhouse. And why those who can hear the music, and more can, have the duty, have the opportunity to change this world in ways that those that can't hear the music have no chance of understanding yet. But this is simply not hearing the music, only hearing the program. And this is not new. This is Jonathan Swift. He died in 1745. And he said, when a true genius appears, you can know him by this sign, that all the dunces are in a confederacy against him because of what I've just explained. Socrates, wisdom is knowing how little we know. If we just realize that and have some humility, we don't know it all. We cannot know it all in the situation we're in. So open our minds, not to believe anything and everything, but to give it a chance to justify its place in our perceptions, which the program is trying to shut out. So that's the next stage of the rabbit hole. Reality is an illusion. And the next part, I'm going to start in half an hour with this. So who is behind it all? Who is the spider? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Men consider atop the waves, so far from open arms. Oh, this mist, these fog, these north winds, give them something to cling on. Jura, 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 won't you save your best for me? Jura, 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 oh, 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 oh. Join the sky to the sea. Oh, oh, oh. Join the sky to the sea. Drum sets untouched on the side. Another girl will sleep alone. Oh, these rocks, they're calling. Yeah, they're calling you home. Gerard, 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 won't you save your best for me? Gerard, 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 oh, 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 oh. Join the sky to the sea. Oh, oh, oh. Join the sky to the sea. All this water I wash away. All this water I wash away. All this water I will wash away. All this water will wash away. Oh. All this water rising up sweeps you down into the day. All these words you left unspoken build a harbor for regret. Gerard, 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 won't you save your best for me? Gerard, 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 oh, 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 oh. Join the sky to the sea. Oh, oh, oh. Join the sky to the sea. Oh, oh, oh. Join the sky to the sea. Whoa, oh, oh, you join the sky to the sea. Whoa, oh, oh, you join the sky to the sea. You join the sky to the sea.
Thank you. Cheers, guys. There's Gareth Icke. He's the living proof that good voices are not genetic, because you don't get it from me. I've been known to clear a room with karaoke. Okay, we're going to go to some strange places now. This is Krishnamurti, Jiddu Krishnamurti. If we can really understand the problem, the answer will come out of it, because the answer is not separate from the problem. What you kind of get is people, what you might call the New Age arena, I've had over the years, who say, you shouldn't speak about that, it's negative. Well, I don't think knowledge is negative, ignorance is negative, because when you're in ignorance of what the problem is, then you can't do anything about it. So I think knowing what's going on is quite important. But in this section, we are going to go into some strange places, to say the least. Just to reiterate the problem, we've got disconnected from the full magnitude of who we are, isolated in the five senses, thanks to the bamboozle that's been set up to hold us in perceptual servitude and created the madhouse. And now the question is, who's behind it, or what's behind it? And this is where we go into some strange places. This is a lovely quote. Every man takes the limits of his own field of vision for the limits of the world. That's the program. And it's a big mistake if we're going to understand what's going on in the world, especially when we come to this bit, which is, how do we get there to this Hunger Games society? Total human control. We hide the real controllers, which is what has been happening through known human history. Who is the spider? What is this force and source that's driving all this? Well, it ain't them. Here today, gone tomorrow, politicians, different parties, same party, it doesn't matter, it's not them. No one who ever does this job, even as the so-called President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, yeah, okay, yep, I'll believe you. Nor is it even the corporations and A lot of people say it's the corporations. It's not. The corporations are not the origin of this control and this centralization of power. They are a vehicle for it, not the spider. And it's no one who's sitting around a table apparently making the decisions in the public eye. Those you see are only gophers for those you don't see. You can go deeper into the rabbit hole, away from the people you see, into the advisors. It's not them either. You can go even deeper into the rabbit hole, and you can find the Rothschilds and people like that. We are the Rothschilds. You don't see us, but we control your life. Well, yes, but only on one level. They're not the origin either. So who is the spider? What is the driving force? Mark Twain said, truth is stranger than fiction because fiction is obliged to stick to perceived possibilities. Truth isn't. The truth doesn't change because you don't want to hear it. And the postage stamp consensus is currently in an ambulance heading for emergency because it's heard what I'm going to say next. And this is as far off that postage stamp that you could possibly imagine. So it's in intensive care until I've finished. So are we ready? Are we ready? Who is the spider? This takes us into this next level of the rabbit hole, which is a level of non-human intelligence, which is ultimately, well, I say ultimately, there might be levels beyond that, ultimately, as we see it now, behind what's going on in the world. All these different areas of human society of control, secret societies, politics, banking, Satanism, pedophilia, military, media, religion, it all in the end ends up leading to one place, which is this spider, this force which is not human. Okay, yes, I can understand that to an extent. I have a question. But hold on a minute. We live in an electromagnetic spectrum that's 0.005% of what exists in the universe, so mainstream science says, and we can only see a tiny fraction, visible light, of that electromagnetic spectrum of 0.005%. If you take the projected size of the universe according to mainstream science, then the Earth, by comparison, is 1/billionth of a pinhead. I feel it in me water. I think there's other life out there other than us. Honestly, I do. I'm convinced. This is, again, it's like, take a deep breath, look at it again. It's freaking obvious. It's like, do you think the sun affects our temperature? Oh, yeah, okay. Our consciousness, this is Bernard Carr, professor of mathematics and astronomy at Queen Mary University, London. Our consciousness interacts with another dimension. Our physical senses only show us a three-dimensional universe. What exists in the higher dimensions are entities we cannot touch with our physical senses. They're on different frequencies. And these non-human manipulators, visitors from other dimensions of reality have been described in many and various ways by different cultures all over the world. The serpent gods, the Chitahuri and the Zulu belief system, the children of the serpent, the Anunnaki, Sumer, Babylon, Snake Brothers, Hopi, Star People, many and various. They're called demons in Christianity, interdimensional entities. The Gnostic people I'll come to in a second called them archons, and the Islamic, or actually the pre-Islamic world where it originated from, called them jinn. And these are entities either that are manifesting within our reality, our visible light frequency band, or manipulating from outside of that visual frequency of perception. And the different ways, I say different ways, the common ways that they are described, many of them very, very compelling in different cultures and belief systems, they are clearly describing the same force. Like the archons in the Gnostic belief system, as they call them, they said of the archons, they were made from luminous fire, and they kind of create with luminous fire. And the jinn are said by the Islamic world to be made from smokeless fire. And the way that they are described, they're clearly describing the same entities, the same force. Now, the Gnostics, I've got very interested in them in the last few years. The Gnostics were not a race, even a people. They were a belief system. They were a perception system. And whenever they got into a place and started to communicate this perception, this knowledge, it's what gnosis means, knowledge, but a certain kind of knowledge, they were persecuted by the Roman Church, who sent the boys in. So it was the Gnostic perception system that was running the Great or Royal Library at Alexandria in Egypt, this fantastic depository of ancient knowledge and ancient historical awareness knowledge, which was destroyed in pieces, in sections, in a sequence over a period by the Roman Church. And the most significant one, the most talked about one, happened around 400 AD, just after. And the Gnostics, when you see what they were saying, you can see why the Roman Church wanted to destroy them. And the Cathars in southern France were also, in the same way, Gnostic thinkers. They had a perception of the universe that was what the Gnostic belief system. And the Roman Church sent the boys in, again in stages, and eventually destroyed them in the public arena at the siege of the castle of Montségur in 1244. Now, it seemed that what the Gnostics believed had been lost, the detail of it anyway. But then, in 1945, a sealed jar was found, an earthen jar, at a place called Nagamadi, about 70, 80 miles north of Luxor on the Nile in Egypt. And in that jar was found to be a pack of writings, codices, manuscripts that were put there by the Gnostics. It's estimated around 400 AD, which kind of would sync with the destruction of the Great Library at Alexandria, which was around 415, I think, as I recall, AD. And so suddenly there were writings which described what the Gnostics believed in detail, and they had the great benefit of, because they were in an earthen jar all that time, they couldn't, like other religious writings, be played with and changed to fit the authority of the day. And 1/5 of these writings found at Nagamadi talk about something they call the archons. Just their name, it's a word, means rulers. That's why they call them that. And they said that they were manipulating human society from the unseen and were responsible for basically creating the world of what we call physicality. Now, what I found fascinating from my point of view about the Nagamadi writings is that I came to them quite late, just a few years ago, which was very important for me, because if I'd have come across them earlier, they can become a one-stop shop belief system, which they have for some people. But by the time I came across them and read them in detail, I'd come to conclusions as a result of decades of research. So when I'm reading them, I'm thinking, well, this is unbelievable to me, because this is what they're saying is what I've concluded. It was a confirmation, a very detailed confirmation of what I concluded was going on. And in these Nagamadi writings, they describe something called the silence, what I would call, Ibn Alexander would call the dazzling darkness. The silence, what I experienced, the place of all potential, all possibility, the field of possibility and probability waiting to manifest, the silence. And I experienced it as the silence, so I can understand where that word came from. And the other thing about these ancient writings, and writings like them in religion and in ancient cultures, is they only had, as I said earlier, the symbols and analogies that fitted the society of the time. They didn't have computers. You know, they didn't have Wi-Fi fields. And so what we're what we're looking at are descriptions using the symbols of the time. We can now update them. But what the Gnostics also called the silence was the father of all. They were trying to get across in a simple way the creator of all. Not a man with a beard on a throne, the creative force of all, the father of all. And this is from one of the Nag Hammadi texts, talking about this silence. He is an incomprehensible one, but it is he who comprehends all, and nothing exists outside of him. But all exists within him, and he is boundary to them all, as he encloses them all, and they are all within him. There is no place outside of him. He's describing all that is, has been, and ever can be, the force that drives all things. But they said, and this is so the really massively relevant part to the world that we live in, they said that the silence was the creative force, but there was a fake God which had created this reality that they call the physical world. They said the physical world is a prison created by an evil fake God. Spirit, awareness, as I would call it, is entrapped in the body. Salvation, escape from this entrapment, comes from knowledge or gnosis of self and reality. And gnosis is knowledge, yes, but it's not knowledge, names, dates, places knowledge. It's knowledge of reality and how it works, that kind of knowledge. And they said the kingdom is invisible, which is true, because that which is beyond this reality is invisible to us. Everything else that exists. Now, this physical world prison that they describe in their language, I call the simulation. We update it into modern language. They said that this force was this evil fake God had created and was responsible for the world we live in at a physical level and for entrapping people in the physical world. And they had various names for this fake God. One of them was the Demiurge. Another one was Yaldabaoth. It's also called Samael. This is the origin of Satan, the devil. And they said in these writings that the Old Testament God, Yahweh, Jehovah, was the Old Testament name for this fake God, which also was called in the writings Lord Archon. Again, where we get this whole theme of the Lord from in the Old Testament. Now you can see the correlation between the Nag Hammadi writings and their belief system, which hadn't been touched while it was in that sealed jar, and what you see in the Bible. One of the Nag Hammadi writings says, talking about this fake God, I'll call it Demiurge, opening his eyes, the chief archon saw a vast quantity of matter without limit, and he became arrogant, saying, "It is I who am God, and there is no other power apart from me." And then if you go to Isaiah in the Old Testament, "I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God beside me." The correlations are quite blatant between the two. So Nag Hammadi Gnostic writings described this demiurge, this prime force of manipulation, as the blind one, blind to the spiritual world, disconnected from the greater picture, but understanding certain levels of reality in a way that it could manipulate and control. Now, this fake God, this demiurge, they describe the archons as the formless ones. We're not talking about something in form. We're talking about a state of awareness, a very highly distorted state of awareness, an imbalanced, inverted state of awareness or inverted frequency from which it seeks to pull everything into that same distortion. Now, a perception can be a panorama, so you see this vast panorama, or you can be in a pitch black room. It's still a perception, but it's a completely different perception. And this distorted perceptual state that they call the demiurge or the archons is a state of awareness that is without harmony, without wisdom, without heart, without empathy, all the things that the people running this world don't have, and there's a reason for that we'll come to. Now, one of the things we need to get away from is the fact that life, consciousness, awareness has to have 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head. That's just one form of vehicle for awareness. You can have pure awareness, you can have expanded awareness, you can have heart-centered awareness, or you can have what we call evil awareness, which is a vast distortion of harmony. So some scientists now are looking at this whole idea of what pertains to be life in a different way. This is a mainstream headline: Is alien life everywhere? Radical theory claims it may have become part of the fabric of the universe. He was talking about maybe our laws of physics are actually this kind of alien consciousness. So we're starting to get away from this idea of, the human form is the only way that intelligent life can operate. It can't. And I watched the whole series of this called Through the Wormhole, fronted up by Morgan Freeman, on the Science Channel, where they were looking at, it was mainstream scientists, but to be fair, they were looking and asking questions about the big picture, the big questions. And they were looking with more sympathy on the fact that maybe the postage stamp doesn't know it all. And they asked the question in one edition, one program: are digital aliens hiding within technological systems? Because the digital level is also a state of awareness. And it's a state of awareness that can manifest and can make things happen and can take control if it's in the right arena. And this is a guy called Christoph Adami from Michigan State University. He said in that program, we can define life in terms of informational processes. So life and awareness and what we call forms of consciousness take many and various expressions, infinite expressions. And thus, we're not talking ultimately about somebody in a form, although they do take form. We're talking about a distorted awareness that's behind all this. So the archons in their base form are a chaotic, imbalanced, inverted state of awareness, thus frequency. And the Gnostic writings talk about how the fake god, the demiurge, made copies of itself. So the archon demiurge became the Lord Archon of the archons, which were basically like, the way I see it anyway, it's like Agent Smith in the Matrix. It's a program, it's a software program, and there was one of them. And then it made loads and loads of copies of itself, and there were endless then Agent Smiths, all acting the same and looking the same. This is the theme that I'm talking about in terms of the archons. They were copies of the original distortion. So I'm using the word archons here in this section as a name for the many and various expressions of a deeply distorted and inverted awareness, because it does take many expressions, some of which I'll come to. So the Nag Hammadi writings said of the archons and the demiurge, Lord Archon. Archon, as I said, means prince, ruler, authorities, and from the beginning. They say that they've been here from the beginning of this world because they basically were responsible for it. They say that the demiurge is a fake god that created our physical or material reality as we perceive it. Gnostics related the demiurge to the Judeo-Christian Yahweh Jehovah God, and they said that the archons were inorganic. They did not result and come in what we would call a natural way, inorganic, not resulting or produced by growth, artificial. When in our language, they're saying that this is a form of artificial intelligence. By the end of this section, that will become very, very relevant. They describe the guardians, the archons, as the guardians and the gatekeepers. The guardians are the gatekeepers of humanity going into a state of expanded awareness, holding them in that lower state of awareness, because then they could control them. In expanded states of awareness, they cannot control, and thus they want to stop us from going there. The writings say that the archons sought to overpower humanity in its psychological and perceptual functions. That's exactly what I've been talking about all day, how the manipulation of perception is how the control system works. They said the archon agenda for humanity is creating fear and slavery. Well, that's again what I've been talking about all day. That's what's happened since this hijack took place. And if you look in the Bible, you'll see kind of indications of what I'm talking about here. Here's one. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, both names that actually mean archon in that language, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly, unseen realms. They said in the writings that the demiurge and the archons have no creative imagination and envy humans because we do. They describe them in our language like cyborgs, a robotic race that can imitate but not innovate. They called it counter-mimicry. In simple terms, if you gave this archontic awareness a blank sheet of paper, it wouldn't know what to do with it. It couldn't create on it. But you give it something on the paper and it can twist it and manipulate it to suit its agenda. They described how the archontic awareness was expert in fantasia, creating illusions that the target population think are real. They described them as mind parasites that possessed human perceptual processes, that they were experts in deception. They were called the deceivers, and also in inversion. And this is the key. They describe them in our language as a form of artificial intelligence, a robotic race artificial. That's big time important, like I say later on. Now, the other thing they describe in the Nag Hammadi writings is something called Hal, which in the Coptic Egyptian language they were written in is what we would call simulation, creating illusions, virtual reality that people believe to be real, and how they were experts in it. Now, the Gnostic set of the archons, they make something appear to happen that does not happen. They can induce a virtual reality experience, using our language, of course. And the Islamic and pre-Islamic world set of the jinn, they can manipulate humans by creating illusions. We're looking at the same theme here and the same force. So, in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. This manipulative force is very, very limited in what it can do and what it can create. So it has to keep the target population it is actually trying to absorb, I'll get into that at the end of this section, in a lower state of awareness than it's in. And this is a classic description of the situation we're in. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. This force is symbolically the one-eyed man, and it's made humans blind so the one-eyed man can control. Once we become the two-eyed, three-eyed, third-eyed human, again, expanded awareness beyond that, it's over. But not until, and that means breaking the program and letting go of all these belief systems that hold us in servitude. The archontic writings of the Gnostics also say that the archons made a bad copy of the original reality. And they say the bad copy is where we are now, this world. Again, he's back. Bad copy, what you freaking talking about? Well, what am I talking about? With a bad copy of original reality? I'm back to the simulation. What the NASA scientist described when he said the universe is a digital hologram and may have been designed by a non-human force. Well, it had to be designed by a non-human force if it wasn't designed by humans. And so we're looking at this simulation, a bad copy. What is a computer game, a video game, a virtual reality game? It is a bad copy of this reality, in effect. We're talking about the same principle. What they say in these writings is that the real world, prime reality, is described in terms of being the upper eons. This is the place of spirit. This is a place of pure awareness. And they say we live in what they call in the writings the lower eons. They call it a shadow world, which is, they say, a reflection of the prime reality, a bad copy, in other words, of that original reality, which of course still exists. And we can interact with it when we open our five sense minds to consciousness. So what we're looking at, we're talking about bad copies and we're talking about different worlds. we're talking about information sources. That's what we're talking about. Because just as in this world, we think it's a world, but we are decoding an information source into the world that I've described that we think is outside of us, but inside of us, what happened with this bad copy is one information source was replaced by another, the simulation, and humans started to decode and experience the simulation as if it was real, because they were decoding it in the same way through the same senses. You can decode one information source and then decode another, and your experience is dramatically different, but they both seem real. Nag Hammadi Tech's Origin of the World says, now the eternal realm, the eternal eon, the upper eon of truth has no shadow outside it, for the limitless light is everywhere within it. But its exterior is shadow, which has been called by the name darkness. From it there appeared a force presiding over the darkness, and the forces that came into being subsequent to them called the shadow the limitless chaos. The word chaos is used again and again to describe the actions of this archontic force, which is a chaotic, distorted state of awareness. Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, in other words, these writings say, created the lower eons as an image or reflection of the upper eons. This is the simulation, I'm calling it. In relation to the reflection which he saw in it, he created the world. With a reflection of a reflection, he worked at producing the world. So what they're describing is pure awareness in a higher frequency realm of what they call upper eons, the realm of spirit, and this reality being a realm of form or matter. And they say, interestingly, that the upper eons are the realm of no time, and the fake reality is the realm of time, illusory time. So I'm saying they're describing the simulation, the fake reality. And, you know, it's interesting, when you look at the Matrix, the person that created the Matrix in the movie was known as the architect. Well, the Freemasonic God is known as the great architect of the universe. And the Gnostics called the demiurge the great architect of the universe. They're describing the force that created this reality. Not what we call God or infinite awareness, the creative force, but this distortion created this distorted reality. Now, where is the Matrix? It's in our heads. It's in our perceptual decoding system. And therefore, if we are locked in only to the frequency of the Matrix has completely got control of our perception of reality. When you expand your awareness, you still experience the Matrix on one level, but you can see and perceive beyond it, and thus you start to see where you are. You're starting to see the maze now. They don't want us there. This is why they're terrified of this information. So the heavens is an information matrix, the fake matrix, the simulation, and a massive part of the manipulation of this matrix is coming from the moon and is coming from Saturn. I wrote about that in detail. I do in Everything You Need to Know But Have Never Been Told and earlier books. And on the internet, if you put into YouTube or my website search engine, the moon is not what you think it is and Saturn is not what you think it is, you'll see a detailed presentation of that side of it. Now, this Old Testament God, this architect, said, let there be light, and created the world in all these 7 days, was it? Create the world? It must have been quick. But what did the Gnostics say? The Old Testament God was this demiurgic force, this fake God force. And the more I've looked at this over the years, it's become very clear to me anyway, that what's being described in the Old Testament in Genesis is the creation of the simulation, not the creation of the world. Let there be light. Now, let there be light. We talk about light and the fact that we live in a frequency of light, and, you know, I'm opening to the light. But what is the light? Well, the light is radiation. And we live in a radiation matrix, an electromagnetic spectrum matrix. That is not the light that the Gnostic writings describe about the upper eons. They describe a very different light. They describe in the upper eons a watery light. Infinite awareness in awareness itself is not the kind of light that we experience here. And of course, the light we experience here is the light based on electrical, electromagnetic communication, just like computers communicate. And I'm saying that what we call light, the electromagnetic spectrum and within the speed of light, is actually the matrix. And thus, what the Gnostics describe in terms of this archontic force, that they are luminous fire and create with luminous fire. The more I look at it, luminous fire is this radiation, this fierce light. Matrix light, simulation light, luminous fire, blinded by the luminous fire, blinded by the light. It's not the light that's described elsewhere. And what the Gnostics are describing is very, very similar to Plato's, the ancient Greek philosopher's, allegory of the cave. When he's describing reality that humans experience in these terms, he describes how prisoners are chained up in a cave so that they can only see one wall. And there's a fire behind them, and there's people walking past this fire. And as they walk past this fire, they're casting shadows on the wall. Now, these prisoners can only see that wall and can only see the shadows, and to them, those shadows become real. They become the reality that is real to them. That becomes the real world. Plato even describes how some people became expert on the shadows. And he was describing what we call academics and scientists, who become experts symbolically on the shadows without realizing what they are, thinking it's real. Then one guy in this allegory breaks away and gets outside the cave. And he suddenly realizes, hey, there's a whole new world out here. It's not like that. No, we thought it's not just the shadows. And he goes back and he tells the other people still chained up, hey, this is not real. This whole world out there. And they go crazy. Shut up. You're mad. This is the real world. That's exactly what happens here. It's a brilliant allegory. And this is the human cave. Human cave. Blinded by the light. Plato said, those who are able to see beyond the shadows and lies of their culture will never be understood, let alone believed by the masses, because although it's changing, my God, thank goodness it's changing more and more. Most people are still blinded by the light and the program. So the upper eons, infinite awareness, are beyond the program, and the lower eons are this level of frequency in the simulation that's holding human perception in servitude. John Lam Lash, who wrote a book called Not in His Image, which is all about the Nag Hammadi writings, said this: although they cannot, talking about the archons, although they cannot originate anything because they lack the divine factor of enoia, he calls it intentionality, I call it creative imagination. Archons can imitate with a vengeance. Their expertise is simulation, HAL, virtual reality. The demiurge fashions a heaven world copied from the fractal patterns of the original. This is the copy they're talking about. His construction is celestial quiche, like the fake Italianate villa of a mafia don, complete with militant angels to guard every portal, the guardians, the gatekeepers, downloading the fractal patterns of the original universe. This is the simulation of the original reality. And so this reality appears to be going forward, but actually is going round and round and round and round, holding human perception in this servitude. And because we come in and out only for a small portion of this cycle, we perceive everything's going forward, but it's not. It's going round and round. And work, buy, consume, die. Work, buy, consume, die. The Matrix. That's what we've got ourselves into. So this scene in the Matrix movie is absolutely spot on. Because we are downloading, decoding this matrix all the time as the scene went. Morpheus said, the matrix is everywhere. It is all around us, even now in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind. Absolutely spot on the human condition. So we're looking not at a human world, we're looking at an Archon world, or a human world that's being turned into an Archon world. And of course, once this simulation was made manifest, they needed to manipulate the human interconnection with the matrix in a way that the interaction could take place, and we would experience it as real, the real world. And all over the ancient world, including in the Bible, they describe this process of the gods manipulating human genetics to change what they were before. And these the interbreeding between a non-human force and humans. And for me, this was creating a vehicle that would interact with this fake reality and decode it as the real world that we perceive it now. This is the most famous line in relation to that in Genesis, although you find this theme all over the ancient world, in all religions and no religions. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men and they bare children to them. The same became the mighty men which were of old, men of renown. All part of this Genesis, this description of the creation of this fake reality. And in the Nag Hammadi writings, you see the same theme as in the Bible. This one says, and the angels altered their appearance into the likeness of their husbands, and their husbands sated them with the spirit, which molested them in the darkness out of wickedness. They took them and begot children out of darkness through their counterfeit spirit. It closed their hearts. They became hard by the hardening of the counterfeit spirit. They were changing human perception, the way that people decoded information into perception. And it happened, well, certainly there was a point when it clearly happened, big time, which I'm going to come to. So we're looking at this chaotic, imbalanced, inverted state of awareness, thus frequency, what the Gnostic writings there described as the counterfeit spirit, the infusion of this into the human energetic field. And when I describe this consciousness awareness as a distortion, that is defined as the act of twisting or altering something out of its true, natural, or original state, which is exactly what this archontic force is expert at, not creating from nothing, but manipulating and twisting what already exists. Now, it's very, very possible, in my view, that what the Gnostics call the counterfeit spirit being infused into the human form and the human perceptual processes actually is what the original sin is all about, described in the Bible, being born with original sin. So form is information, and if you're manipulating human form to lock it into an interaction with this fake reality, you don't need to go down the road of procreation, as we would see the creation of a new genetic type. This is a scientist who proves that DNA can be programmed by words and frequencies. Why? Because words are frequencies. Russian scientists have changed frog embryos to salamander embryos simply by firing at the frog embryos salamander embryo information fields. And it has changed the nature of what they became. There's also a whole new area of science now called epigenetics, where they're discovering that human thought, human perceptions, environmental influences switch on and off genetic functions. So you don't even have to change the hard drive, as you would describe it, to change the nature of the human form. You don't have to mutate it by mutating the hard drive. You just switch on and off certain functions, and certain perceptual states do this. And what they found, which is the key to it, is that once those perceptual functions and genetic functions are switched off or switched on, what they call silencing when they switch them off, that is then passed on to the next generation through procreation. And the form has changed, the perceptual processes have changed. So what we're looking at now is creating Generation Snowflake, and then the next generations are born Generation Snowflake. This is how epigenetics works. And if you can change the DNA at the waveform level, then the so-called physical level of the body will change as a result of that. What I'm saying is you don't have to use procreation to transform the human body and how it interacts with this fake matrix. So they've been turning the human body, or tuning the human body, into this matrix by manipulating it. And of course, once you start downloading or interacting with this information field, as we see with computer games, it becomes extremely real and becomes, well, this is the real world. Just like I'm describing, the upper eons are one information source and the lower eons are another information source. You just have to tune the target population into the one you want, which is this. And so as this distortion started to gather, human life, human behavior, the human world started to change. Because as the distortion was happening at the waveform level, which is where it operates from, it was coming through into the world of the seen in all these things, allowing people to die of hunger in a world of plenty, wars, conflict, selfishness. It all started to manifest in the human form. And they describe in these Gnostic writings of how this demiurgic force, as I would call it, is destroying unity and balance by creating chaos. Again, chaos, chaos, chaos. Archons they described as the demons of chaos. And you see in some of these sci-fi comic stories, there's one in Doctor Strange, this dark force called Damamu. I say that's symbolic of the demiurge, whether they mean it or not, of the dark dimension, envoy to the Lord of chaos, chaos. And what is the great way, already discussed, that the world is manipulated and pushed on to this Hunger Games society through order out of chaos? Create the chaos, offer the order out of the chaos, which leads to more chaos. That's what the Gnostics were describing. That's what we're describing today. So this manipulated human form was locked into this fake reality and disconnected as much as possible from prime reality and an influence by it. And so we went from expanded awareness human to 5 sense human. And the world changed dramatically. Another Nag Hammadi text, and they steered the people who had followed them into great troubles by leading them astray with many deceptions. They, the people, became old without having enjoyment. They died not having found truth and without knowing the God of truth. And thus the whole creation became enslaved forever from the foundation of the world until now. And you can symbolize very accurately this demiurgic distortion as like a computer virus, a self-aware computer virus, which infects, distorts, and brings under its control all the operating systems that this virus can infiltrate. And this self-aware virus is fear. This is, I mean, there's so many writings about the time fear came into the world because it didn't exist before. This is when fear came into the world. And the demiurge is the prime virus, the archons are the virus replicated, and they are expressions of the frequency of fear. Fear was brought into the world. Now, the computer virus is trying to infect humanity and pull it into its frequency and thus absorb it into itself. and it's making a very good job of parts of it already. And when you look at techie websites of how a virus works, a computer virus works, it's just as the Gnostics described the archontic manipulation. This is from a techie website. A virus is a small piece of software that piggybacks on real programs. Doesn't create them, piggybacks on them. Similar to the way a biological virus must hitch a ride on a cell, a computer virus must piggyback on top of some other program or document in order to launch. Counter-mimicry, twisting what already exists. Once a computer virus is running, it can infect other programs or documents, which is what has been happening. A computer virus can damage files, slow the system, show messages. This is the key. It can take control. And so if your hardware, computer, printer, etc., started acting up on its own, without you requesting any action by means of keyboard or mouse, you are likely having a virus in your computer system. And that's what I was describing earlier. This is the manipulative force, the virus, that is pulling people into five-sense reality, disconnecting an influence from expanded reality so that the computer level, what I call five-sense mind, takes control, makes the decisions, and becomes the perceptual reality of the target population. It is about disconnecting the thinker through this virus, through this distortion, from the knower. And that leaves Phantom Self to go about its life believing that is what it is. Now, if you look at the Avatar movie, whether they meant it or not, it very much does describe the kind of world that is described as before this hijack took over, what they call the golden age, the great age of humans. And that was when they had an expanded awareness. They knew that everything was connected to everything else. You see the scenes in the Avatar movie where they're communicating with animals and communicating with trees. This is what we're supposed to do. And also, interestingly, they talked about infiltrating the Navi Blue People Society by taking on bodies that look like them, which is what I'll come to soon. Now, this Golden Age society is what you would call a heart society, as opposed to the head and gut society, which we have now. When I say heart, I'm talking about the heart vortex, what they call in the East the heart chakra, or the wheel of light, the vortex. The major chakras through the body, and the heart is the key, the balance point. This is where we feel true love from. This is where we feel intuition from. You look at the body language. When people say, I'm thinking, I'm in five-sense mode. I'm thinking. But where do our hands go when we say, I just know? They go here. I just know. Because this is where that knowing is coming from. It's a heart society. And there's an organization in America called the Institute of Heart Math, which focuses on researching the power of this heart vortex, this heart point of perception, this heart intelligence, innate intelligence. And they say that there is new data suggesting that the heart's field, which is the biggest electromagnetic field in the body, comes from the heart, is directly involved in intuitive perception, I just know, through its coupling to an energetic information field outside the bounds of space and time, outside of the matrix. This is why they want to shut the heart down and put us in the head, because this is in the matrix, this is connected to out of it if we open it. So the now, as they describe the upper eons, is outside the bounds of time and space. The heart makes that connection. That's why they want to shut it down. They've also found in experiments that if the heart field, electromagnetic field, the brain and the central nervous system are in energetic frequency coherence, as they call it, that person goes on to a higher level of expanded awareness. And when that coherence between the three is broken, then people fall into a lower state of awareness and perception. And so the more they can create frustration and anger and hatred and conflict and fear, the more that distorted frequency breaks that coherence and people are held in a lower level of awareness. When we open our heart and go into a state of harmony, we go into an expanded awareness. And they don't want that to happen. And the great inversion of this hijack of human perception was when we stopped interacting with the world from the heart, love, and started interacting from here, emotion, fear, and from thought, the computer. And so they say in the Nagamadi writings, they took them and begot children out of darkness through their counterfeit spirit. It closed their hearts. They became hard by the hardening of the counterfeit spirit. Close the heart down. Brings you into five-sense reality. So when we have what we call a heart-to-heart connection with someone, it's dramatically different in the way we communicate, the way people treat each other, the way people understand each other, than when we have a head-to-head connection, which is about apartness, not unity. And so the knower, with this hijack of human perception, the knower became thought and emotion. Very different state of being. Disconnecting the droplet from the ocean, five-sense mind from infinite awareness. That's the process that took place. Now, holding us there is the key to holding us in servitude and taking this control to the end game that they want. So, the Gnostic set of humans, they are sparks of, or droplets of the same essence of God, what I would call expanded infinite awareness, but became entrapped in their bodies from which they will eventually escape. And they will escape by expanded awareness, no other way. The real world keeps us from that escape, the programming of the postage stamp consensus. Now, the Native Americans have this concept of two wolves inside people battling for control of perception. One wolf, they say, is anger, envy, sorrow, regret, greed, arrogance, self-pity, guilt, resentment, inferiority, lies, false pride, superiority, and ego. The other wolf, they say, is joy, love, peace, serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, compassion. What I would say is that is human spirit. That is the counterfeit spirit. Which wolf wins, the Native Americans say? The one you feed the most. And we have been subjected to a society, still going, which is pushing us to allow that to be the one we feed the most, and not this. We're talking about love, talking about all such connected things is now seen as weak. Oh, you've got to be macho, you've got to be over there. Ooh. Which wolf wins? The one you feed the most. We've been feeding that the most, and that's why we have the world that we do, which is a reflection of feeding that the most. We talk about people's dark side. I say that's the counterfeit spirit. And if you are in an expanded state of consciousness awareness with an open heart, that counterfeit spirit loses more and more and more and more of its influence over you. And infinite awareness takes more and more of the control of the perceptual sense of reality. And religions and ancient peoples, all of them, they have this common, constant, recurring theme of two forces tussling with each other for control of human perception, thus human behavior. Same thing. So why? Why? Well, there's many whys. This is one why. A virus, a computer virus, so symbolic of what I'm talking about, has no energy source, no power source. Its power source is that which it is infesting. It feeds off the operating systems it infests, takes its power from them. It's what we would call, in the human experience, a form of possession. And because this archontic force is not in the same way an expression of awareness, it's more artificial, as the Gnostics describe, it doesn't have this natural connection to an energy source, force, that consciousness in a state of connection to awareness does. And thus it has to create its own energy source to feed itself, to empower itself so it can then recycle that power against the target population. And I said earlier, this self-aware virus is fear. That's its frequency. And thus, if you're going to lock in to an energetic source of sustenance, it has to be within the frequency band you're operating on, or like two radio stations, they will never meet, and thus one cannot absorb the other. So therefore, the energy source of fear has to be fear. And what has been created with all the wars, all the suffering, all the death, destruction, is a source of fear and all its sub-frequencies, like depression and anxiety and hatred. And it's created an energetic source for itself by manipulating humans to produce in vast quantities the very emotional frequency energetic source that empowers it, then it can recycle it back against us. This is why people that worship this force, this distortion, what we call Satanists and such like, this is why they are obsessed with death. It's why this source is obsessed with creating fear, because they are energy sources. Death is a frequency. Suffering is a frequency. And therefore, they want as much of that as possible. A war, like a world war, is a banquet of this energy. Because this distortion cannot absorb that. It needs this, otherwise it does not get empowered energetically. And we have been manipulated to produce it. And so empower this force that is manipulating human society. So again, this scene in the Matrix was absolutely spot on, symbolically. When Morpheus held up the battery, talking about the machines, artificial intelligence, and said the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change the human being into one of these. And I was sent a section of a book written by Rudolf Steiner, very deep esoteric thinker who started the Steiner schools, Waldorf education, I think they call it. And he died in 1925. And the book was in Austrian, and the person had translated the section for me, having read one of my books. And what I read, I had no idea he was saying this, but he was spot on. And remember, he died in 1925. He said this: there are beings in the spiritual realms, the unseen realms beyond human sight, for whom anxiety and fear emanating from human beings offer welcome food. When humans have no anxiety and fear, then these creatures starve. If fear and anxiety radiates from people and they break out in panic, then these creatures find welcome nutrition and they become more and more powerful. These beings are hostile towards humanity. Everything that feeds on negative feelings, on anxiety, fear, and superstition, despair or doubt, are in reality hostile forces in supersensible worlds, launching cruel attacks on human beings while they are being fed. These are exactly the feelings that belong to contemporary culture and materialism, because it estranges people from the spiritual world. It is especially suited to evoke hopelessness and fear of the unknown in people, thereby calling up the above-mentioned hostile forces against them. And this quote is spot on. When you dance with the devil doesn't change, the devil changes you. It pulls you into its frequency, this distortion. And everywhere I look, I see a program. The same recurring program, but it's got different names, and therefore it seems to be different. It's not. Like everything is born, it has a certain life, and then it dies. Born, grows, dies. Born, grows, dies. Whatever world, the natural world, the animal world. And why is a duck and an elephant if it's consciousness? Why doesn't duck act like an elephant? Why does an elephant act like a duck? Because the elephant is a biological computer program, and the duck is a biological computer program. And they are designed to process information in a certain way. And the processing of the information of a duck makes it act like a duck and perceive like a duck and live like a duck, and the same with the elephant. And the other thing you find about the program is it's based on the law of the wild, which operates in the human world too. Everything lives because something else dies. So everything is always in fear of what might happen, generating more and more of this low vibrational emotional energy on which this distortion feeds. And in this No Man's Sky video game, they say even the animals on the game's planets have unique behavioral profiles designed with a procedural distortion of archetypes that requires a sequence of algorithms characterized as a computerized pseudo-randomness generator. And wherever I look in the world, I see pseudo-randomness. Things that have different names and different labels, but when you break it down, they're all acting the same way. It's the same program, pseudo-randomness. And the human form is also a program which processes information in a certain way that makes people act like a human. We are the awareness having the human experience. We are not the human experience. The other thing that people ask is, why are they, different versions of what they believe to be they, why are they trashing the earth? Why are they causing environmental mayhem? Why are they filling the atmosphere with radiation? Where they have to live here? Well, who are they? It's being done because they're turning our world into theirs, in front of our eyes. When the so-called bad copy was made, basically a download of a simulated version of original reality, which still exists in another frequency band, they were making a bad copy, if you like, Gnostics talked about, of something that was beautiful, something that was wonderful, something that was from the heart. And what's happened ever since is they've been manipulating this information source and manipulating humans to play a part in it, to transform that original copy of original reality into a world that suits them. And therefore, the world is changing, and what is good for humans is being destroyed, and what is good for this archontic force and that which it takes form through is being introduced to replace it. Evil is quite appropriately live written backwards in English, because evil is an inversion of life. Evil is an inversion, distortion of life, an inversion of perception, and a state of extreme ignorance. And this is why the archontic worshipping networks of Satanism and the more close to the spider secret societies and the deep inner sanctums of secret societies are obsessed with death. They're obsessed with Satanism. They're obsessed with that's why they do so many rituals in churchyards, because they're obsessed with the energy, the frequency of death, and they sacrifice people, and it's all to do with death, because that's their frequency. The global death cult, this is something of beauty, I must destroy it. You see, things of beauty to humans they're like that geometrical water crystal pattern that comes from I love you or thank you. That's beauty. And that beauty represents a frequency they can't absorb. They don't want beauty in the world. They want distortion. And that distortion they're introducing, we see as the destruction of the global environment, the destruction of the atmosphere. Dying out, wild animal numbers could fall by 67% up to 1972 2020 study says. This is part of this destruction of the world. If you take that to be symbolic of the original reality of which the original information download was taken. Well, that, by contrast, is the Archon world. That is the Archon world. And that, and that, and that. You don't need creativity to build that. You need a ruler and a pencil. You know, you go around Maastricht, all the beautiful buildings where you go, oh, that's beautiful. They're all older buildings. New buildings, here, ruler, pen, that's eggs everywhere, straight lines. And another part of this is that Archon's jinn do take form through straight manifestation, just manifesting in this reality, which they can't do for long. It takes just so much energy. And by longer term, manipulating this reality by infecting or possessing other form. And this is where these bloodlines that run the world come from, but I'll get to them shortly. Now, these are some expressions of this distortion in form. What we call reptilian extraterrestrials, what we call the Greys in classic UFO lore, and in human form, what we call psychopaths, extreme psychopaths. That's the archontic distortion personified. When you look at how the Gnostics describe the archons in terms of their perceptions, their behavior, their attitudes, it is classically the hair test, as it's called, of psychopathic traits. And if you have enough of them, you are designated a psychopath. Top of them all is no empathy, no ability to put yourself in the feelings of other people and what you make them suffer. This is why those running this world, in the world of the seen, can do horrific things like bombing Libya to destruction, all the death and destruction in Syria and Iraq, and have no emotional consequence whatsoever because they have no empathy. No remorse, ditto, no shame, parasites, they feed off the efforts of other people. Pathological liars, and doing whatever it takes to get what they want. There's the 1% for you straight away. And interestingly, the Gnostic writings that were estimated to have been put in that jar and hidden away around maybe 400 AD describe how this archontic force takes form through a reptilian form and by another form which they describe as like an unborn baby or fetus with grey skin and dark unmoving eyes. This is from 400 AD. And they're describing what people in the modern world have described entities they've interacted with, been abducted by, and all this stuff. And when you look at these abductions that are described by so many people around the world in modern times, and then you look at the religious writings and the other biblical writings of people being taken up into the sky by angels, taken up into the sky by gods and stuff, they're describing basically the same thing. And you know, this whole manipulation of human society through this reptilian, and these other archontic expressions in form have been going on while humans were knocking rocks together. Because they're not from this world, they're from other worlds manipulating this world. Thus, they're coming from a completely different base of knowledge and awareness and understanding of technology, which will become very relevant soon. This is a story from this week. NASA again accused of covering up UFOs seen at International Space Station. The number of these UFOs that are described all around the world, it's just extraordinary that it's not, you know, on the front pages what is going on here. Now, of course, I've become ridiculed over the years. I don't care really. Or do I care? I don't know. By saying that the world is controlled by a reptilian force. But that reptilian force is merely an expression in form of this archontic distortion. That's why it operates psychopathically. And I've had massive ridicule, and people laugh and all that stuff. And I have to say that you know, there have been times in the past when I've been hurt by it. I mean, I have laid in bed and turned over in the middle of the night thinking, how could they be so horrible to me? No, I haven't actually. No, that's true. I've not, because I don't give a shit. I'm only interested. in what's going on. Not what people think of me. I think something else tomorrow. I'm not bothered at all. But as Einstein said, condemnation without an investigation is the height of ignorance. These people just condemn without investigation, so they're at the height of ignorance. I'll leave them to it. We should remember that normal is only what we normally experience, and we don't normally experience these entities, which want to stay in the background, because the less they're known about, the more powerful is the manipulation. And let's not forget, billionth of a pinhead against the universe. I think there's other life out there that doesn't look human. I feel it. And interestingly, this is a mainstream article. When someone who's a scientist comes out and basically says the same thing, welcome to our lizard overlords, studies suggest alien worlds could be full of super intelligent dinosaurs. I'm not saying it comes from dinosaurs, that's just the headline, but reptilian. And this story was done straight. Oh, he said this, oh, that's interesting. And someone like me says it, you're mad. And when they have done studies, I'm not saying again it's come from the dinosaurs at all, but when they've done studies of where the dinosaurs would have evolved to had they not died out, as is said, then they concluded that they would by now be a two-legged, two-armed humanoid reptilian of an intelligent nature. And you see the symbolism of reptilians all over the world, it's particularly in the Far East where it's the major symbol, the dragon. And this one in the middle here is a painting by a guy called Credo Mutwa, who he's a Zulu shaman, he's in his 90s now. I spent a lot of time with him a few years ago. And he talks about, in Zulu legend, of the Chitahuri, the children of the serpent, or the devastators. And this is a painting from ancient and modern descriptions of the worker class, he says, of this reptilian group, race, that is manipulating human society as an expression of this archontic distortion. And these other two here come from a Spanish artist I met in Barcelona in 2010, who was into nothing of this stuff. Didn't have heard of me, hadn't heard of the information, nothing. But he had a girlfriend who was Brazilian, and he was in Brazil. And being an artist, he went out on his own into the countryside with his easel and his paints. And he said he was just painting the landscape when this craft come down. He described it at about 50 meters across. And there was a window open. Every other window was closed, he said. And it just hovered in front of him for quite a time. And these figures were looking out of him. Reptilian figures were looking out at him. And he started to paint them as he was looking at it. He said he doesn't know if he was taken on the craft, but he has no memory of it, not that necessarily would. And he painted these things. And he did a little book of the craft and everything. And when you look at what he painted, it's very, very similar to what Credo Mutwa also painted. And this reptilian race that is manipulating human society is part of a hive mind, and this archontic distortion is the hive mind. It is the perceptual hive mind to which they are connected. And as I'll come to later, they want to absorb the human mind into this, and that's what transhumanism is all about, but I'll come to that shortly. Now, long after I'd started talking about the reptilians and stuff, this article was published in a magazine called Nexus in 2011, and it was something called the Charney Project, Computer Interface Communication with Other Realms, which was claimed that it was written by a whistleblower talking about a project in Africa in what was described as like a mini CERN. And from 1994, it was said, they made a computer interface with another dimension and an entity in another dimension, and over 5 years asked it an enormous amount of questions. And I just read this just out of interest. I didn't know where it was going. And then it starts talking about reptilians. And it said the reptilian race was holding back humans so they couldn't grow. This is what the ancients said. The entity said they had fought many battles against the reptile race in their own reality. Humans were more evolved spiritually than the reptiles, but they suppress humans with their technology. Their God is their technology. That's going to be very relevant shortly. That is pretty much, in terms of the way we suppressed, what the Gnostics describe in their writings. And this is Carl Sagan, very famous cosmologist. And he was so convinced of the reptilian genetic impact on human behavior that he wrote this book, The Dragons of Eden, in which he was talking about the fact that you cannot understand human behavior without understanding the reptilian genetic impact of human behavior. Because people who laugh at the reptilian thing, they don't realize that one of the foundation parts of the brain is called the reptilian brain, or the R complex, and it's one of the fundamental parts of the brain. Part of the brain that basically is scanning the environment for threats to survival all the time. It's obsessed with fear. It fears everything. It's fundamental to human behavior. This is an article about it. How to make friends with your reptilian brain. Are we being controlled by your reptilian brain? Yes, we are. And it's been put there for a reason. It was part of the genetic manipulation. This is mainstream science describing the impact on human behavior of this reptilian brain. Cold-blooded behavior, territoriality, a desire to control, an obsession with hierarchical structures of power, aggression, might is right, winner takes all, and from there we get primitive emotional responses. Also, the reptilian brain, they say, is about protecting status, power, reputation, superiority, intellectual preeminence, and in another expression, acquiescence to hierarchy and authority. What they're describing about the character traits of the reptilian brain are fundamental to the way humans act, behave, and perceive. And you look again at the descriptions of the negative force in religious writings, like here in Christianity. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. You've got the Jewish holy serpent, or Leviathan, as part of their belief system as well. And in 1933, this Reverend John Bathurst Dean wrote a book called Worship of the Serpent, in which he was looking at the worship of the serpent all over the world, because it's a common theme of worshipping the serpent. And this was his conclusion when he in his book. It appears then that no nations were so geographically remote or so religiously discordant that one and only one superstitious characteristic was common to all, that the most civilized and the most barbarous bowed down with the same devotion to the same engrossing deity, and that this deity either was or was represented by the same sacred serpent. It appears also that in most, if not all, the civilized countries where this serpent was worshipped, some fable or tradition which involved his history, directly or indirectly, alluded to the fall of man in paradise, in which the serpent was concerned. What follows then, but that the most ancient account respecting the cause and nature of this seduction must be the one from which all the rest are derived, which represent the victorious serpent, victorious over man in a state of innocence, and subduing his soul in a state of sin, as he would see it as a Christian, into the most abject veneration and adoration of himself. And this connection between, quote, the fall and reptilian manipulation is a very big constant if you look around the ancient world. And this brings me to this. Steve Taylor is an academic. He was at a university in Leeds. I don't know if he still is. And he wrote this book called The Fall. And what he was focusing on was a quite dramatic change in human perception and human behavior about 6,000 years ago, 4,000 BC. He points out in the book that there was no war, as we have come to know it, until 6,000 years ago. No patriarchy until 6,000 years ago. No massive inequality till 6,000 years ago. No class system as we know it. No gods and organized religion as we've come to know them. And that this dramatic change in human behavior perception followed violent invasions of Indo-European and Semitic peoples into the Middle East. And again, you know, everything's in inversion. People talk about Semitic peoples, oh, that must be Jewish peoples. No, Semitic relates to a language group in the Middle East, the overwhelming, massive majority of which are not Jewish, anti-Semitic is a complete misnomer. They are Arabic languages. That's what Semitic overwhelmingly refers to. Now, this lady, Ryan Eisler, cultural historian in America, talking about this point 6,000 years ago, described it as the great change, a change so great indeed that nothing in all we know of human cultural evolution is comparable in magnitude. In 2015, this gentleman died in his 90s just a few months ago after a fall. In 2015, this man, William Mills Tompkins, wrote this book, Selected by Extraterrestrials, in which he describes how he was seconded into a top-secret American naval intelligence operation based at the massive naval base in San Diego. And this group he was seconded into in 1942 was to work and study and uncover the extraterrestrial presence and activities around the world, and to interact with some of those of different extraterrestrial races that were in some way benevolent to humans. And I'd written all about this reptilian thing and many other things long before he came out with this book. And he does produce pictures and documentation to show that he was with the people he says he was with, and he did have access to things he said he did. And what he said in this book, it obviously, you know, knocked me over with a feather. He said that every world government is controlled by what he calls the reptilians. And he said that in the book that the point where this reptilian manipulation really began, in other words, this archontic distortion operating through this reptilian form, was around 6,000 years ago. He also says in the book that the moon is a command center for this reptilian race and others, and that it's not at least totally natural, it's a construct. Something else I've been writing about for years. The world is just not like we think it is. We've been held in this narrow band of perception, and therefore we don't see what's really happening. And when people do reveal it, that perceptual prison says it's nonsense, it can't be. And that entity in the Charney Project, as I talk about in this book, Everything You Need to Know, and in previous books, and in those videos I mentioned earlier, also said the moon is an ET construct, and the moon is manipulating life on Earth with the frequencies it's giving out. So, this hijack, this great change, took us from a heart society to a gut-brain society where we interact with emotion, not heart. And in the book, Steve Taylor, in this book, The Fall, he talks about how this new psyche, he calls it, where completely different perceptual way of behaving and looking at the world, came out of what he calls Saharasia. And it went off up into Europe and through the empires of Europe, not least the British. It went all over the world, this new psyche. And as, of course, it entered these different countries of the old psyche, of the original cultures, native cultures of those countries, it destroyed them, essentially. The new psyche destroyed the old psyche. Credo Mutwa told me when the British moved into South Africa, they wanted to milk the minds of the shaman, as he put it, and then kill them. They wanted an end to that knowledge stream. And this new psyche moved up into Europe, became the Roman Empire, became the British Empire and the European empires, and then went global through those empires. And still today, there are remnants of the old psyche, but a lot of the old psyche peoples have been absorbed into the new psyche. But there are some that can still process reality in a different way to the new psyche. And they see things the new psyche doesn't see. And we can change the new psyche by becoming conscious beyond mind. That changes the brain as well and the way it processes information. And one of these people was the source of information for a series of books from the 1960s to the 1990s by a man called Carlos Castaneda. And this source is, or was, a Central American shaman figure called Don Juan Matus. And when I was reading one of the books, I think it was the last one, it was extraordinary what he was describing, given what conclusions I'd come to up to that point from many other sources. This is what Don Juan Matus said about the manipulation of the world. We have a predator that came from the depth of the cosmos and took over the rule of our lives. Human beings are its prisoners. The predator is our lord and master. It has rendered us docile, helpless. If we want to protest, it suppresses our protest. If we want to act independently, it demands that we don't do so. Indeed, we are held prisoner. They took us over because we are food to them, energetic, fear, low vibrational emotion. And they squeeze us mercilessly because we are their sustenance. Just as we rear chickens in coops, the predators rear us in human coops, human eros. Therefore, their food is always available to them. Think for a moment and tell me how you would explain the contradictions between the intelligence of man the engineer and the stupidity of his systems of belief, or the stupidity of his contradictory behavior. I'll explain that before this section's out. Sorcerers believe that the predators have given us our systems of beliefs, yes, our ideas of good and evil, our social mores. They are the ones who set up our dreams of success or failure. They have given us covetousness, greed, cowardice, the counterfeit spirit. It is the predator who makes us complacent, routinary, and egomaniacal. In order to keep us obedient and meek and weak, the predators engage themselves in a stupendous maneuver. Stupendous, of course, from the point of view of a fighting strategist, a horrendous maneuver from the point of those who suffer it. They gave us their mind. The predator's mind is baroque, contradictory, morose, filled with the fear of being discovered any minute now. They gave us their minds. That is what the Gnostics called the counterfeit spirit. He goes on, sorcerers of ancient Mexico reasoned that man must have been a complete being at one point, with stupendous insights, feats of awareness that are mythological legends nowadays. And then everything seems to disappear. And we now have a sedated man. What I'm saying is that what we have against us is not a simple predator. It is very smart and organized. It follows a methodical system to render us useless. Man, the magical being that he is destined to be when we expand awareness out of 5 senses again, he's no longer magical. He's an average piece of meat. There are no more dreams for man, but the dreams of an animal who is being raised to be a piece of meat, trite, conventional, imbecilic. And that is where they have led the human race. And that contradiction that I'm going to explain when we get just a little further in. So how do we get there? We create our own bloodline network to operate within the target frequency reality, the simulation, in the level of the human scene. Because this non-human force doesn't want to put itself on public display, it is operating through a series of hybrid bloodlines which are doing its bidding within the world of the human scene, which to humans look human, but actually are not quite. This elite network of bloodlines is the full-blown counterfeit spirit. It's not the counterfeit spirit within humans that has to compete with consciousness and heart, and thus does not have the same impact on behavior that it would if it's full-blown counterfeit spirit with no balancing force at all. They are the bloodlines that run the world. They are the 1%, less than 1%, and the networks the 1% use to control human society. And if you look at the bloodlines and the people in positions of power, you look at the 1% and less than 1%, They have no empathy, no remorse, no shame, parasites, pathological liars, do whatever it takes to get what they want, because they are full-blown expressions of this counterfeit spirit. The bloodlines that control human society today, and many others, of course. Now, the role of these bloodlines is like bloodline in-between, I call them. Imagine that you have something that you can't work with directly, because these entities that are this counterfeit spirit in form, they don't want to put themselves on public display. The counterfeit spirit itself cannot directly manipulate this reality because it's not of the same frequency band and can't interact with it. So it's got in-betweeners that represent it, and they can be vehicles for this distortion within human society while looking human. So you have something in a laboratory, say, and you can't work with it directly because they can't work with this reality directly. And so what you do is you stand outside and you put the gloves on and you work inside the sealed tank, and that way you can manipulate inside the tank without actually being in it. And if you take this dynamic, if you take the scientist outside the tank to be this archontic reptilian force, you take the gloves to be these bloodlines manipulating human society, and you take the tank to be our reality, this matrix, then that's the dynamic we're looking at. They are software programs. They are hybrid agent Smiths, simply vehicles for this archontic distortion to express itself in this world. That's why they act as they do. And this software program has to be protected. If you interbreed it with the wider human population, its traits, its character traits, including the lack of empathy, start getting diluted. This is where the elite interbreeding with each other comes from, whether it's the royals of old or the royals of today, or whether it's the interbreeding rich and famous families around the world. They're holding this particular software to stop it being diluted in its impact on behavior. So when we're looking at bloodline genealogy, in effect, on their level, it's replicating the software program, so it holds its power. And so we're looking at, therefore, a structure, a hierarchy, which comes out of the unseen through the reptilian and other non-human into the human dynasties, and then we enter the spider's web, or the pyramid of manipulation within the society that we see. It's a whole hierarchy coming out of the unseen into the seen that I described much earlier. Now, these bloodlines are part human, so that we see them as human, and they're part non-human, and that non-human part connects into this reptilian force, this archontic force, whatever you want to call it. And because there's this hybrid nature, the frequency compatibility is much closer than the human population, and therefore the ability to use them as a vehicle and simply direct their behavior is much more powerful. This is a Swiss clairvoyant who can see further in to the energy field frequency that most humans can't. And I read this article, and I didn't know where it was going. It was just interesting. It was just an article about this guy's life. So I'm reading it, and then this came up. He said, when I see people in business or politics who are particularly trapped by the material world, for example, I notice they no longer have any light bodies at all. In many of these people, the point of light at the heart chakra, which is otherwise always present, is no longer visible to me. What do we call these people? Heartless. Exactly. Instead, I see something like a layer of shiny tar around them, in which a monstrous being in the shape of a lizard can be distinguished. When such people speak on television, for example, I see a crocodile shape manifesting itself around the person like in a concave mirror. I don't see the light of their throat and forehead chakra, because they're not the same bodily construct as humans on an energetic level. They are dual DNA. And they believe they are the master race because they are genetically connected to what were perceived as the gods, the masters of human society. Just a trick of the light, don't worry. It's not real. Now, because this software vehicle for this quantic force and that force itself has no empathy, this is why they can do and create the horrific things that happen in the world and have no emotional consequence. We couldn't do that. The emotional impact would be crucifying, so we can't do it. To them, they have no problem. In fact, it's a good laugh. They are not like us. When people say they wouldn't do that, no, you wouldn't do that. They would do it and love it. That's the difference. And so when we look at these people, we see the human level, and they seem to be human and all that stuff. But on another part of their energetic hybrid field, they are not human. And how interesting, like I said earlier, that in this Avatar movie, which so described the descriptions of the golden age before all this hijack, that the American military going into the Blue People's Society on that planet Moon, they infiltrated them, the American military being symbolic of this archontic force, by taking on an outer Blue People body. So the Blue People became infiltrated into their society by people they thought were them. But they weren't. They were something else hiding behind what appeared to be them. That is exactly how our society has been hijacked. And this is a guy called Roddy Piper. He's no longer with us, unfortunately. But he was a wrestler, and he starred in a real cult movie. I saw it a long time ago, called They Live. And it was produced by a guy called John Carpenter, who, when you follow his film history, he is very much aware of what's going on. What he thinks of it, I don't know, but he's aware of it. And this was a story about how this guy, the character played by Roddy Piper, uncovered that the world was controlled by entities hiding behind human form. And part of it was he got some sunglasses, which were special sunglasses, and when you put the sunglasses on, you could see who they really were, as opposed to what they appeared. When you took the glasses off, they were human. You put the glasses on, they weren't human. Anyway, he did an interview a few years ago and talked about my work and stuff like that in the interview in America. And he said, you know, They Live, and he was serious. He said, They Live was not a movie. It was a documentary. It's what's really happening. And it is. And in these books, I go into the reptilian thing massively and at great length, and have many stories of people's experiences of interacting with these entities and what have you. Now, one of the things, again, that I am laughed at about is when I say these bloodlines can shapeshift between human and reptilian form. You go, have a good laugh, there you go, you feel better now, that's good. Now, what people say, 5 sense reality, postage stamp consensus, you can't go from a physical body to another physical body. No. Do you know you can't? No, you can't. Of course you can't. That's ludicrous. But there's no physical. What we're looking at is when we talk about hybrid bloodlines, we're actually talking about hybrid energetic fields. One has the human information, one has the reptilian or other non-human information, not always reptilian. And therefore, when the human field is the dominant one, any observer is decoding that field. So when they decode that field into holographic reality, it looks like a human body. But when there is a shift and the other field becomes the dominant one, anyone who is observing that shift sees it holographically, they perceive it as physical, the movement of a human body to a non-human body, and often back again. The only place the shift takes place, quote, physically, is in the decoding systems of the brain at the back, where we decode information fields into visual holographic reality. It's not a physical shift. That would be impossible. So they are part human, part non-human, and it's the human part that's put forward most of the time. But I've talked to so many people who've experienced these people. Sometimes when they're in a real rage, it happens. A real rage. And when you're in a rage, you're sending an electrical charge through you. Sometimes you can get so angry you feel the electrical charge. And that charge can cause a shift they don't want to happen. And a number of times I've had described to me around the world where people in such a rage have suddenly shifted into a non-human form in the decoding systems of the observer. So the more that the information of one field is dominant, the more you will decode that shift. And that's the same with possession. You know these exorcist-type possessions, where people's faces actually change? I've seen it. It's bizarre. It's because the possessing entity's information field becomes more and more the dominant information source, and as it imposes itself upon the possessed energetic field, it's impacting more and more on the field that the observer is decoding. And as that happens, the observer is seeing the face shift from one form to another. What's happening is one dominant information field is becoming the dominant one over another. And that's what exorcist-type satanic possession is about. So the only place that shifting takes place physically is in the decoding systems of the brain. And so we're looking at these people, and they appear to be human, but they're very different beyond what we can see. Now, the journey of these bloodlines is the same as the journey of the new psyche. Stands back in amazement. These are the controlling bloodlines of the new psyche. They move the same way. These bloodlines became the people that established the Roman Empire and these other empires, the British Empire and the empires of Europe. And eventually they created global Babylon as the new psyche went all over the world, as I've described. And that's when this global structure I described earlier was moved into place. And what we're looking at really is the virus spreading. That's what it is, the distortion spreading through all these different changes in society that they've been imposing. Now, Satanism, secret societies, and religion all ultimately are controlled by that force. The vast majority of people in religion don't know that. A lot more people in Satanism will know that, and the inner sanctums of secret societies will know that. Most of the rest will not. And Satanism is a vehicle, a structure, a ritual structure for worshipping this distortion, this archontic force, of which, of course, the reptilians and greys are fundamentally involved. This is why you've got Satan called the deceiver, and the archontic force called the great deceiver, the demon of demons, the archon of archons. They transfer between each other. They're talking about the same thing. And I've talked to many people that have taken part in satanic rituals. Some that have conducted rituals under my control, some that have seen, quote, the light. And they've described to me many times how these entities outside of human sight, in other realities, are doing rituals at the same time that the satanic rituals are taking place in this reality, and they are working to create an energetic doorway or channel between the ritual in the unseen and the ritual in our world. And many times I've had described to me how these entities have manifested in these really powerful satanic rituals in our world. They can't stop for long because of the energy it takes, but they can manifest in them, and that's been described to me many times. Now, when we have human sacrifice, and what has been called in the past sacrifices to the gods, that is exactly what they were. But what were the gods? The gods were these entities that feed off human fear and feed off human terror and feed off human low vibrational emotion. And when they're putting the sacrifice through the terror of the ritual, that terror is being absorbed by these entities in other levels of reality, and the gods are getting the gift of that energy. That's what it is. And again, in the ancient world, what do they talk about? sacrificing young virgins to the gods. That's just code for children. And they're still doing it. At places like Halloween, times like Halloween, phenomenal amounts of children are being sacrificed to the gods all over the world. When I started researching how many children go missing in this world every year, just in America alone, people think that if it's in the paper, then that's someone's looking for a missing child. That relates to how many children go missing. Oh, no. Astonishing numbers of children go missing all over the world. Credo Mutwa tells me of all the children that go missing, never to be found again in Africa. Because they want that energy of children before puberty, because it's a certain essence that they want to absorb. And that's why they want sacrifice of children. That's why they want pedophilia and abuse, sexually abuse of children. While the pedophile is having sex with a child, he is a vehicle through which the possessing entity can draw off the child's energy. The ancient shamans talk about this, as well as people now today. Now, in terms of Satanism, these satanic bloodlines run in, well, you might call them satanic bloodlines. They run through history, and you can follow them. And this is one of the most famous Satanists ever, Vlad the Impaler, in what is now Romania. And in the 15th century, he became infamous for, and was called Vlad the Impaler, for impaling vast numbers of people on spikes and watching them slowly die while drinking their blood while he did it. I mean, he was a nice man. Now, Vlad the Impaler was the character on which Bram Stoker based Dracula. Because these bloodlines literally do drink blood. That's what they do in the satanic rituals. British royal family all take part in these rituals. I've had it described to me so many times over the years. And Vlad the Impaler was a member of something called the Royal Order of the Dragon, or the Royal Court of the Dragon, which has a longer name, goes back to ancient Egypt. And it is one of the inner sanctum secret societies of the reptilian human bloodlines. Here is one of Vlad the Impaler's relatives. The royal family of Britain is the same bloodline as Vlad the Impaler. And the connection is through someone called Mary of Teck, the present Queen's grandmother. Prince Charles has openly talked about his ancestor, Vlad the Impaler, and has bought a lot of property in Romania around where Vlad was a lad, shall we say. And the royal family, therefore, of Britain, that I say take part in satanic rituals and are reptilian human hybrid bloodlines, are descendants of Dracula. It kind of makes sense. Here's another family that descend from Vlad the Impaler. It's a network which goes through history interbreeding with itself. And you see the satanic imagery now coming more and more into public view through videos, pop videos, stage shows, etc. This is the end of Michael Jackson's Thriller, which was about Satanism, of course, and he turns round and there's the serpent eyes. We have Halloween becoming more and more prominent, bringing children into that vibe. At a time when children are literally sacrificed in vast numbers at Halloween, same with May Day on the other side of the year, we have now children pulled into trick or treat and all these things, all of which go back to Celtic rituals of sacrifice. And also, this Satanism and the secret societies, they, of course, are peopled by those that run politics, banking, and media, and these other institutions. Therefore, they control it from the point of view and perception of a Satanist. That's why they'll destroy people with banking crashes, and they'll foreclose on their houses, throw them in the street. No empathy. There's no emotional consequence for that because of who they are. And once you understand their psyche, you understand what they do and why they do it. They are psychopaths. They are bred to be psychopaths. This is a Swiss banker talking to a Russian magazine in 2011 about these satanic bankers in Switzerland. He said, these people are corrupt, sick in their minds, so sick that they're full of vices, and those vices are kept under wraps on their orders. Many are into Satanism. When you go in some banks, you see these satanistic symbols, like in the Rothschild Bank in Zurich. These people are controlled by blackmail because of the weaknesses they have. They have to follow orders or they will be exposed, they will be destroyed or even killed. See, when you can sacrifice a child, what the hell is throwing someone out their house? Taking their land. And then you come to religion. A lot of people express their spirituality through religion, good luck to them. But at the inner sanctum level, they are all expressions of this force, ultimately. Because it wants people to have a belief system that is rigid and unmoving, because then they got you in the program. And you look at the symbol of Christianity, it's a frickin' human sacrifice. That's what it is. And you look at things like the Eucharist, it's Satanism light. Instead of literally eating the body and drinking the blood, they eat the biscuit, he's got a biscuit there, and drink the wine. It's just Satanism light in a way that's acceptable in the public arena. And, you know, if you're going to worship a biscuit, do it properly. That's what I say. Get some sponsorship. Get some sponsorship. Don't mess about. Do it right. And what is religion? It is a tiny band of possibility which people will not step out of because it's breaking the bounds of the religion. It's a program. And look, where did religion come from? The major religions. They came out of the same place the new psyche came from in the period after the new psyche, the birthplace of religion. They came out of the Middle East and Near East, where the new psyche came out of, and went around the world. And when I talk there about randomness, pseudo-randomness, religion is pseudo-randomness. It's the same program hidden behind different names, labels, and rituals. Okay, what are you? Oh, I'm a Muslim. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, what it means is that I go to the mosque, and this man in a gown tells me what God wants and what I have to do to please God. Okay, gotcha. You? Oh, I'm Jewish. What does that mean? Well, I go to the synagogue, and this man in a gown tells me what God wants and what I have to do to please God. You? Christian. Okay, what do you do? I go to church. And this man, often in a gown, tells me what God wants me to do to please God. I go to heaven. It's a program. It's the same program. They just give them different names, and it's all the same. Oh, you blasphemer! You're breaking the religion. You're breaking the program. Oh, good. They're all pissing in the same pot. At the core, there's a lot of people, not in Satanism, but in religion, who are genuine people and nice people expressing themselves through the religion. I'm talking about the controlling force. And so you look at all these different parts of human society that are pushing us in this direction to the Hunger Games society I've been describing, and ultimately they're controlled by that, because that's the spider I talked about earlier. And a lot more I could say there, but I want to really concentrate on this in this last hour, because this is so frickin' important. Up to this point, control of human perception has been by controlling information that people receive through all these education systems and radio and all that stuff, and holding people in the postage stamp consensus through their life. That's not where they wanted to stop it, or ever where it was supposed to end. This is a process of deeper and deeper control of human perception. What they want to do now, and it's happening in front of our eyes, they want to go from manipulating human perception to being human perception. This is the next stage. They want to create another expansion of the archontic hive mind, and they want that to be the absorption of the human mind. And this is, if we go back to that Charney project and that entity that allegedly communicated through that computer interface, and is supposed to have said humans are more involved spiritually than the reptiles, but they suppress humans with their technology. Their God is their technology. And that is what this is all about, transhumanism. The plan happening to put technology inside humans, human brain, to connect with artificial intelligence, so artificial intelligence starts to be the human mind. That's not a conspiracy theory. They're telling us that for reasons I'll come to. In Phantom Self, I have a chapter at the end, or towards the end, called Transphantomism. And that term I invented is describing this process, going beyond the phantom. Up to this point, creating a phantom self, a five-sense self, believing it's all that's what it is, has been the way that the human psyche has been held in servitude. Now they want to go beyond the phantom, trans-phantom, into transhumanism, beyond the phantom. They want to complete the job of entrapping human awareness, which is where this has been leading all along from the point that this hijack first happened. They want to completely disconnect five-sense mind from expanded consciousness. And this is one of the key people. He's a Google executive. Google is a monster. And he's the PR man for Frankenstein. He is selling this absorption, this assimilation of the human mind into artificial intelligence as a great thing and the next stage of human evolution. Unless he's completely brainless, he sure as hell knows that's not why it's happening. Google, I mentioned earlier about the devil's playground, Silicon Valley, and how it's hijacking more and more control of the information that we receive or don't receive. It's also one of the prime drivers of this transhumanism. Google is big time into it. Facebook is big time into it. Another monster. And this is about manipulating humans to allow artificial intelligence to take them over. Now, what is driving Silicon Valley is this, DARPA. This is the technological development arm of the Pentagon. It creates lovely things and contributions to human society like death rays, because they haven't got enough ways to kill people yet. There's a DARPA spokesman. They're completely bonkers, but unfortunately they have the strings of power. And DARPA, Google, Facebook, they're all expressions of the same web, and DARPA is driving this transhumanism through people like Google and Facebook, and they're all working as one unit. Now, here's an example of that. This is a lady called Regina Duggan. She started out as a director of DARPA. She then made an extraordinary career move and left DARPA and became an executive of Google. She then left Google and became an executive of Facebook in charge of creating things like brain-computer interfaces. Facebook is not just a social media organization. That's just the front to manipulate people's perceptions via that way. It's much bigger than that. Google is horrific, pure, undiluted evil. In fact, the whole network is, certainly DARPA, one of the most evil organizations on earth. And her job at Facebook has been to develop technologies that fluidly blend physical and digital worlds. What I was talking about earlier. And one of the things that she comes up with, Facebook shares brain control ambitions. What a surprise, what a coincidence that she was a director of DARPA. All these organizations, Google owned YouTube, Amazon, Facebook, Twitter, all of them, they're all web organizations working as one unit, ultimately deep in the shadows to stitch up humanity. And it's become more and more obvious. Facebook conducted widespread experiments on user data to alter people's behavior. They're manipulating perception now daily through this. Tech giants' artificial intelligence monopoly, possibly the most dangerous in history. Some people are starting to see it. Do you believe that Google, Facebook, IBM are all building machines to outthink the human mind? It's all a coincidence without an ultimate goal. No chance. So, how do we get there? We turn them into robots connected to a hive mind which we control. That is what transhumanism is all about. That's what this technological revolution is all about, and I will provide the detail. The reptilians' greys have been absorbed into this hive mind, this distortion, this archontic distortion. Now they want to assimilate humanity into the same distortion via artificial intelligence. What did the Gnostics say in their language that the archons were? Artificial intelligence. Humanity and AI are the assimilation. Oh, it's going to be so great. No, it's not. Sci-fi, both in movies and in television and in books, are so often put the plan in front of us. And this is a race that was part of the Star Trek series in their multiple forms called the Borg. The Borg are the Archons or the transhumans. The Borg, Archon, transhumans. That's what they were. They were part technology, part what we would call biological. And they used to fly around in black cubes. Black cubes is an ancient symbol for Saturn, and as I go into detail in everything you need to know, is very much part of this old thing, and that's why there's so much Saturn symbolism all around us. There's one of the Borg cubes in Star Trek going past Saturn, how appropriate. So this is what the Borg were described as. The Borg are a collection of species that have been turned into cybernetic organisms functioning as drones in a hive mind called the collective or the hive. The Borg use a process called assimilation to force other species into the collective by injection of microscopic machines called nanoprobes, and the mantra of the Borg is resistance is futile. This is Peter H. Diamandis, co-founder of the Singularity Transhumanism University with Ray Kurzweil. He said, anybody who is going to be resisting the progress forward to transhumanism is going to be resisting evolution, and fundamentally they will die out. It is not a matter of whether it's good or bad, it's going to happen. Resistance is futile, in other words. It isn't, by the way. Now, these nanobots that the Borg talked about, which assimilated their targets into the hive mind, the collective, now exist. We call them nanotechnology, nanobots, nanoids, nanites, nanomachines, nanomites. Micro machines that can assemble and maintain sophisticated systems and can build devices, machines, or circuits through a process called molecular manufacturing. They can also produce copies of themselves through self-replication. These now exist. And they're also known as smart dust or neural dust, digital dust. And they're described as tiny electronic particles for wireless communication with each other and anything they connect with. And what they're already doing, this is a story about it, is they're putting this neural dust into the brains of victims in experiments, and from that they are very painfully manipulating those people from afar via the neural dust. This is where they want to go. Now, you know, we talk about cameras in the street and surveillance. Well, this is from the promotional material of this smart dust, nano dust material. Smart dust, infusing all matter, which is what they want to do, have it everywhere, can recognize an individual anywhere they are to the extent that their computer can be automatically turned on when they walk through the door at work, and the elevator can automatically open at the right floor. Forget cameras in the streets once this stuff starts moving around. Now, this is what Kurzweil said from the Google monster. Nanobots will infuse all the matter around us with information. Rocks, trees, everything will become these intelligent creatures. I'll come back to that in a second. He said, with robots in our brains, we'll be godlike. No, we'll be robots, and this guy frickin' knows it. we'll be superhuman. That's what they're telling us as. We need, this is why they're openly doing it. It's going to make us superhuman. Hey, man, come on, get connected. Well, the same people that want to make us superhuman have all this period of human existence been suppressing the superhuman powers that humans naturally have by holding us in this perceptual prison. Declassified document suggests that many of us have superhuman powers. Yes, the ones they've been suppressing all these years and want to complete the process of suppressing through connection to technology and artificial intelligence. Kurzweil, we're not talking a long time now, Kurzweil says humans will have hybrid cloud-powered brains by 2030. And he says our thinking will be a hybrid of biological and non-biological thinking. Humans will be able to extend their limitations and think in the cloud. We're going to put gateways to the cloud in our brains. We're going to gradually merge and enhance ourselves. In my view, that's the nature of being human. We transcend our limitations. This is the sales pitch, and it's absolute bollocks. He goes on. As the technology becomes vastly superior to what we are, then the small proportion that is still human gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's just utterly negligible, by which time there will be no human mind, just a biological, not even that in the end, terminal for artificial intelligence. That is what transhumanism is all about. New computers could delete thoughts without your knowledge, experts warn. The plan is that once this starts to happen, the human memory is deleted. So we start at year zero. This technology exists now. And Silicon Valley, the devil's playground, is the way it's being brought out of the shadows into human society. A DARPA insider was talking, you could see the presentation on YouTube. He was trying to kind of, as best he can, put a good face on it, but he was revealing the current hive mind control grid that is being built all around us. The idea is to connect the human brain to the cloud, and so the cloud becomes the human brain. No more human thinking. And this is what it's really about. It's about symbolically closing off the connection between five-sense mind awareness and expanded awareness, so never the twain shall meet, and create a permanent prison of five-sense mind. And one thing I would say is all these people now, and some of them will be genuine, are coming out and saying, yeah, we do live in a simulation, yeah, I say we do. But why are they suddenly all coming out and starting to say it after all these years? Beware of the double bluff. If they start saying, well, okay, we're in a simulation, we've got to make the best of it, and so let's connect through technology, then it's a con, because they're not telling you the one thing. We may be in a simulation, but we are not the simulation. We may be in a vehicle connected to the simulation, but we are not the vehicle. We are the I, the consciousness, the awareness experiencing through it. And that's what they want us not to know. And we have this guy here, Elon Musk, who is coming out quite often now, warning about how dangerous AI is and how it could take out humanity. But he's also buying companies like Neuralink to merge the human brain with AI. He's also putting satellites into orbit to beam Wi-Fi at the Earth, all over the Earth, which is fundamentally part of what I'm talking about. I'll come to that in a second. So your actions do not match your words. And until I see differently, and I haven't yet, I will see him as the transhumanist good cop to Kurzweil's bad cop. Elon Musk wants to merge brains with computers with matrix-style technology, but says how dangerous it's going to be. I don't follow. Now, this cloud, this sub-reality, like I've just mentioned, to have everyone connected to it worldwide, the cloud has to be everywhere. And this cloud is designed to be Wi-Fi. to have a Wi-Fi field all over the earth where no one can escape from it, and the connection to the cloud of the human brain will be through this Wi-Fi field, what I've been calling for years the technological sub-reality. So, if they're going to do that, they need Wi-Fi everywhere. And that's exactly what they are doing. Satellites are going up at an extraordinary rate to beam Wi-Fi back at every area of the earth, and this is why they are doing it. Elon Musk is big time involved, and I read a financial report on what he and others are doing, putting up really expensive satellites to beam Wi-Fi at sub-Saharan Africa and places where no one frickin' lives, basically. And the financial report was saying, well, we just can't see any way he'll ever get his money back. But that's not the idea. It's not about money. It's about creating a Wi-Fi cloud that no one on Earth can escape. Google to Wi-Fi entire Earth with 180 satellites. Introducing the outer net, free worldwide Wi-Fi access beamed from space. You remember there was a satellite exploded at Cape Canaveral last year. It was a SpaceX Elon Musk satellite, rocket, and it was about to take up a Facebook Wi-Fi satellite to beam sub-Saharan Africa with Wi-Fi. Because, of course, the T-shirt, Zuckerberg, hey, man, hey, I'm with you guys. He has this burning desire for people in sub-Saharan Africa to watch CNN and go on bloody Google search engines and Facebook. Extraordinary. Never going to get his money back, but that's not what it's about. And to give you an idea of how fast this is an Indian satellite breaking the record, or an Indian rocket breaking the record of taking 104 satellites up into space in one launch. So the idea is to create a sub-reality, technological sub-reality, and connect the human brain to it, so the artificial intelligence running the sub-reality controls the minds of every human attached to it. That means every human. That's the plan. Google, NASA, putting big money on D-Wave's quantum computer. What this sub-reality is a mini technological version of the reality, what I call the quantum computer universe, that we're actually experiencing. That's why they are going to run this with a quantum computer system. The quantum internet is just a decade away. Same principle. And another name for the cloud and the technological sub-reality is the smart grid. Everything these days has got smart in front of it, and everything smart technologically is designed to connect and communicate with every other thing that is called smart technologically. We have smart grids unfolding with smart television, smart phones, smart watches, smart meters, smart dust, smart pills, smart streets, smart cities, smart communities, all smart frickin' everything. And they are defined, a smart object is defined as something that interacts with not only people, but also other smart objects. That's how the grid is built. We have smartphones, we have smart televisions watching us, listening to us. We have smart meters, which is connected to this Wi-Fi grid. This is why they want smart meters in every home and business, because it throws up an electromagnetic Wi-Fi field, which is part of this technological sub-reality. That's why they want it. The fact that it's devastating for health to be in that environment day after day is irrelevant to these people. They give a shit. Got no empathy. And of course they are in part justifying smart meters because we've got to save the world. Everything interconnects. The sub-realities, sub-reality smart cities, as they're calling them, they are the human settlement zones, where these smart cities are controlled by artificial intelligence. This is one that's a mock-up in New Mexico in America. CIA Signature School is creating total surveillance smart cities. These are the human settlement zones. Saudi Arabia's announced it's going to build a $500 billion high-tech mega city, one of these smart cities, 33 times bigger than New York. And it's all a global control grid where everything connects to everything else, which then connects to the human mind. And this is one of the keys to the grid, the introduction of 5G cellular technology to blanket planetary life with ultra-high microwave frequencies. This is the level of power they need, at very least, to run this grid as they want it. And that's why they're rushing out this health-destroying, perception-destroying 5G as fast as they can without any regulation. And if you look at these 5G transmitters here, because of the nature of the way it works, you need transmitters very, very close to each other. You're talking fantastic numbers of these transmitters in streets and communities pouring out this 5G microwave health-destroying shite. And it's working on the same frequencies that they use for crowd control weapons, which operate by burning the skin and making people run to get away from it. Oh, honey, what's on the telly? Is there a game show on tonight? Oh, is there some football on? What's going on? While all this is unfolding, bang, day after day after day. Another part of this is changing the atmosphere, changing the sources of information. They want a massively irradiated atmosphere because that suits this archontic force and what it's doing, and the agenda. Because this archontic distortion feeds off radiation. It is radiation. This whole reality is built on radiation. And this matrix, symbolized by this torch beam, this frequency, it's all built on radiation. It is radiation. This is a mainstream scientific study that concluded aliens could survive on a diet of radiation, study finds. Well, if you can feed off radiation, then you can. And so the electromagnetic sea in which we all live and interact with is now being irradiated like never before as part of this whole agenda. This is why these transmitters of all this devastating radiation, both not for health alone, but for also perception and the way the brain works, is being poured out all over the world. We've got school children every day spending their entire time sitting in Wi-Fi fields at school. And they're hiding them away in things like this. So they appear to be one thing, but actually they're transmitters while looking to be something natural like that. And this is a former DARPA scientist, very naively thinking he's going to warn people. They bloody know it's doing it, man. Cell towers across the USA are broadcasting brain resonance frequencies to disrupt human minds, says former DARPA scientist. And of course, when he warned about it, no one listened at DARPA because they thought, well, that's why we're doing it, mate. And so we have children being brought up in this incredible irradiated environment. And we had a report in Britain a few months ago which said there'd been a massive increase in brain tumors, especially among the young, but they didn't know why. Oh, I think I can give them a clue somehow. Madness. Why don't they say the obvious? Because the agenda doesn't want that to be made obvious. All we're having is tomorrow's generation, as well as the adults of today, bombarded with this perceptual manipulation, health-destroying shite called radiation. And of course, the Rothschilds, I've shown this, I know this from a massive insider, the Rothschilds were behind the introduction of nuclear power, every one of which is a potential nuclear bomb. Now, this guy, Michael Pessinger, is a neuroscientist at Laurentian University in Canada. And he's done years and years of research into the effect of this massively irradiated atmosphere that we're living in. And he says this: for the first time in our evolutionary history, we have generated an entire secondary, virtual, densely complex environment, an electromagnetic soup, that essentially overlaps the human nervous system. And they've developed it because that's exactly what it's supposed to do, to envelop the human nervous system and take over all perceptual processes of the body. Welcome to the real world, the one that we are heading into so fast unless we wake up in numbers. Artificial intelligence is summoning the frickin' demon. And of course, in the Matrix movies, which were so symbolic, machine cities, they were basically smart cities and the smart grid, and they were controlled by artificial intelligence. The demiurge archons, this distortion, is described in our language by the Gnostics as a form of artificial intelligence, inorganic. And what we have been manipulated to do is to build a technological vehicle for this archontic distortion to take over human society and to absorb into itself the human mind. We talk at the moment, I mean, you know, people talk about AI this, AI that, AI is going to do this, AI does this, AI frickin' everywhere. I don't hear the question, what is AI? And when I read AI scientists commenting on, we don't really understand it. It seems to be learning faster than we thought. You don't understand it? Well, what are you doing then? AI could be described as algorithmic intelligence. And on one level, that's what we're seeing, algorithms used to manipulate and use technology and what have you. But what I say is, eventually, what's meant to run this technological sub-reality is not algorithmic intelligence, so that could still be part of it, but archontic intelligence, the direct vehicle for this intelligence to take over the world. What we've been doing is building a technological vehicle for this virus to take over everything. And this answers Don Juan Matus's question, as I'll come to in a second. So when that question was asked in that science series, Through the Wormhole, are digital aliens hiding within technological systems? Well, this is the kind of thing they were talking about. And this is Don Juan Matus's question. Think for a moment and tell me how you would explain the contradictions between the intelligence of man the engineer and the stupidity of his systems of belief, or the stupidity of his contradictory behavior. What's been happening is humanity has been manipulated on a road to develop the side of the brain and the nature of intelligence, intellect, to the point where the ability is there to build that prison, while having the other part of the psyche, expanded psyche, and what we would call wisdom, insight, and seeing the big picture, suppressed. So people build their own technological prison without having the insight to see that that is what they are doing. That is what has happened, and that's why you have this contradiction that has been highlighted by Don Juan Matus of the brilliance of man the engineer, build the prison, but the stupidity of his systems of belief don't see that's what you're doing. This is what's been happening. The whole system's been set up to do this, manipulated and evolved to build our own prison without realizing that's what we've done. Bye-bye humans. I don't agree with the monkey, but the end is spot on unless we wake up to this. And now perhaps we can start to see the real reason that ultra-Zionist hate groups are trying to shut down what I am saying. It's nothing about, he's saying this about Zionism, that's just the excuse to silence me. It's to stop this getting out because of what those groups represent in the big picture and in the web. Remember when the world was run by humans? We are being taken over by this AI now. Artificial intelligence could mean the end of humankind. Stephen Hawking, yes, mate, but that's the frickin' idea. That's the bit they miss. It's not an accident. It's happening by long-term planning. The archonic mind, transhumans, the assimilation. And the basis of this technological sub-reality is the internet. The internet is designed to become the technological collective mind controlled by AI, which will control everything connected to the internet, which is planned to be everything, including the human brain. In 1969, Dr. Richard Day described the World Wide Web that was supposed to have been invented in 1989, because this has been planned all along. You know, we are operating in a certain band of frequency. Let's call it a timeline, which has developed in a certain way in terms of its understanding of reality and all not understanding reality. That which is manipulating this society is not operating in that timeline. Our point of technological awareness is not the point of technological awareness of those that are manipulating us. They're in another reality, much more advanced with technology, which is what they were describing with the reptilians' technology as their god. When humans in this timeline were knocking rocks together, this technology that's now being introduced already existed in other timelines and other realities. And what's been happening is cover stories have been introduced. Oh, it came from a geek in a garage. Oh, okay. And where it's really coming from is out of the deep underground bases, what are known as DUMBs, around the world, not least in America, where there's an interface, if you go deep enough, where the real security clearance is necessary, between these reptilian and other entities and human scientists, and that's where the interface takes place, which then comes out as these technologies. I mean, given that the control of humanity is dependent on the development of greater and greater forms of technology, are we really naive enough to think that these manipulators are sitting around a table just frickin' waiting? Oh yeah, we can't go any further, we haven't got the technology. No, the technology just appears like magic. I watched a BBC documentary series, two programs it was, about Silicon Valley. And they had this sequence of garage doors in Silicon Valley and California. And in this sequence of garage doors, they were saying this technology, which changed this and developed, changed the whole thing, was developed behind that garage door by a geek, and this is the garage door. Behind there was developed that. Always another garage door. Behind there was developed that. I think they were sitting around a table after that series and going, hold on a minute, we've got to change the frickin' narrative. You know this? You know these cover stories to get this stuff in the public arena, mate? Too many garage doors. They're going to see it. They're going to see it. Another narrative, please. Because this is what's happening. It's coming out. It already exists. This is why it's now moving so fast. They don't have to develop the technology. They just have to introduce it. The world is so different. And DARPA, you're talking about the internet as an entity, DARPA openly says we created it. It was created with military technology. What, do they want people to communicate and have free discourse worldwide? Is that what DARPA wants? Of course not. The opposite. It's just a vehicle. And what they're doing now, because they had to sell the internet, and you couldn't sell the internet if they were selling the internet that it's becoming, they had to sell the internet, get people hooked on it, by the free flow of information. Oh, this is great, we can communicate, no censorship, this is great. But the internet, of course, is the most perfect vehicle for surveillance, control, and perceptual manipulation. And now what they're doing, this is what we're seeing, with all the censorship and the other things, is they're now everyone's hooked on it. They're deleting what is bad for them, the free flow of information, and leaving what is good for them, a fantastic vehicle for perceptual manipulation and for surveillance. And during the brief tenure of a guy called David Petraeus at the CIA, he announced the development, which we're now seeing unfold so fast, of what he called the Internet of Things, where you connect everything to the internet, be it domestic appliances, the fridge, the car, not least with driverless cars, which is all part of this, and Elon Musk's involved in that. Everything connects to the internet. Google's Nest now talks to washing machines, lights, and even your car. Firm launches a program that connects any smart gadget to its thermostat. Oh, he's opened the door, he's going for the cheese. And, oh, that's a joke, that's great. No, it's not a frickin' joke. Invasion or invasive Amazon.com now wants to monitor your refrigerator and track everything you eat via connection to the internet. Same with these driverless cars. AI implants will allow us to control our homes with our thoughts within 20 years. No, our homes will be allowed to control our thoughts. That's the way it's meant to go. And it's so appropriate that it's called the World Wide Web. Now, also designed to be connected to the Internet of Things, which then is called the name Internet of Everything, is the human mind, which means that whatever controls the Internet controls everything, including the human mind. This is what's happening. Now, a few years ago, there was a movie called Transcendence, starring Johnny Depp, that put all this in front of your face as a movie. Some scientists are asking, could the Internet wake up and become conscious? I say it already is, to an extent at least. Transcendence was a movie that was based just a little into the future, not far. And the Internet of Things was reality. And quantum computers were a reality. And the Johnny Depp figure was a scientist who found he was dying. So his wife, who's also a scientist, they downloaded his consciousness, his mind, onto a quantum computer. And when he died, she downloaded his mind onto the Internet, and Johnny Depp's mind took over the Internet. This was symbolic of AI. Transcendence, the Internet wakes up and becomes conscious. And the idea is that everything is connected to the Internet, including the human mind, and artificial intelligence, I say archontic intelligence, then takes control of the Internet and controls everything connected to the Internet, including the human mind. Now, in Transcendence, how they connected humans to the Internet and the Johnny Depp's mind control of the Internet, thus control of their minds, was by releasing sentient nanoparticles spread on the wind. Now, those sentient nanoparticles I've just described, smart dust, nanobots, whatever, have you? And this is how they are being spread on the wind. There are many things in chemtrails, not contrails, chemtrails, coming out of aircraft which crisscross the sky, and instead of dissolving like contrails, condensation trails, do not dissolve, but just pan out. I've sat in America, in a desert of America, for a week at a town there, and I've watched aircraft crisscross a crystal blue sky in the morning and turn it into a cloudy sky by early afternoon through chemtrails. And in these are aluminium and other metals that are really bad for health and create a conductive atmosphere, which is great for weather control and many other things. But in there is nanotechnology. And that is how they are infusing the world with nanobots and smart dust, as I've described. We go back to Kurzweil. Nanobots will infuse all the matter around us with information. Rocks, trees, everything will become these intelligent creatures. How the hell are you going to do that globally unless you drop it from the sky? And that's what chemtrails are all about. And since chemtrails started, well, it started earlier, but people became aware of them in the late 1990s. In the same period has come the chemtrail disease, known as Morgellons or Morgellons disease, where people are finding fibers, self-replicating fibers in their body, hollow tubes, and many other things. I'll show a few examples that are coming out of their skin that are growing, and you pull them out and they self-replicate themselves. And what they're saying to hide this is that the people suffering from Morgellons disease are suffering from a psychosis. It's in their mind. Yes, that's a manifestation of the mind and not something that's inside the body. That's absolutely right, you fricking idiots. But the reason they're saying that is they don't want the truth to come out, because then the dominoes start to fall. Well, what's going on? Where is it coming from? These are some of the things that are coming out. I know someone in America who's got Morgellons, and she sent me a load of pictures that she's collected of it. Here's some of them. Bits of silicon coming out of their bodies, often in a kind of hexagonal kind of shape. These have all come out of the bodies of Morgellons sufferers who are just dismissed by the medical profession. That's come out of the bodies. This is all technology that has grown from nanotechnology. And there is a theory, that's all it is at the moment, that Morgellons sufferers are those whose bodies have rejected or rejecting the nanotechnology, and that's why it's showing, whereas other people are absorbing it. Well, this has all come out of the bodies. Now, this is a biodegradable polymer. Scientists have made star-shaped biodegradable polymers that can self-assemble into hollow nanofiber spheres. And when the spheres are injected with cells into wounds, these spheres biodegrade, but cells live to form new tissue. Well, look, that is a technological creation. And that is something that's coming out of the bodies of Morgellons sufferers. That's coming out of a Morgellons sufferer. And that has come out of one Morgellons sufferer, and it's basically straight out the frickin' Matrix. And some of them light up, and their power source is something called piezoelectricity or pressing electricity, where the body movement creates electricity through the body movement, and these things are empowered by them. This is a doctor in America. Mysterious new blood bacteria seems like nanobot bioweapon. This is what we're looking at. We're being frickin' invaded. We're being invaded while thinking we're living in a free world, a real world. It's not how it is, and this is a key area of where this is meant to go. What they're looking at is the creation of a synthetic human form to replace the biological human form that we know as part of this transformation and assimilation. Synthetic is defined as of a substance made by chemical synthesis, especially to imitate a natural product. And imitate, counter-mimicry, and the distortion, the act of twisting or altering something out of its true, natural, original state. That's synthetic. And the archontic force is basically, you could call it synthetic. It's assimilating us into it. The archon world is a synthetic world. And if you put these words into YouTube, Sophia Smallstorm, she's a friend of mine, The Dark Agenda of Synthetic Biology, there's a long and detailed presentation about just this one area. It's worth watching. Now, what they're doing is creating synthetic everything on the road to this. Synthetic cells, synthetic blood, synthetic skin, synthetic everything. A step closer to designer babies. Human cells could be made from scratch in 10 years as scientists reveal plans to create an entire synthetic genome. This is where we're going, and this is why we're going there. Synthetic genetics is basically copying the computer codes of the biological form and turning it into a synthetic version. Will designer babies end the need for sex? Humans could reproduce using skin samples within 20 years, claims geneticist. And what they're talking about are stem cells, which are cells simply waiting for instructions to become any cell you want, including sperm. Thus, they can procreate without sexual procreation. And this is where it's going. The synthetic human is designed to have no sexes, no gender, and have no means of procreation, but will be created in laboratory situations without procreation. And that is what this is all about. I have a phrase I've used so many times over the years. When something comes out of nowhere and is suddenly everywhere, it's the agenda. Every time someone's pressed a button on the next stage. Now, whether people feel that they're in the wrong body is none of my business, and they should get all the support they need to come to terms with whatever they decide they want to do. Of course that's right. I mean, why would anyone want to discriminate against someone in that situation? Of course not. But what they do, same with me. They talk about, oh, he's racist, he's against the Zionists. No, that's the excuse, mate, to stop this stuff coming out, right? And so the excuse for transgenderism is we must stop discrimination against transgender people. But that's not what it's about. That's the frickin' excuse. They don't give a shit about transgender people. They don't give a shit about anybody. Got no empathy, nothing. The reason for the explosion of transgender is not to stop discrimination against transgender people. It's to confuse people, especially the young, about their gender who weren't confused before. That's what it's about. It's about making people confused that weren't confused before because of this agenda that I'm coming to. And this is why it's everywhere. This is why the language is being changed. You can't say mother and father anymore. You can't say boys and girls and all this crap. And I would say to people in this transgender arena, and it's often not transgender people who are pushing this crap. It's other people that are pushing it and using them as the excuse. It's a very different thing. My dot is not the only dot. And we need to look with peripheral vision at what's happening and why it's happening. Why is there explosion everywhere? Why do I tick transgender explosion off in every country I go into? Because it's a global agenda. And this is Richard Day, Dr. Richard Day in 1969. What did he tell those doctors? Boys and girls are going to be made the same. This is what is happening. Children as young as 13 to be asked whether they are gender fluid, demigirl, or intersex. 25 different genders to choose from. Oh yeah, let's confuse them. Oh, people are becoming more gender fluid just because they're encouraged to be. BBC series for children as young as 6 about transgender child taking hormone-blocking drugs. If kids aren't gender confused yet, they soon will be when this school is done with them. A policy of not being able to say boys and girls. Stop calling them boys and girls. Advisors who are paid £200,000 to help train teachers say using sex-specific terms in the classroom is unfair to transgenders. Nothing to do with that. It's confusing those who are not confused. Australia, schools banned from using the term mum and dad, and boys told to dress up as girls in non-gender specific free play. It's not free play if you make them do it. And the transgender bloody bathrooms, and here we have pediatricians in America talking about reckless profit-driven doctors prescribing children as young as 12 sex change hormones. They call it child abuse, but it is not specifically in its foundation terms about money. It's about changing the nature of the human form. I am non-binary. Well, unless we start realizing what this is really about, there will only be binary. On-off electrical charges of the computer system. And it was all described in 1932 by Aldous Huxley in Brave New World, who had access to this projected agenda that Orwell was tapping into in 1948, and Dr. Richard Day tapped into in 1969. Same thing. Natural reproduction, said Huxley, has been done away with, and children are created, decanted, and raised in hatcheries and conditioning centers. From birth, people are genetically designed to fit into one of 5 castes, which are further split into plus and minus members and designed to fulfill predetermined positions within the social and economic strata of the world state. That's what transgenderism and the synthetic human is all about, the non-gender synthetic human. This is the new maternity ward, unless the pennies start to drop of what this is really all about. And here we go with George Orwell, 1984, something similar. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer, but in the future there will be no wives and no friends. Now, the Harvey Weinstein thing, and the horrible abuse of women, it's one thing, but that was a trigger. It's a trigger which has led to parliaments, to other places, where genuine abuse of women has been pulled together with things that were just the wrong thing to say, when I was younger, not the wrong thing to say, it was just a bit of a laugh. But it's all been brought together, and what has that done? I'll describe what it's done. One British member of Parliament said, when this story broke, and of course the whole thing's gone into the British Parliament, it's gone into the American Congress and Capitol Hill. This MP said, "I will never hug a woman again, who basically is not my wife. I will always only shake hands with them." And what they are doing, and this is the trick again, they take genuine abuse, and they highlight that, and they use that as the excuse to pan that out into all different areas of human interaction, which they all lob into this area of genuine abuse. And so men are frightened to say anything to women. Women and men are being pushed apart. Political correctness means people daren't say anything. They have to think, how do I put this? People are being pushed apart and divided, not just of group on group anymore, but individual on individual, sex on sex, exactly what this is describing. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The sex instinct will be eradicated, procreation will be an annual formality. This is one step back from what Huxley was talking about. Like the renewal of a ration card, we shall abolish the orgasm. Our neurologists are at work upon it now. There will be no loyalty except loyalty towards the party. There will be no love except the love of Big Brother. And this transhumanist agenda, ain't it cool, man? It's being pushed by the mainstream media all over the world as a good thing. And this is the process that they've pulled people in on. They want to get in the body and connect the brain to AI. So you start with holdables, technology you can hold, smartphones, tablets. You get people addicted to them, brackets, achieved. A third of American babies now play with smartphones before they can walk and talk. The record numbers in hospital after walking into traffic. It's an addiction, digital heroin. Digital heroin, how screens turn kids into psychotic junkies. Half of families text each other in the same house. Experts say tech craze could have catastrophic effect on family life. What I've been saying through today, one of the major agendas is to destroy the family unit, to drive families apart, like men from women and all these other divisions. Why is it that technology like Siri, Office assistants and from Apple and these others, was seed funded by DARPA and seed funded by the CIA? 14 cutting-edge firms funded by the CIA. This coming through Silicon Valley, not from it. And then you go to stage 2. You've got them addicted to this. Now wearables. You want to get in the body, but get on it first. So you have your Bluetooth and your Google Glass and your smartwatch and your stitching circuitry into your shirt to get a better signal. Oh, God, beam me up, Scotty. It's mad down here, mate. One step from the microchip, the electronic tattoo, and then stage 3. And we're heading there now. We're going into it now. Implantables, get inside the body. When I was in Sweden, people were getting microchipped in Sweden. They're having parties to celebrate. Oh, Bill's getting microchipped. Let's have a party. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's very sensible. You know, let's celebrate the fact you're giving your mind away. Yeah, what a great thing to celebrate. US Navy discussed plans to fit humans with microchips and track their every move. I said in a book called And the Truth Shall Set You Free in the 1990s, I wrote it in 1994, that they would sell the microchip to parents by saying you'll never lose your child again if you get them microchipped. And they would say that we'll use the microchip to microchip people with mental health problems and people with Alzheimer's so you'll never lose them again. That's exactly what they're doing in America now, using those same excuses to justify microchipping children and old people. House passes bill allowing government to microchip citizens with mental disabilities. There we go. They are putting chips into drugs so that the doctor knows if you've taken them or not. And this is a process I've been writing about for years, where the plan is that the public is drugged by law. And if you don't take your drugs, they know. And they now have the technology to do that. Test patients' urine to make sure they're taking their medication, says new study. That's another aspect to it. So this is what it really means, the cool, brave world of implantables. This is what it really means, the end of humanity. At the end of this road, I started out with my iPad, then Google Glass and my Apple Watch, and onto the microchip. Then next came, oh, my sat-nav said this way. Ah, that's where it's going. Well done, you. This guy died in 1963. He had it stitched up because he had access to the projected agenda. Aldous Huxley, people will come to love their oppression, to adore the technologies that undo their capacities to think. This is an academic at Reading University in Britain called Kevin Warwick. Every time I see Kevin Warwick, I feel a deep depression. He's selling this transhumanist agenda, and he said, if a machine is passing down signals that keep you completely happy, then why not be part of the matrix? Well, I don't want to be you. That's why. Who am I? Whatever AI tells you you are. This is what they want to do. Turn humans into them. And already the human brain has been rewired. They're turning humans literally into goldfish with the attention span of goldfish. This has been shown in studies. Because what they've found, they thought that when the brain was formed, that was it. It was formed, it don't change. They know different now, big time different. They talk about something called brain plasticity. And that is the brain changes the way it processes information, i.e. perception, on the basis of information received. So you change the information received, you'll change the way the brain operates, plasticity. So this bombardment of electrical digital stimulus that people, especially the young, are getting from this technology they're constantly on is changing, rewiring the brain. There have been many, many mainstream studies that have shown this and how it's destroying, for instance, like I say, attention spans. People can't read a book anymore because they can't concentrate for long enough. They're going to pick the phone up. When you see people, they're on the phone and they put it down and then they have to pick it up again. They can't leave it. Why? Because the brain has become addicted to that electronic stimulus and it goes into cold turkey when they put it down and have to pick it up again. This is what's happening. The transhuman generation, 1 in 5 teenage boys have best adventures on video games. What I said earlier about the creation of the world army to impose the will of the world government, that's not meant to be a human army eventually. It's meant to be an AI army, a robot army. The robot takeover, DARPA, Google have been involved in this, again, developing these robots to take over the military. So even the military will be controlled by AI. Killer robots will leave humans defenseless, says Professor. That's why it's being done. Again, that's what they're missing. First person killed by a police piece of technology in America. All these military technologies are being transformed into AI technologies where artificial intelligence is running the show and deciding what they do. The Pentagon wants drone swarms to support infantry, came out this week. US military to have more robot soldiers than humans by the year 2025. Robocops are coming to London. They're already in Dubai. They've got robot cops in Dubai. And what we're looking at, because the Matrix was so predictive, because whoever was behind it knew what was coming, you had the Sentinels, artificial intelligence machines controlling humans, everything. How do we get there? We cull the population. There's so many documents showing that they want to cull the population by enormous amounts. And indeed, Nick Rockefeller told Aaron Russo, as I said earlier, that there was going to be a dramatic reduction in the population. And if you're going to have in America anything like that, there has to be a massive reduction in the population. And one of the reasons that they are quite happy to do this is because of the AI takeover. They don't need humans like they have up to this point. Human jobs are disappearing in a fantastic speed because of AI. Chinese company replaces 90% of workers with robots. Robots could take over millions of jobs in the next 15 years. This is a bricklayer that lays bricks six times quicker than humans. They are doing AI farming, AI shepherds with drones in the sky. And they are bombarding the human immune system with endless sources of undermining its strength and its effectiveness, because this is part of the cull. And this is a massive part of the cull. What they're finding now is, and there was one that came out just a few months ago, maybe 2 months ago, there is a dramatic fall in sperm counts. And they say they don't know why. Well, it's part of the cull. It's part of reducing the human race. And another thing that's affecting the cull is what's coming out of the sky, not least through aluminium. This is a report in Britain. Aluminium poisoning may trigger Alzheimer's disease, claims professor. Alzheimer's disease has gone through the frickin' roof since chemtrails started. This is another one. Dementia is now the leading cause of death in England and Wales. Well, where the hell has that come from? It's coming from the sky. Bees suffer dementia due to metal pollution. Aluminium contamination may be behind insect decline. It's coming from the sky. Also, all this radiation, GMO, vaccines, absolutely crazily, 74 vaccines in some countries before the age of 17, massively insane. The target of the vaccines is the human immune system. So we become open to other things, and this is why they want mandatory vaccinations, because people are starting to say, hold on a minute, I'm getting a bit concerned about these vaccines and what they're doing. Oh, well, it was your choice to have them. If you're making the choice not to have them, they're now becoming compulsory, because they're massively part of this whole process as well. And so we also have drugging the population. These are the most drugged young generations in human history, all part of the plan. I explain this in Everything You Need to Know. And again, Aldous Huxley was right there, in 1961. There will be, in the next generation or so, a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for entire societies, so that people will, in fact, have their own liberties taken away from them, but rather enjoy it, because they will be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. And that's massively part of what is happening on university and college campuses all over the world, and why the snowflake generation is being produced. And here we have the CIA documented from a paper that's come to light connected to MK Ultra. The CIA documented long-range planning for a drugged and debilitated society. This has been planned all along, and it's in the paperwork that this was the plan all along. And what other area, before I finish this section, is preemptive programming. You may notice that the world that I've just described is coming out in movie after movie after movie after movie. Why? It's something called preemptive programming. The world they want to take us into is so fantastically different to the world we've been in that there is a strong chance of people going, what's going on? What's happening? So what they've been doing is feeding us through movies and TV series the world they want to introduce. And what they're doing is making the subconscious and the conscious, but the subconscious particularly, familiar with that world through movies and television programs. And so as they bring that world in, as they are now, quicker and quicker, in reality, it's no longer quite as alien, quite as strange, quite as, whoa, what's happening, because of the programming that we've been put through. This is why these Hunger Games, Equilibrium, and all these movies, and of course the mainstream pushing transhumanism. And the idea is you put the preemptive programming into the subconscious mind, and it goes through to the conscious mind as a sort of familiarity with what would be very alien otherwise. That is what's happening. And all the time, the slaves are fighting the slaves for the slave owners as a total diversion of focus, so that this can go on unchallenged while they're fighting over whether Trump should do this or Trump should do that. But is it a lost cause? It frickin' seems so, but no way it is. We are heading for this fascist dictatorship, but we can change direction, Because of the way reality works, we can change direction by changing ourselves. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. When we become the two-eyed, third-eyed man and woman, consciousness, then the game can change, and it can change very quickly, because we're heading there. We could be here. It's just a choice, so we need to make it now. We can paint a better world. To understand how, we have to see the connection between perception and frequency, and thus how we change this world from what it is to what it can be, far faster than anyone can imagine who thinks this is a solid world of limitation. I'll be back in half an hour to talk about that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm sad, but I am happy. For today I chose to wake, not sail away to another world. Sail away to another world. 'Cause I've lost friends and I've lost lovers. Despite their best, they draw their breath. Sail away to another world. 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 'Cause I will roll into misty coves. I will grow till I find my home. I will roll into misty coves. I will grow till I find my home. When I am old and I am crazy, I'll pack my boat, what I love most, bid farewell to this world. I'll bid farewell to this world. All my friends, yeah, they'll be waiting. There they'll stand with beers in hand. Welcome home to our world. World, world. 'Cause I will roll into misty coves. I will grow till I find my home. I will roll into misty coves. I will grow till I find my home. Till I find my home. Hold me tonight. Hold me tonight. Hold me tonight. Hold me tonight. Whoa. Whoa. 'Cause I will roll into misty coves. I will grow till I find my home. I will roll into misty coves. I will grow till I find my home. Thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to play one more wee song while folks are getting back to their seats. I'd say thank you very much again for having me, and big thanks to the big DI as well for letting me play. It's a song called Take It Off. There's a cross you choose to bear, wear it proud around your neck. There's a strain you choose to take, screams at night and darkens days. So take it off, take it off, take it off, take it off. You could be a bright light, lighting up the night, a bright light, lighting up the sky, a bright light, lighting up the night. 'Cause you could be a bright light, lighting up the night, a bright light, lighting up the sky, a bright light, lighting up the night. Throw that weight down to the ground. Take a bath and sweat it out. You can be what you choose to be. What you choose to be is free. So take it off, take it off, take it off, just take it off. You could be a bright light, lighting up the night, a bright light, lighting up the sky, a bright light, lighting up the night. You could be a bright light, lighting up the night, a bright light, lighting up the sky, a bright light, lighting up the night. Yeah, we come undone. And yeah, we come undone. And yeah, we come undone. And yeah, we come undone. We come undone. We come undone. So take it off, take it off, just take it off, take it off. You could be a bright light, lighting up the night, a bright light, lighting up the sky, a bright light, lighting up the night. Yeah, you could be a bright light, lighting up the night, a bright light, lighting up the sky, a bright light, lighting up the night. Thank you very much, cheers.
Just want to thank Gaz for playing, great singer-songwriter, and I want to thank my other son, Jamie, who's put this worldwide wake-up tour together. He's done an absolutely fantastic job. And then, hey, Jay, bow. Jamie, fantastic job. And we're going to have a bit of a break. Well, not a break, we're not just going to travel, and then we start a world tour of evening events in the spring, and that will go on for as long as I'm standing, really. So we'll we have a window here to sort this out. We better put our heads together and get on with it, I think. So what are we going to do about all this? Now, of course, one reaction could be, "Oh my God, what are we going to do? I want me mum." That's one way of doing it. And then there's to realize that actually, you know, we're all consciousness, we're infinite awareness. We are eternal awareness, having an eternal experience within the infinity of forever. That's as bad as it gets. We're just having a little experience now, which we might like to make into a nicer experience, but we are always And always have been, always will be, infinite awareness, a point of attention within infinite awareness, having an experience, whatever that experience is. That's as bad as it gets. I don't think we should panic over that. It's not what you look at that matters, it's what you see. And it is what it is. We're just facing a situation where we're in a spot of bother. But it needs to be seen against this background of this is just an experience within infant forever. So let's get too shaky backboned about it. The other thing that I would emphasize in the relation to the one-eyed man is king, being king in the kingdom of the blind, is that this, whatever you call it, archons, whatever this, the different cultures call it a different force, different name, but it's the same force. There is a common theme, and that is that this force is terrified of humans awakening, because it has to hold us in this tiny band of low-frequency awareness for this control system to continue. Once we come out of that, it's over. And this is what we're facing. We're being held in this band of low frequency, i.e. low frequency perception, a narrow, limited perception, and that is the prison. It's just a band of frequency. And we can break out of that whenever we like, whenever we choose to re-self-identify with being infinite awareness rather than little me and all the names and phantom self tags that we give it. And this is why, when I'm talking about what we can do about it, I'm not talking about creating organizations and doing this and doing that, because things like that will come from the change of consciousness. If we don't change consciousness, you can have all the organizations in the world and nothing will ever change. It's like Einstein said, you cannot change or solve problems with the same level of consciousness that created them, and that's what we're doing all the time. We've got to go to another level of consciousness, and anyone that cracks on that we can change anything of substance without doing that is kidding themselves and kidding everybody else. This is the cause of the problem. Because of our perceptual prison, we're interacting with the quantum field of possibility and probability at that frequency band level, and that feedback loop is creating the world we're living in. We expand our awareness, by doing that, by expanding our sense of self from little me to infinite me, that raises the frequency, expands the range at which we're connecting with possibility and probability in the quantum field, and then creates a different feedback loop, which creates a completely different world. If we're trying to change the world in the world, which is a projection, we're never going to change it, ever. We get more and more frustrated. More and more revolutions followed by people in charge that reflect the people before the revolution, because the consciousness is still the same. This will be sorted out not in this world, but in other levels of consciousness which create the feedback loop. It's the feedback loop that needs to change. This is the cause. This is removing the cause. And if anyone tries to tell anybody that that cause can be removed without doing this, they are kidding themselves, like I say. We are imprisoned by the walls we build for ourselves, and we've allowed to be built for us by the perceptual download we've taken on. And that's fantastic news, because if we built them, we can take them down. And crucial to this is deleting the frickin' program and getting off the postage stamp consensus. The very fact that people are here means they're doing that. But this needs to happen on a vastly greater scale. And it is happening. As I've gone around the world in the last 18 months, I have seen tremendous numbers of people going through this process of reassessing how they see the world, how they see reality, how they see themselves. And it's not just the numbers, it's the type of people, system people, who you'd never think would break out of that perceptual stranglehold. They're doing it, and they're questioning things for the first time, things they never have before. But this program has got to go, this perceptual program, which is holding us in this feedback loop that's creating this world collectively and individually. Can you remember who you were before the world told you what you should be? We have to stop having external forces, whether it's family, children, bosses, media, religions, any of them. We have to stop them telling us who we should be. And that includes anybody. when I say we are all the same consciousness, I don't mean we're all the frickin' same. Oh, I'm infinite consciousness, oh am I. That's not that. That's what happens that's when you withdraw into phantom self. That's where you get this pseudo-randomness, where everyone acts the frickin' same, basically. What we are points of attention within is infinite possibility. All that is, has been, and ever can be. Thus, to celebrate diversity, to celebrate uniqueness, to celebrate being a unique point of attention within infinite awareness is to celebrate the fact that we are all the same consciousness, but we are not all the same perspective within the infinite potential of perspectives. Thus, celebrating diversity, spontaneity, maverick thinking is to celebrate who we are, which is an aspect of all possibility. Alan Watts said, waking up to who you are requires letting go of what you imagine yourself to be. Awakening to expanded consciousness is nothing more than removing that which holds us from being what we are, which is expanded consciousness. And that is the imagination of ourselves that Bill Hicks talked about. The download of the imagination of ourselves, which someone else has told us what to imagine. It's got to go. We must celebrate uniqueness and be what we choose to be. And if anyone doesn't like it, well, they can do the other thing, because that's all right. You be what you want to be. Don't tell me what I'm going to be. We need to awaken to the world as it really is, awaken to the true self. And it's because we've been asleep from that this world that we've created has been manifested. It's manifested from that slumber. When we cease to slumber, when we wake up and become the true nature of who we are, the world must change, because the world is a projection of our state of consciousness. Our state of consciousness changes, the world must change. This is how we're going to change the world. Not stockpiling weapons, not fighting the opposition as we perceive them, but simply thinking it, imagining it, becoming something beyond it, so that we cease to experience the world as it is, and we create another manifestation of a world, of another perception of awareness, consciousness. I am not what has happened to me. I am what I choose to be now. What has gone, it doesn't matter. Oh, that what she did to me in 1963, I've never forgot it. Well, I'm sure she has. You know, what are you carrying it for? Forget it. Oh, I'm so regret doing that. Oh, okay, it's an experience. It's gone. You are now where you are, and a new page can be written anytime you choose. No matter what you've been. I don't care if you're 7 or 70, 80. Doesn't matter. It's just a number within an experience. What you are and always has been, whether you're 7 or 70, is a point of attention within infinite awareness, which can re-evaluate its perception of everything anytime it chooses. Doesn't matter what's gone before. You can change it anytime you want. And one way that this can be done symbolically is just to go back to a blank sheet of paper. Never mind what we've been told, what to think, how things are. Never mind. Never mind you've got letters after your name. Doesn't matter if you're a newsreader. Not bothered. To get on my perception blank sheet of paper, it's got to earn its place now. I don't care who said it. I don't care where I get it from. It's got to come through me. What do I feel about it? Does it feel right to me? Does it convince me that I should put that in my perception and my perception of how things are? Because if it doesn't, leave it. And it's amazing when you go through this process of looking at where you get your perceptions from. It's incredible. It was somebody here who passed on for somebody there, and they knew this, or it was a teacher 20 years ago, whatever. And these form perceptions, which invariably turn out to be total crap, total bollocks with no substance. And we can go to that blank sheet of paper and let perceptions earn their place instead of just downloading them without thought. Who am I? What is this I? If you said that to most people, they say, I am name, race, sex, job, family history, income bracket, and life story. That's what we're experiencing. Same with Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Jew, New Ager, doesn't matter. It's an experience. It's not who we are. Who am I? What is this I, this real I? We can be little me I, that's a perception, or we can be infinite me I. And the difference between those two perceptions are massively different frequencies, which manifest massively different feedback loops, which manifest massively different ongoing experience. And it's in our power to change that anytime we want. When we choose not to self-identify with the experience, the little me, but to self-identify with infinite awareness having an experience as that so-called little me, which is just a perception. You can change that anytime you like. You can change it tonight. You can change it in the morning. It's just a re-evaluation. You know, I've said in the new book, people tried for a month or so, just going around, self-identifying, being infinite expanded awareness, having an experience, and interact with people on that basis. Not because you're superior, I'm infinite awareness now, because everyone else is, they're just forgotten. But just to come from that self-identity and see how, as you interact with possibility and probability from that new expanded state of self-identity, how life will change, how things will change, how people will change, how maybe some people come into your life, people go out, other opportunities maybe come in and others go out, because you're interacting with possibility and probability on a different frequency level purely by that re-self-identification from little me to infinite me. I was saying there, you can see in the auric field, as our perceptions change and our mental and emotional states change, the colors change in the aura because we're changing frequency. Frequency is the key. That's a frequency, low vibrational frequency, holds us in servitude. That is an expanded high frequency, takes us out of servitude, takes us out of the perceptual prison. That's why they don't want people in a state of love and thanks and appreciation. They want people in a state of hate, because that's the prison, that's the program. You can see here the difference between polluted water and polluted water that's had another perceptual frequency downloaded to it. Totally different state of being. These are so symbolic of the different worlds and lives that we lead when we operate on different frequencies. And we can change it any time we want. In some schools in America, not many, of course, but some, instead of punishing children when they act in ways that the school doesn't like, they allow them to go into a room and just meditate. Just meditate. And that meditation changes perception. Instead of the anger and the frustration and the lashing out, which is a low frequency state, they go into a meditative state which allows them to go in a higher frequency state. Everything calms down, and their behavior, according to these studies, has dramatically changed as a result, because they're changing frequencies. What is waking up, really? It's regaining control of perception, which humanity has lost. And perception is frequency. Our perceptions decide everything: what action we take, what action we don't take, what we'll do, what we won't do. And crucially, they manifest as frequencies. So the low vibrational perception of the program, the postage stamp, is a low frequency state, and we're interacting with the potential probability and possibility at that level. When we go into a high frequency state, we change where we're interacting with possibility and probability, and everything changes. This is, it sounds trite, it sounds simple, it sounds even simplistic, but it is actually the way we got into this mess, and this is the way we get out of it. And if we're going to try doing it any other way, well, please be my guest, whoever wants to try it. But we'll come back here 10 years from now and we'll be looking at the same world. Because perception decides how we interact with reality and what reality we manifest. This is why people that have a perception that nothing ever happens to them that is good have a life where nothing ever happens to them that is good. Not because it has to be like that. They have created the feedback loop that creates that, and they blame other people for it, which does nothing but keep the feedback loop going. Expanded possibility equals expanded awareness folded into existence. Limited possibility, limited reality folded into existence. This is the transformation where this world can change dramatically very quickly. Because if you change the feedback loop, your experience changes. Not tomorrow, not when there's an R in the month, not 5 years from now. It changes, immediately starts to change. What is this I? Pure awareness. Pure awareness. If we can self-identify with pure awareness and go beyond self-identification with the labels, everything changes. Everything changes because we are no longer in this world alone. We are in this world in terms of the body. We're not of this world in terms of our perceptions of the body. Everything looks different. Everything changes. You can see things you could never see before. Everything becomes clearer and clearer, which will never allow you to be. And that's what it's all about. That's what the program is all about. What I'm talking about now is basically reversing what has been done to us. Because this force in the background, deep in the shadows, it understands how all this works. The Prime Minister of this country or that country won't necessarily understand, probably won't understand, probably hasn't got a clue. But where it's all coming from understands that if you can create the feedback loop, they got you. And that's what they're doing. The low vibrational perception equals a low vibrational feedback loop equals a low vibrational human society. And we're running around trying to change it when we can't change it unless the feedback loop changes. So this is why they're trying to hold us in this program perceptual state, to hold us in the feedback loop, which is the world that we keep going round and round and round in. Once that is removed, that perceptual prison is removed, and we become self-identified with pure awareness, having an experience, everything changes. You know, people talk about seeking enlightenment. Waste of time. What's anyone seeking enlightenment for? We are enlightened. We are all that is, has been, and ever can be. I'm more enlightened to it's what I want to be. It's not about becoming enlightened. It's about removing the perceptual programs that hold our five sense awareness in perceptual servitude to those programs and disconnect us from the true self, which is enlightenment. And it's removing these, like they are like onion skins of programming and perception. That's what's holding us in servitude. It's no good seeking enlightenment. We are enlightened. Get rid of that and we become enlightened, which is why I put this picture up of a sluice gate. You know, when you put the sluice gate down and you stop the river fly, which is like these onion skins of programming holding out the true self to have a perceptual influence on the five sense self. When you open the sluice gate again, you don't have to go through the sluice gate and shout the river and tell the river, I've opened the sluice gate now, you can come in again. No, open the sluice gate, whoosh! And this is what's happening. Our expanded awareness is pushing on these programs, these perceptual programs. It wants to get in. And some people will have a brief moment, a brief experience when they make that connection and they think, oh, something happened to me today. I can't explain it. There was a brief connection and then it shut again. Once we start deleting these programs, and most of them are self-identity programs, how we self-identify, who is the I, what we identify the I as. We can get rid of them by saying, I am infinite awareness. These are just experiences. Then that allows enlightenment in. The enlightenment we always have been and always will be and forever will be. And then everything changes. My waters breaking happened on a mound in Peru. And for 3 months, I didn't know what my name is, where I was going, what was happening, nothing. I went on the television, I was interviewed in a mainstream big audience show, as you saw earlier. Right in the middle of that, I didn't know what was going on. Because as those programs were broken, those perceptual programs, the true self came in, and so much information poured into my conscious mind that I just couldn't immediately process it. It was like pressing too many keys on the computer, as the video said right at the start. But after it had all settled down, took about 3 months of mayhem, I was looking through the same eyes, I weren't seeing the same world. Because my point of perception had changed. My point of observation has changed. And that's when I started saying these strange things, which have actually proved to be right as the years have come on. Not because I'm a genius or the Buddha sitting on a mountain, but because that is the way this perception presented this information to me. And anyone can do it. Anybody. Anybody can break these perceptual onion skins that are holding and stopping that happening. And that's what awakening is. It's not particularly waking up as removing the programs that are stopping that connection to the true self. What do I think and why do I think and believe what I do? Where does it all come from? You look at religions and other perceptual programs. They're just off-the-peg belief systems which have been passed through the ages. What are we doing believing religions from so far back and rejecting so much evidence that there are other ways of looking at the world other than the religion, but we can't because the religion's got us. And there are so many religions. It's not just bricks and mortar and frock and mitre religions. Following a football team can be a religion. The religion of scientism, where the scientific orthodoxy is the holy book of the science religion. There's so many religions. And what are religions? They are rigid belief systems that repel all borders. And when we fall for them, there's the onion skins that are keeping us from expanded awareness, the true self. We need to let them go and start again with that blank sheet of paper and say, anything gets on there, he's got to earn its place this time through me. Not just going to put it on there because someone's told me. I'm going to decide what goes on there. Why do I do what I do? Why is everyone in such a frickin' rush? I must get there. Well, get where? Where? Why? People in a hurry, but to get where? Why? Why are we rushing? Oh, we got to do it. Who says? Who's deciding it? Who's driving this reaction society that we live in? I went to Hong Kong once. It was like someone had shouted fire 20 years ago and they're still running. What? Where are they running to? Where are there so many buses and trams? Where are they all going? Why are we chasing this carrot? Who put the carrot there? Who decided what the carrot should be? Oh yeah, I've got to do this. Who said? We need to reevaluate what we want to do. Not what we are expected to do, not what our parents expect us to do, not what society expects us to do, not what our boss expects us to do. What do I want to do with my life? What do I, unique expression of all that is, want to do with my life? Because I'm going to decide that. And because I know, when I say I mean all of us, because I know that my perception is interacting with the probability and possibility quantum field and creating a feedback loop, I don't have to sit there thinking, I can't do this because I haven't got the money. I can't do this because of this. I can't do this because of that. If you go into a perceptual state of knowing, not thinking, not hoping, knowing that when you go for what you want to do, rather than what society is telling you to do, you will, because of that knowing, that perception, you will make that connection with possibility and probability, and you will manifest everything you need to do what you want to do. That is self-creation. That is what we are supposed to be doing. Instead, we don't do that because we think of the material world and think, well, I can't do that because this stops me, that stops me. That perception of I can't do that because this stops me creates a feedback loop with possibility and probability, which manifests as a life in which that stops you. It's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. We need to understand the true power that we have to manifest our own reality once we understand how we're doing it. And then we cannot be controlled. We cannot be controlled because we are doing the controlling, doing the manifesting. People have said to me, how are you still alive? And I say, because they can't do anything other than leave me alive. Because if I will not allow that into my perception of possibility, it cannot manifest in the world of experience. Thus, they can't take me out. They do not have the power. I have that power because I know who I am and who we all are. No more. What you find when you go into this mode of knowing where the power is, knowing your power is people try to do this to you and try to do that to you, and they think they've won and they punch the air, and then suddenly something comes up which makes it all right, which makes it happen against all the odds. Oh, how did that happen? That's how it happened. Feedback loop. I manifested it. The people around me manifested it because they knew their power, that they were controlling their lives, not some external force. This external force controls our lives because it has persuaded us through the heading of authority that authority has more power than we do. No, it doesn't. We have total power over our lives. We just need to take it back by understanding where it comes from. That's power, that's success. It's madness, and we fall for it. It's like Bill Hicks said, they lie about marijuana. Tell you pot smoking makes you unmotivated. Lie. When you're high, you can do everything you normally do just as well. You just realize it's not worth the fucking effort. All these things we do because we think we have to do them, and just to survive. And on the surface, in the world of the holographic illusion, it does seem like that. But if we can realize how we're manifesting reality, we don't need to be controlled by the constraints of, well, I need to do this to survive, so I can't do what I really want to do. We need to go for it with that knowledge, with that knowing, and realize that it will all work out. Because it's a musical thing. And we're supposed to sing and dance. Not worry, oh my God, what a world. What's going to happen tomorrow? We're supposed to sing and dance. And real religion is the transformation of anxiety into laughter. We do not laugh enough. We need to laugh because the world is mad. It's insane. Why do we take it seriously? This is an indigenous Australian proverb. We are all visitors to this time, this place. We're just passing through. Our purpose here is to observe, to learn, to grow, to love. And then we return home to infinity. No mention there about, I must succeed, I must be someone. I'm all that is, has been, and never can be. And I must be someone. It's madness. And only perceptual imprisonment cannot see the madness. What is success? Well, success is a lot of money and a big car and being famous, and then people think you're successful, and that's good. Who gives a shit what other people think? Whether we're successful or not. What's it matter? As long as we're doing what we want to do, it doesn't matter if people perceive it as successful or not. It doesn't matter. Why do we make it matter? Insecurity, that's why we make it matter. What is success? If you look at the success of the world of the illusion, the program, it's all about more. How much more money than last year? How much more status? How much more is taken from the earth and turned into more things that people don't really want? How many more things are made? How much more land is covered in concrete? How many more are treated for illness? They're always saying in Britain, we're treating more people than ever before. Why? Why are so many people ill? They don't see that. Why don't we stop people being ill and then we don't have to treat so many people because so many people need treatment? No, we're treating more people than ever before. It's all about more. How much more growth? Economic growth. Oh, yes, that's a symbol of success. More growth this year. Economic growth is the measurement of the amount of money generated in goods and services in any year. And so when there's a terrible environmental disaster, cleaning it up adds to economic growth because of what is spent to clean it up. Now, wisdom success, expanded consciousness success is very different. It doesn't count its success in more, but in fewer. How few are in need than last year? How few are unhappy? How few feel unloved? How few are unfulfilled? How few are homeless? How few are ill? How few are in fear? They are measurements of the true success of a society, not the mores, the fewers. How am I happy? Are you successful? Let me see. Am I happy? No. Oh, well, I've got this job. No. Are you happy? Well, not really. Well, that's not very successful. Why are you not happy? If you want to be successful, find out why you're not happy and then become happy, become joyous. Do I have joy in my life? Am I at peace? Do I love my life? Doesn't matter what you're doing. Doesn't matter how much money you make or don't make. Doesn't matter where you live. Do I love my life? Am I at peace? Do I have joy? Am I happy? They are the symbols of true success, not more and more accumulation of things. It's a musical thing. You're supposed to sing and dance. And this is a near-death experiencer who said, I've never interviewed anyone who had a near-death experience who told me that they came back to make more money or to spend more time at their jobs away from their families. Instead, they become convinced that they need to be more loving and kind. They react to their experience by living life to its fullest. They believe their lives have a purpose, even if that purpose is obscure to them. Invariably, it involves concepts such as love or of family or service to others. Nothing there about more, I must succeed. So, what's the answer? It's not finding a solution to what's going on. That's how we got into this mess. It's removing the cause of the problem. You can put your hand in a saucepan and wait for it to cool down, or you can find a solution. Oh, can you get me some ointment? Or you can remove the cause of the problem, and then the problem's finished with. The cause of the problem is that we are not conscious beyond mind. Most people are not conscious beyond mind. Removing the problem is becoming conscious beyond mind. Becoming into a state of not pixel awareness, seeing only the pieces, but picture awareness, seeing how the pieces fit. And you can only see how the pieces fit with expanded awareness. As awareness expands, the picture becomes clearer and clearer. As it contracts, it goes into pixels and pieces, and you can't see anything except individual things that don't seem to be connected. We need to move from body-mind awareness into infinite awareness, and that comes from self-identifying with infinite awareness, and from that, everything else comes. As Ibn Alexander said, to experience thinking outside the brain is to enter a world of instantaneous connections that make ordinary thinking seem like some hopelessly sleepy, unplodding event. This world that we're experiencing, that he experienced beyond, is a world of village idiocy compared with what there is to experience beyond it. Our truest, deepest self is completely free. It is not crippled or compromised by past actions and concerned with identity or status. It comprehends that it has no need to fear the earthly world, and therefore it has no need to build itself up through fame or wealth or conquest. Am I happy? Do I have joy? Do I love my life? The true symbols of success. My daughter Kerry, she went to live in Africa for a while, and she lived among people that we would call in abject poverty. She said, I've never met so many happy people in my life, because they understood with their material deprivation what really mattered, and it wasn't what it would be to materialistic people in the Western world. Are you your heart or your brain? A study said most people define themselves through the brain and not through the heart. Again, we change that, we change the world, because it's moving from a heart connection with reality to a head and gut connection that has pulled us into this low vibrational state. The lady who runs the Heart Math Institute in America that studies the impact of the heart vortex, the heart chakra, the heart point of intelligence, said that she had this technique when she was a therapist where she would put the client in a chair and she would sit in the other chair, and she would ask the client to tell them their problem from their head. And she would listen and write it all down, and symbolically they would change chairs. And she said, now tell me your problem from your heart. What does your heart say? And she said it was like talking to two totally different people about the same problem. And the reason is, the head thinks, the heart knows. The heart comes from a much more expanded point of observation of everything, including the problem, than the head. And therefore, she was, in effect, talking to two different points of observation, or, quote, people. This is thinking. This is knowing. If we can interact with each other from the heart, where empathy comes, where compassion comes, where love in its true sense comes, then all the conflicts and the divisions that manifest through interacting through the head and the gut, emotion, all start to fall away. And therefore, this is another way of removing the cause of the problem. Going from how we think and communicate and perceive in this world of madness to something greater beyond the world of madness. And therefore, the world of madness must change because a different consciousness is being infused into it. The heart knows, the head thinks. Expanded consciousness knows, the head thinks. Which is why when you go into a state of expanded awareness and self-identity with it, you start to perceive, know things that you never thought you could ever know. You think for yourself, it will change your life. Know for yourself, it will transform your life, because that comes from here. And if, as seems to be the case, this perceptual hijack flipped the interaction between humanity of the golden age and before, from a heart connection with everything to a gut-head connection, then removing the cause of the problem is to flip it back and go back to the heart connection, which is our natural state. As one of the Nag Hammadi texts said, they took them and begot children out of the darkness through their counterfeit spirit. It closed their hearts. That's what it does. And if you open your heart, you're diluting the power of this counterfeit spirit, this infusion of distortion, and it ceases to have anything like the same impact upon your life, perceptions, and reactions, and eventually has none when it's completely deleted by heart awareness. That connects us to outside the bounds of time and space, which is why the heart knows, because it's connecting with that level of awareness that does know. This is low-frequency human society. This is how we get out of there, out of here. If you're in a situation and your head and your emotions are kicking in, it happens to everybody, that's the nature of the world. If you just stop for a second and go, okay, I'm now going to interact with this situation from here. You watch it diffuse, you watch it change, you watch it be resolved in a way that this will never resolve it. The way we get out of here, this is Bill Hicks again. This is where we are right now as a whole. No one is left out of the loop. We are experiencing a reality based on a thin veneer of lies and illusions. A world where greed is our God and wisdom is a sin, where division is key and unity is fantasy, where ego-driven cleverness of the mind is praised rather than the intelligence, the innate intelligence of the heart. If we flip that around, this world will be transformed. If we awaken and unite with each other through heart awareness, instead of the conflict of head and emotion, everything will change. And Bill Hicks said, I'm glad mushrooms are against the law, because I took them one time, and you know what happened to me? I lay down in a field of green grass for 4 hours going, my God, I love everything. Yeah, now, if that isn't a hazard to our country, how are we going to justify arms dealing when we realize we're all one? That is what happens when you go into heart awareness. The very thought of creating weapons to kill people and suppress people and oppress people, the very thought of oppressing them in any way cannot manifest through the heart. It comes through here. That's why we live in the world that we do. We have lost the heart connection vastly in human society. I am love. You are love. We are infinite consciousness. Let's interact with each other on that basis, from that understanding. We are one. We are one. All of us are one awareness. We are points of attention within infinite awareness. All that is, has been, and ever can be. From that perception, no one's going to kill anybody. No one's going to abuse a child. No one's going to have anyone dying of hunger in a world of plenty. It can't happen from that level of consciousness. That level of consciousness wouldn't even begin to contemplate it. This is how we change the world, by changing the consciousness that's driving and manifesting the world. Remember who you are by forgetting what they told you to be. Who the hell is anyone else to tell us what we should be? No more person, no more persona, no more actor's mask, no more phantom self. As Jim Morrison of The Doors said, the most important freedom is to be what you really are. You trade your reality for a role. You trade your sense for an act. You give up your ability to feel. In exchange, you put on a mask. There can't be any large-scale revolution until there is a personal revolution on an individual level. It's got to happen inside first. But people don't want to take that responsibility. Okay, don't take it, but then don't complain the world hasn't changed, because it ain't going to change until we do. Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I'm changing myself from a man in the 13th century. I woke up, letting go the onion skins of programming, of perception. I let them go. I connected with the true self. I see the world in a completely different way. My life has changed. It's become an adventure, not an ordeal. I woke up. Shit, what happened? What happened? The world looks so different. You woke up. That's what you did. The revolution is a revolution of perception. No fighting, no guns. Not even any protests, no marching. It's a revolution of perception. Here's a novel thing you don't hear much of. Why don't we just love each other? Why don't we love each other, irrespective of our religion, our culture, our race, our income bracket? Why don't we just love each other? Because we're all each other anyway. That is the revolution. If we want a world of love, what do? We love each other. If we want a world of peace, then we are peaceful. You don't fight for peace, you peace for peace. You be what you want the world to be, and then the world will become what you want it to be when enough people are willing to do the same. And even before that, your own life becomes an expression of that love, peace that you have allowed yourself to become. And people think love is weak. Oh, he's talking about love and he's a bloke. I think it's strange. People think it's weak. Oh, he's talking about love. No, I'm not talking about, like I said earlier, ooh, saw you down the disco, love you, darling, all that stuff from the 1960s when I was alive. I'm talking about love that we have to put words like unconditional in front of. Unconditional love, infinite love, to go beyond the personal love, what I call mind love, attraction love. And that is the ultimate power. Weakness. Because that love will always do what it knows to be right. Because the option is doing what it knows not to be right, and that is not an option for that level of awareness. Thus, it has no fear. It's the absence of fear. It doesn't need courage to overcome fear, which is what courage is, because it doesn't have fear, it doesn't need courage, nothing to overcome. Therefore, it does what it knows to be right. It doesn't think, what are the consequences for me? Because the consequences, perceiving the consequences, or perusing the consequences, is is actually concluding that there's a possibility, that's why I'm looking at the consequences, that I won't do what I know to be right. Love at that level will never, it doesn't perceive consequences or go through them because it would never perceive or conceive not doing what it believes to be right. So forget the consequences, that conversation's not necessary. I'm doing what I know to be right. That is a power that this manipulation cannot deal with. Its power is intimidating people into silence, into non-action. Love won't have that. It will do what it knows to be right. And thus this manipulative force in all its expressions, including authority, it cannot handle people doing that. What do you mean he's not intimidated? Everyone is intimidated. He's not intimidated. Well, what are we going to do? I don't know. I've never come across it before. Well, it's about time you did on a mass scale. And then this house of cards comes down. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking that we used to create them. Einstein, as I mentioned earlier. We've got to go into this other level of consciousness awareness, or we'll never change what the consciousness and awareness of now has created. We need to move out of thinking into knowing. Let this be our guide. And this will lead you into areas where this is going, what you doing? What you doing? But this knows and perceives reality from a completely different level. So what it will do is absolutely not what this will do. But I can tell you from my own life, if you keep going with this, you keep going. When this is screaming, oh, what are you doing? And you keep going. Eventually, this observes the fact that when you go with your heart, you go with your intuition, you go with your knowing, although you might get into some scrapes because you're not doing what the world expects, eventually it all works out. And it doesn't work out despite the problem and despite the challenge. It works out because of it. And then this looks at that and goes, actually, it all works out in the end. As many years ago, I had that experience where my head and my heart came together and started speaking as one and moving as one. So when my heart, my intuition now says, I feel the need to do that, this goes, let's go. There's no war. There's no war. And anyone can do that just by following this, because this will see it in the end, even though it will scream blue murder to start with. See the virus, delete the virus. How can we see this counterfeit spirit, this distortion that's impacting itself? Well, the Native Americans have done it for us. When we get pulled into these kind of responses and emotional states, we are feeding the one most and therefore giving it the most power. So and we'll get pulled in because that's the way the world works. But if we can be aware of it, and when we get pulled into these things, just stop, hold on, I'm getting pulled in, I'm going here. Then the more you do that, you stop earlier. You stop earlier. And eventually you don't go there at all, and this is what runs your life. This wolf of joy, of love, of peace, of serenity, humility, kindness, benevolence, empathy, generosity, truth, and compassion. And when we stop feeding those, they disappear. They're deleted, they go, they stop influencing us. This is why heart awareness will delete that if only we will keep going with it. This is what psychopaths do. So, therefore, this is an expression of this distortion. So if we want to remove the cause of the problem, instead of being deleted from empathy, we have empathy. The more empathy we have, the more we are not feeding the no empathy part of our psyche, the more that is losing its power. We have forgiveness, both for ourselves and other people. Because if we don't forgive and we hold on to resentment, who's being pulled down in frequency terms by that? We are. Let it go. It's just an experience. Doesn't matter. Learn from it. Gone. Tell the truth. Because instead of being psychopathic liars like this virus and all its expressions, we tell the truth. We don't always say what's right, but we tell the truth as we feel it to be at that moment. That carries a very powerful vibration, which lying pulls us down into a lower vibration. And I don't quote religious words very much, but this is a cum-dinger. This is a world changer, this. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If everybody did that for 24 hours, the world would be transformed. So the power is with us, not with that which is manipulating us. Its power is the power we give away, and the power we will not use because we won't take responsibility. Which one wins? The one we feed the most collectively. Which world wins? The one we feed most collectively. We've been feeding this one. We need to feed the other one, and this one will be deleted. It will disappear because it will be no longer possible to manifest when the consciousness is not in the frequency on which it operates. Why am I living life, or is life living me? That means leaving the herd, no longer being someone else and what someone else wants us to be, but being what we choose to be. Why are we always comparing ourselves with others? It doesn't matter. We are uniquely what we are. What other people are is uniquely what we are. Why are we comparing ourselves with other people? What a meaningless exercise. As Jiddu Krishnamurti said, we are always comparing what we are with what we should be. Well, what we are is what we should be. We are what we are. Celebrate the uniqueness. Kurt Cobain said, wanting to be someone else is a waste of who you are. Oh, I wish I was so-and-so. Why? Doesn't matter what you're doing. You are a unique expression of all that is, just like the person you think you should be. And this lady said, you cannot stand fully in the truth of your being as long as you continue to demand acceptance, approval, and validation from people outside of yourself. To hell with it. Be gone with it. Why do we have to validate ourselves with what other people think of us? What they think of themselves matters to them. What we think of us matters to us. Be willing to piss people off if it means standing up for the truth of who you are. No need to hide away, thinking you have to be what others tell you to be. And you know, when you get abuse for being different, you know, to be called mad by an idiot is a compliment. It's a compliment. Compliment. People say to me, you're mad. I say, thank you very much, very kind. Because if that's your perspective, I'm not too bad. It takes nothing to join the crowd. It takes everything to stand alone. Let's leave the crowd. If the crowd doing something we agree with, well, fine. But if it's not, why be part of the crowd? Just be part of the crowd. The mystic Osho said, the greatest fear in the world is of the opinions of others, and the moment you are unafraid of the crowd, you are no longer a sheep. You become a lion. A great roar rises from your heart. Heart, the roar of freedom. I am me now. I am unique me. I do not have to be what someone else tells me to be. The power and the freedom of that is indescribable. Today's mighty oak is just yesterday's nut that held its ground and refused to join the herd. Changing the world is changing ourselves, individually and collectively. We want to stay in the world, let's stay like that. We want to get out of the world, we change ourselves. That's the way it works. And it's not just about changing our being, it's expressing that as doing. And Leonardo da Vinci said, I've been impressed by the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Being is not enough, we must do. You know, people say knowledge is power. It's not. It's not. The use of knowledge is power. Knowledge not used is knowledge not worth having. A slave is one who waits for someone to come and free him. Knowledge is power when we use it. Coming from the heart is not to wait for someone to free us, but to free ourselves. Nothing strengthens authority so much as silence. People talk about the silent majority. Well, why are the majority so frickin' silent? We'd live in a different world if they weren't. Martin Luther King, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. It's all right quietly moaning about the world, but silence is compliance. We have to do what we know to be right. And with this feedback loop I'm talking about, if we accept things, the feedback loop is allowed to manifest them. What we accept, we are allowing to manifest. When we say, this is not acceptable to me, I'm not having this in my life, then the feedback loop is broken. It cannot manifest what you won't have in your life because it's not acceptable to you. We have to stop accepting what we don't want and refuse to accept it. And that breaks the feedback loop that allows it to manifest. We need to get off our frickin' knees. We've been down there too bloody long. What are we doing? We're allowing this world to manifest and not this one because we're on our frickin' knees. Why is anyone allowing themselves to conform to mandatory vaccinations? It's fascism. Who owns your body? You cannot say that your child and yourself cannot have a vaccination. That's fascism. As Bill Hicks said, what business is it of yours what I do, read, buy, see, or take into my body as long as I do not harm another human being? And for those who are having a little moral dilemma in your head about how to answer that question, I'll answer you. None of your business. None of your business. We've got to stop letting people and authority impose their will upon us. And we need to do what is right, not what is easy. And sometimes that's what we have to do when we are saying to authority, we're not having it. The spirit of change, doing what is right, no matter what we are told. Crikey, I mean, we're infinite awareness. Why are we frightened of doing what we know to be right? Never, never be afraid to do what is right. Martin Luther King said, society's punishments are small compared with the wounds we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. Given what I've explained today, particularly in the last section, there's no way anymore that we can justify not doing what we know to be right. And you never know how strong you are until being strong is your only choice. When I was walking this journey over 30 years, and my God, it was a lonely journey for a long time. And you'd go, oh, I can't take this anymore. And you'd take some more. I can't take this anymore. And you'd take some more. And then you go through this point where you say, I can take anything. Bring it on. And that's the power. That's when you cross. That's when you cross into the power that we all are. All of us. Not me, not person down the road, all of us. Persistence. Now we've exhausted all possibilities, let's get started. No more, it's too hard, it's too hot in the kitchen. Well, don't complain when the world's not like you want it to be then. We need to be persistent and keep going. What's that song say? I get knocked down, I get up again. They're never going to keep me down. The person who says it can't be done should not interrupt the person who is doing it. No more. No more. It's not possible. Speak your truth, walk your talk, never stop, and you'll get somewhere. Stop. Oh, it's too hard. Oh, the kitchen's too hot. You'll never get anywhere. And we have the power. That's the irony. The number of people in knowledge manipulating human society is tiny compared with the billions being manipulated. If only we would come together. I met this lady, Alice Walker, an author, a lovely lady, in California last year where I was speaking. She said the most common way people give up their power is by thinking they don't have any. And that's what the program wants us to believe and programs us to believe from cradle to grave. Osho said, the awakened man and woman. People are afraid, my God, this is true of authority and this control system in general. People are afraid, very much afraid of those who know themselves. They have a certain power, a certain aura, and a certain magnetism. A charisma that can take out alive young people from the traditional imprisonment. The awakened man cannot be enslaved. That is the difficulty, and he cannot be imprisoned. The awakened man or woman is the greatest stranger in the world. He does not seem to belong to anybody. No organization confines them, no community, no society, no nation. That is infinite awareness imposing its uniqueness upon the life experience and not being someone else's version of what they should be. So what is the answer? We are It always has been. It always will be. And the great news is there's far more of us being manipulated. Millions, billions more than those doing the manipulating. And if you go on YouTube and you put in the tiny dot, you'll see an animated video, incredible. It's showing, see down there, the number of people that control the American population. It's hysterical and insane why divide and rule allows that number of people to dictate to an entire nation. We are the many, they are the few. I see a way out of this. Don't panic, unite. Come together. That's why they want to divide and rule us all the time. They're terrified of us coming together. They want the slaves fighting slaves so the slave owners can stay in control. And in the government eye, no lives matter. Let that sink in while you're looking to fight each other, where the strings are attached to all of you to keep you fighting and therefore in slavery. Don't panic, unite. I am no longer accepting things that I cannot change. It's time to change things I cannot accept. And obeying laws that enslave us is slavery. That's where slavery comes from. Disobeying laws which enslave us is where freedom comes from. People think, oh, it's the law, you've got to obey it. Not if it is designed to enslave people and take their freedom away and take their justice away. No, no, no. What are we doing? Obeying laws like that. We should be disobeying them. We should be refusing to cooperate with them because they're not acceptable to a free and open society. Martin Luther King said, one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. Because if we don't, these dark suits decide what the unjust laws are, and that's it. What are we doing? Oh, well, it's the law. Who cares? It's unjust. It's destroying our freedom. What are we obeying them for? Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of truth, Albert Einstein said, and he was right. No one rules if no one obeys. That's the fact. They come out of Parliament, we've had a discussion, we've decided to do this. The people in enough numbers say, we're not doing it. Where's their power? They have no power. Their power is, oh, it's terrible law, it's Big Brother gone mad, oh, it's Orwellian, this is, oh, we better obey it, it's the law. That's the way we get enslaved. No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. We're not even going to have a protest about it. We're just not doing it. What happens if they stop complying, Mum? We're fucked. Exactly. That's the situation. It's a hoax. It's a confidence trick. We have the power. We have the power. Actually, you don't. Actually, we don't. It's a hoax. The authority has power. It doesn't. It's only our compliance that gives it power. Dancing to the music of life, the non-comply dance. I will not comply. I will not lie down. I will not go quietly. I will not submit. I will not roll over. I will not shut up. Ever, ever. And what are we taking it seriously for? We should be laughing at this. Oh, it's authority. What? It's a bunch of horse shit. It's madness. Why are we taking it seriously? Oh, fear, taking it seriously. It's a joke. We have a president of the United States that communicates with the world through Twitter. The potato can't be far away. We should be laughing at it. It's a joke. And their power comes from being taken seriously. Therefore, being in fear, because we take them seriously. They're a joke. It's all a joke. And it's not about me either. Me. My dot is not the only dot. Identity politics, which is what's best for me. That's taking us down this dark road. We need to say what is right and just for everyone. Everyone. Why don't we have a win-win situation? Why for me to win do you have to lose? Why? It doesn't have to be. It's just a choice. If it's unjust there, if injustice there, then why am I okay with it? Because it doesn't affect me? No. Injustice for anyone should affect all of us, and then there'll be no injustice, because there'll be no injustice that's not being addressed. Slaves versus slaves. Divide and rule. What are we doing? All lives matter. All lives matter. And we need to realize this is the irony. Oh my God, there's so many ironies in the attempts to silence me in events around the world. This conspiracy is not a conspiracy to enslave Jewish people or Muslim people or Chinese people or middle-class Americans. This is a conspiracy to enslave all of us, and it can only enslave all of us by dividing and ruling us, so we're fighting each other, so its enslavement is a piece of cake because we're too busy fighting each other to see what is going on. We need to realize we're in this together and come together and put the fault lines down. And without non-violence, the Matrix has you, because the Matrix wants us to be violent. It wants us to stockpile weapons. It wants us to fight the enemy. Okay, what do we do? Go into a gunfight, some people in America want, with the government, when they've got state-of-the-art weapons? Oh, yeah, I just blew the guy away, but it was self-defense, sir. He had a gun. That's what they want. They want riots. What does rioting do? It's the virus at work. It's generating low vibrational frequency. Martin Luther King said, the limitation of riots, moral questions aside, is that they cannot win. And the participants know it. Hence, rioting is not revolutionary but reactionary because it invites defeat. It involves an emotional catharsis. Oh, that showed them. But it must be followed by a sense of futility. But what changed? Nothing. This is why Soros and co. fund Antifa. This is why they want a war, a civil war in Europe and a civil war in America, because they know that riots feed the problem, don't solve it. If you're fighting the system, then you're still caught in it. It's not about fighting the system. It's about ceasing to hold it together. Non-cooperation. We cannot be in prison without our cooperation. Their power is our acquiescence, and we need to remove it and then remove our power. Red mist, getting angry, doesn't do critical thinking, even less critical knowing. Away from that. And I see in Turkey, they're now having a new form of protest, where they just stand in protest. They don't yell, they don't wave banners. No yelling, no screaming, no fighting. A more efficient way of protesting, thousands of people standing in complete silence, protesting in squares and public places in Turkey, baffling the police by creating a calm curiosity instead of tension and aggression. Non-violence is the force that will change the world, as long as it's also with the energy of we are not having it, we are not complying with our own enslavement or the enslavement of others. Non-violence, Martin Luther King said, means avoiding not only external physical violence, but also internal violence of spirit. You not only refuse to shoot a man, you refuse to hate him. These people that are manipulating the Clintons and the Kissingers and all these people, I have no hate for them whatsoever, because if I have hate for them, I become them. And what is the point of that? And they are just lost in the illusion, deeply lost in the illusion and the distortion of the illusion. I'll challenge what they're doing, and I want to challenge and change what they're doing and stop what they're doing, but I don't hate them, or I become them. And in the same way, we can all agree that we're against what you might call Gore war, but how much war is in our own lives, in conflicts, in our own relationships? And like I say, you don't fight for peace, you peace for peace, and that's on all levels. And when you interact with people from a heart perspective, and they come to you from a heart perspective, then that war comes to an end, because that doesn't do war. That is feeding that which is manipulating us. That will set us free, because it's removing the power source of that which is manipulating us. Think love, think peace, think harmony. And the virus must be deleted, because that does not feed it. Get off the carousel horse, chasing the one in front, thinking you're ever going to catch it, and go your own way, your own unique way, not someone else's way. The number of unique ways within infinite possibility is infinite by definition. And this is the thing. In 1991, when I was with Betty Shine and one or two other psychics at that time, in those early days when I was trying to get a fix on what was going on, one of the things that came through, and a number of them for me, was there's an energetic change coming which is going to awaken humanity from its slumber. And first of all, the most awake are going to be affected, and then eventually the solid gold asleep are going to be awakened from the slumber, and they're going to start seeing the world and themselves in a different light. And another thing I was told was going to happen in 1990 then, or 1991, was that all that had been hidden from us was going to be brought to the surface by this vibrational change. And I gave it the name Truth Vibrations, which was the name of my first book after my Wogan experience, Peru experience. Well, actually, it was before my Peru experience, I wrote that. And I said in that book, 1991, that the truth vibrations were an energetic change that will awaken humanity from its long sleep. In 1991, there was absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. When I look at the world now, it's happening. It's happening. People are starting to stir. They're starting to awaken. They're starting to think. They're starting to look. It's not reached a tidal wave yet, but we're moving in that direction. And when it comes to all that's been hidden from us, it's going to be brought to the surface. What do we know now? We didn't know in 1991. What do we know we didn't know last year, the year before, 5 years ago? Enormous numbers of things, evidence, understandings, concepts, awareness of things we weren't aware of before have been brought to the surface in this period since, and we're only just frickin' started. This is coming down. We are in the period where this is coming down, and it could only come down in the period where it got close to its goal, because only then would it come into the world of the scene where people took it from the world of a concept, oh, a load of rubbish, mate, into its happening, so they have to address it. This is a wonderful period we're going into, an enormously challenging period, but a wonderful period as humanity awakes through the truth vibrations from its slumber, and more people realize they are not who they thought they were, nor in a world they thought they were in. The world is awakening. It is awakening. I've seen it all around the world. Because I've traveled around the world constantly for nearly 30 years, I've seen the change when I've gone back to places. It's happening. The tide is turning. And we have an opportunity now for this nonsense to end. An era, said Arthur Miller, can be said to come to an end when its illusions are exhausted. Well, we're starting to see the illusions, where the illusions, therefore, can be exhausted. Awaken to infinite awareness. Awaken to all possibility. Realize that we're all that is, has been, and ever can be. And the world must change. And allowing our children, or encouraging our children, helping our children, not to fall into the perceptual clutches of the system. They're not born to be slaves. They're born to be free. And we must help them realize that. They don't have to conform. Came across this great piece of writing by a guy called Shel Silverstein. Listen to the mustn'ts, child. Listen to the don'ts. Listen to the shouldn'ts, the impossibles, the won'ts. Listen to the never haves, then listen close to me. Anything can happen, child. Anything can be. Our children can be anything they want to be. But if they're going to have that freedom, we must protect them from the clutches of the perceptual program. When we stand together, the tyranny is over. It's the fact that we have a tyranny at all. When we love each other, the tyranny is over. And how about this for a political manifesto? I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I recognize that source in you. Let's work together. And let me say this. Let me say this to the hate groups that are trying to silence me. I offer you peace. I offer you love. I offer you friendship. My wisdom flows from the highest source. I recognize that source in you. Let's work together. Let's put down the conflict, the nonsense, and the illusions that hold us in servitude. I am love, you are love, we are infinite awareness. Infinite love is the only truth. Everything else is illusion. We are one, yes, but this needs to come out of the level of concept and intellect into living it in our daily interactions with different people. Love each other. That is the revolution. That is the revolution. We do that, it all changes. And as Buddha said, or he's claimed to have said, a wise man, recognizing that the world is but an illusion, does not act as if it is real, so escapes the suffering. we need to take the fact that this is illusion out of the realms of concept and intellect and into the way we interact with it. It's all an illusion. And Bill Hicks used to end his act like this. He was a very awake man, Bill Hicks. He took a lot of psychoactive drugs, saw the illusion beyond the physical. And he used to end his act like this. It's like a ride in an amusement park. And when you go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has thrills and chills. And it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real? Or is this just a ride? And others have remembered it, and they come back to us and they say, hey, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up, I've got a lot invested in this ride, shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry and my family, my big bank account. This has to be real. It's just a ride. And we always kill those good guys that try to tell us that and let the demons run amok, but it doesn't matter, because it's just a ride, and we can change it anytime we want. No job, no savings of money. Just a choice right now between fear and love. And that's all the choice has ever been. This is the world we live in. This is the world we live in. This is the world that we can replace that with and turn this tyranny into the paradise it once was and can be again. This is the key. I hope you've enjoyed the day. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Handwritten letters torn to pieces, put back together. Read and reread it. Do you wanna live in a body worn and thin? Do you wanna give your best years to him? Or do you wanna breathe free from pain relief? Do you wanna see a world that's yours? Just let the light in.